And here we are at Sofa Summit #2. We're rounding the corner to finish off 2021. Maybe you attended Sofa Summit 1 back in July. And Sofa Summit #1 was all about strategies to help you reach financial independence. We shot this thing right around July 4th. So we wanted to help you reach financial independence. This Sofa Summit is gonna have a slightly different tone. We're gonna make sure that you can election-proof your income, recession-proof your income, and make 2021 the best year of your life. We've brought in some of the top economists and planners to help you put together your plan for 2021. So if you follow along with us and attend each and every section, you're gonna have a special PDF that you can fill out and have an action plan for 2021. If you wait any longer to put together your goals for next year, you're gonna be playing catch up. So clear off your time on your schedule to make sure you attend each and every segment. They build on each other. And unfortunately, due to the nature of our relationship with a lot of the speakers, there's not gonna be a replay for this. So you need to do everything you can to be here, be present right now. Your future self will thank you for it. And you're really smart for being here because 2021 is set up to be a historic year, not just for the world, but for real estate investors. And if you do a few key things correctly, it's gonna be the year that you look back on that changed your life. So to help get you to where you wanna be, you'll see right below me, there's a phone number. I want you to text 2021 to the phone number below. You'll get an agenda for today, an agenda for tomorrow, and you'll also get your worksheet. So go ahead and do that right now. That's the first thing you need to do. And this entire Sofa Summit is brought to you by Connected Investors and sponsored by Privatelenders.com. Visit Privatelenders.com/go to meet a verified non-bank private money lender ready, willing, and able to fund any of your flips or rentals. All right. We have an action-packed few days. You're really smart for being here. And again, I'm sorry there won't be a replay, so be present with us right here, right now. Let's go ahead and kick it off. So you can build your lifestyle, exactly what you want.
Real estate investors
to help add a zero to the end of what you're making. Ever done a deal using none of their own money? You've seen an easy way to get in. I'd like to introduce you to the one, the only Dave Steck. Dave, take it away.
You see, we thought that the U.S. economy was already a house of cards. Why? Pretty simple. There was a record high stock market, a record high level of junk bonds, of unicorn values, that is privately held companies that grow to over $1 billion in value. It was record high auto debt and student loans, record high real estate prices, and non-bank mortgages. I think the key words here are record and high. You see, anytime anything is at a historical high, there's more downside risk than upside potential, and you got to be careful. And if you're not, you potentially run the risk that many people found themselves subject to back in 2007 through 2009. I got out of the market in 2005 and was completely out by 2006. I got in the market in 2009 through 11 and was completely out of the market in 2018 and 19. So market timing is really important, and timing is the most important word in life, let alone investing.
You'll see in advanced mode, there are all sorts of new ways to slice and dice the data that have never been available before. So you can now say, hey, I'm looking for a house that's between 50 to 75,000, 2 bed, 1 bath, built this year with a carport, has 50% equity. The owner put 10% down. The interest rate's 7%. They've owned it for 5 years. And it is a 2-story new construction house with light repairs. Oh my gosh. That's like filtering through so much just to find the types of deals that you or your buyers want.
This is one of the most important things I could drive home. Even if we don't work together, just know this, you have very limited time. You need to focus your time where the deals are. And I don't think I even needed to go into explanation here. By far, Facebook still just eats the competition for lunch. So if you have limited time, which you do, focus where the deals are, and the deals and the people are on Facebook, okay? Specifically, where Chatbot lives is on Facebook Messenger, and there's now well over 1.5 billion people actively on a monthly basis using Facebook Messenger. And between Messenger and the messaging apps, over 80% of Americans are using Messenger apps regularly at this point. There's 5 times more Messenger apps sent than text messages. Just let that sit in. And it's not just, people texting back and forth for fun. Over a 12-month span, business messages sent on Messenger grew by 4x, 4 times over a 12-month span. And even in its early infancy with businesses, over half of people surveyed prefer to do business with Messenger over the telephone. And
What you just saw was a taste of what we presented back in July. And that's why we were so excited to do SOFA Summit number 2, because information today is moving faster than ever. Now, our first guest got us ahead of the crowd. He gave us an economic update like we've never seen before. And people who attended SOFA Summit number 1 were put light years ahead of the competition. But because things are changing so fast, we wanted to have him back to do another State of the Union so you can position yourself to profit in 2021. This is really going to help you election-proof your income. Everything that we're talking about here today is to ensure that you have a plan to hit the ground running in 2021. So how can you have a plan without a map on the sequence of events, the things that are going to happen? That's what Dave brings to the table. And that's why we're so excited to have him here on the SOFA Summit, sponsored by privatelenders.com. Dave, thank you so very much for spending time with everyone on the line here today.
Well, thanks, Ross, and thank you for inviting me to share today. This has been a crazy year. And not only has it been chaotic, but in many ways it's been volatile. And volatility equals opportunity. So there's an opportunity for us moving forward together into 2021. So let's talk about it. We're here at the SOFA Summit. It is October 28th, and we're going to be talking about something I think you're going to want to hear. The State of the Union for real estate investors and private lenders, what's coming next, and a bonus, what you ought to be doing about it based on peeking under the tent at what my family and I do. So our agenda is pretty simple. We'll talk about winning the money game, keeping a close eye on the big 3, those 3 things that you need to be tracking. We'll do an economic update. I'll get into a housing market update, and then I'll tell you what my family and I are doing that you could do too if you chose to. It's purely up to you. So let me start with a disclaimer. Now, as you know, I'm Dave Steck. Access Insiders, you'll see on the screen. Just Be the Bank is a workshop that we do, and Purpose-Built Investments is our family-owned company. Now, I'm not an attorney or an accountant or offering any investment advice, nor am I soliciting or offering any securities in this webinar, nor am I a doctor or a disease specialist. I don't even play any of these on TV. Nor is there anything for sale. My goal today is to simply give you a peek under the tent at what I see happening and what I see coming, mostly in real estate and private lending, what our family's doing about it, both to avoid risk and capitalize on opportunities, and to really give you a peek under the tent at what it feels like to be an insider. So if you find value in this presentation, you can sign up for future alerts or webinars at connectedinvestors.com/access or not. You're responsible for making your own decisions, and I always urge you to seek professional advice when considering anything that affects your future or your family or your money or your health. So let's jump in. So where do we start? Well, I'll tell you where, the single most important place, the money game and winning it. And the thing that's interesting about the money game is that it never changes. Only the strategies do that we use at different points in the market cycle. Well, this is the same triangle with bubbles that I drew as an image or images for my sons on a napkin almost 30 years ago when I was trying to teach them what the money game was all about. And today, what I'm here to tell you is that after mastering this, we've realized that real estate and private lending fit perfectly together. Now, you probably already know that, but it's important that you realize that private lending and real estate investments can both generate cash flow. Cash flow in the case of real estate is generally off rentals, whether it's short-term or longer term. And in private lending, it's generally points or interest or profit shares. You can also accumulate wealth, both through private lending as well as real estate investing. And real estate investing offers you the ability to get both appreciation and leverage. Private lending doesn't, but it allows you to scale so much faster. And if you do any of that or all of that in your Roth self-directed IRAs, or if you move here where I live in Puerto Rico, you can benefit from either no tax in the case of a Roth self-directed IRA, or in the case of Puerto Rico, 0 to 4% tax. Yep, you read that right. I play the money game from Puerto Rico, and I've been doing it now for 6 years. In fact, I used to joke that when I moved here, I was a Puerto Rican, but now I'm a full-fledged Puerto Rican after having spent over 10% of my life here. And you see that picture? I don't do any loans or own any real estate in Puerto Rico, and yet I can be there instead of here on this call. Now, all my loans are in the US, and I've never seen the homes I'm even loaning on. I created a backpack business for me and my family that allows us to all earn passive recurring double-digit interest income every minute of every day, while if I choose to day sail wherever I want on a private catamaran to a private island with like-minded people like you, talking about winning the money game, talking about new strategies and new opportunities. So would you care to join me? I've literally taken that cruise privately because I know the CEO of the cruise company, and I'd love to be able to take you there someday. Today, we're just going to have to do it virtually. But we got to start by thanking one of our insider friends that actually brought us together today. Now, why do I call Ross an insider? Well, as it turns out, if you're in the stock market and you do insider trading, you get thrown in jail. If you're an insider in real estate and you get the deal first, you get filthy stinking rich. So before I go any further, I have to thank Mr. Connected Investors himself, Ross. And he and I have known each other for almost a decade, and he asked me to do this update today, really on the impact of COVID to the economy, and in large part, the world of real estate investing and private lending. Fortunately, the timing of his request was perfect because we were just finishing this new State of the Union for real estate investors and private lenders, what's next and what we're doing about it. So as a bonus, I was able to have the time to be able to share with you today what my family and I did this year and what we're planning on doing next year. And I hope it helps you. And thank you for being here. I really want you to win the money game in 2021. Now, I've been doing what you're about to see here, what's called the State of the Union for Real Estate Investors, which is now Real Estate Investors and Private Lenders, annually for about 15 years since I did the first keynote at Harvard in 2005, and then again in 2008, and then again in 2011. And in 2005, I forecast that the market would implode. In 2008, I forecasted that Vegas would be the #1 buy market in the US by 2011. And in 2011, I predicted that the market was at or near its bottom. So 3 out of 3. So as I prepared my thoughts for this presentation, I simply asked myself, if the roles were reversed and I were you, what are the things that I want to know about where we are now and what's coming next? And much more importantly, what are you going to do about it? And what could you do about it if you wanted to? Look, most of you know, if you've heard me speak before, that I'm a real estate investor, a private lender. I manage investment funds to make other people money. But fundamentally, I'm a market timer. But who could have ever timed a year like we've had? I didn't forecast that the world would close for business during COVID, but it did, and still is in much of the world. I didn't forecast that US ghost towns would occur in the US, especially on a Saturday in New York, or in this case, New York, on the Strip in Las Vegas. Or, there you are, Manhattan in New York, or in Washington, D.C., or Chinatown on a Saturday in San Francisco. Or how about the beaches of Southern California? I didn't forecast COVID, and I didn't forecast that any of this would turn out the way that it has. But yes, in 2019 rather, I did forecast a recession this year. Why? Because there were a number of different things that could have tipped the house of cards. And then oil prices collapsed. And then the one that really did it, which we all know now, was COVID. It became the tipping point for where we are today and where we're heading into next year. So what does our research tell us? Well, we have a lot of sources, both public and private, and we spend a fortune on research to understand what I'm about to share with you. Then in real estate, there are really three things that you ought to be tracking. If you can track these three things, you're going to have a pretty good feel for what's going on. One is sales price, number two is interest rate, and number three is income. Now, why those three? Well, those three together make up affordability, and affordability, that is the ability to afford something, drives demand, whether it's someone buying shoes or someone buying houses. And there are other indicators, and we're going to cover a lot of them, but let's just start by taking a quick look at what I call the big three. If you keep a close eye on these three, you're going to have your finger on the pulse, for the most part, in terms of what's going on, both in the economy, but specifically housing. Number one, median sale prices shot up 32,000 over the last 16 weeks, 14.9% year over year. As you can see there, it had dropped considerably in April, May, and June during COVID, and then it's since come back with a vengeance. Number two, interest rates. 30-year fixed rate interest rates hit a new all-time low on October 15th of 2.86%. Think about that. That is crazy. But then there's this thing called income. And normally we look at increases or decreases in income, but now we're looking at, are people employed or not employed? That's the issue. And there's a lot of uncertainty that still looms because the current U.S. Unemployment rate is about 8%. And in February, prior to COVID, it was 3.5%. It's been dropping since the peak in April, to be sure, but a lot of that is due to the Payment Protection Plan and other government stimulus like EIDL and some other things. We'll take a look at it in a second. But what happens when all that dries up entirely? Things are going to change. 20% of states have either paused or reversed their reopenings, and that was before we hit a new peak in cases at the end of last week, an all-time peak in the US in terms of case count for any particular week. Affordability is going to get worse through 2023 if prices go up faster than the reduction in interest rate. And that's why the Fed has decided that they are going to keep the interest rate low through 2023. Unless, of course, demand slows. Then what might happen? Well, if demand slows, price is going to back off. It may become more affordable, but until then, things are going to get worse from an affordability standpoint. Now let's talk about an economic update before we really drill down on the housing market. For the most part, the artificial economy, as I call it, has really not been renewed. You know, both sides of the partisan aisle have been fighting over what it might look like. But since we originally had the gradual exit shelter in place at the end of the second quarter, we've seen that things have pretty much dried up. So in red, you can see where they've dried up. We're past the deadline for the Payment Protection Plan, and there's no new money likely before the election. The stimulus, which were the $1,200 checks you received if you were single or $2,400 if you were married, no checks have been proposed. How about unemployment? Well, it expired, so there's now been a 63% cut in income for the average worker on unemployment. Depending upon the state, some workers may get some additional funds because of the executive order, but not likely. The good news is on student loan deferral, and we'll understand why that's important in a minute, it was an executive order that's been extended to January 21. Mortgage forbearance, not good or bad. It's federally backed such that mortgage borrowers can have 180 days of forbearance and are allowed a 180-day extension. But that's forbearance. It's not forgiveness. It's kicking the can down the road. That amount of money is still due. And then there's the eviction ban, which has been extended through the end of this year, but there's no executive order to contain provisions for any further relief. So the artificial economy is wearing off until such time as the election is over, in which case, if the Democrats find themselves in office, I'd expect that they'll move quickly to endorse an awful lot of support. If the Republicans get in, it'll continue to be like it is now. Expect employment growth to bounce back starting in 2021 through 2023. And what do I really mean by that? Well, we're currently down about 11 million jobs, and by the end of this year, we're likely to lose more. Now, why would I say that? Well, I'll talk about why on the next slide, but just know that we do expect it to bounce back such that we'll see about 13 million of those 18 million recover, but not until the end of 2023. You see, starting in 2012, the retirement age population began exploding. The decline in labor force participation is partly based on retiree population explosion that started in 2012. Now, fast forward to the mid-2020s, there will be twice as many people celebrating their 65th birthday as in the 1980s and 90s. And right now, people turning 65 every year is just under 4 million and rising. So job growth will slow as more people retire. And older workers, I anticipate, will start retiring earlier as a result of this year's pandemic. Consumer spending is rebounding. That's the good news, but it's still down from where it was. And it's up largely in online, not at traditional retail. Consumer confidence is still down considerably more. In fact, on an index of 100, it's down 16 points from the forecast of 93 and below the 100 that was posted in 1985. So consumers aren't real confident right now. Why? Well, we're in a recession. And if you go back and look at the post-Great Recession, that period from 2007 through 2009, we are currently in the 9th year of recovery, but that recovery ceased prior to COVID in February of 2020. So COVID put the brakes on this. And typically these recession recoveries tend to last 2 to 5 years. But in 1991 to 2006, it lasted 15 years. And now we've been on a 9-year tear. Well, if we compare real gross domestic product and we look at the decline that we've seen in past recessions, you can see that the Great Recession had a 4% impact, whereas the Great Depression in the 1920s and 30s had a 26% impact. So what has COVID done to impact us? Well, in the second quarter alone, gross domestic product fell 32% year over year, which is greater than the Great Depression. Fortunately, it's rebounded. And if you look at prior recessions, they didn't even reach double digits. And here we were at a 32% drop in the second quarter of 2020 during the COVID meltdown. Inflation went nearly to zero in May, but then it ticked back up through through September. And if you look at where we are today, I'm anticipating that unchecked spending will likely create serious economic problems in our future. I'm not trying to be a pessimist. I'm simply sharing what I think to be the 3 main factors. Number 1, U.S. government debt. It's not going to surprise any of you to know that our debt is going up significantly, especially with all the stimulus. So we're at 27 trillion, that is, and rising, and debt burden will suppress growth because of interest payments. Foreign government debt, along with dependence on energy and commodities, will slow global growth, and unfunded pension obligations and trillion-dollar budget shortfalls are going to put future retirees in a position where they're likely to be shortchanged unless we see inflation where prices go up, or we see huge tax increases for those that are still working, or we see government spending cuts. So at the end of the day, we've got some serious economic problems in our future. And combined with spending, debt burdens will also show economic growth, because in the debt category, there are really 3 factors. The first is mortgage debt. and it remains relatively high. Even though mortgage interest rates are low, roughly 50% of recent mortgages have 90% LTV ratios. So if there's a drop in home values, you can see the problem that we'd have. So during the downturn, should there be one, and we anticipate there will be, we expect that there will be mortgage defaults or foreclosures. Student debt hinders everything: entrepreneurship, household formations, home ownership, big ticket spending, and the delinquency on these loans is ticking up at a double-digit interest rate. And how about corporate debt? Well, in 2014, there was an IPO boom, and then there was an M&A boom, mergers and acquisition. And at that point, low interest rates has really fueled corporate borrowing binges. So business growth has slowed in recent quarters due to COVID, and it's ultimately going to result in jobs that are shed because they grew too fast, and now they can't service the debt in about 20% of companies' cases. So expect increased bankruptcies. Now let's get back to that consumer debt thing I was talking about. Mortgages, most of you may not realize, are the bulk of consumer debt. They're 69%. Now, they were at a high in 2008 of 74%. But why have they fallen? Well, it's really student loans who have taken a larger share. Student loans in 2003 were 3% of total consumer debt, and now they're at 11%. So when you hear about the student loan crisis, now you know why. Between mortgage debt and student loan debt, 80% of the total debt as consumers that we have is in one of those two areas. On average, half of the households have some form of lost income this year. So if you're already in debt, both on the mortgage as well as the student loan side, and you're now losing income, and across all age groups, there's an average of 30% of folks who expect additional losses coming, you can see why people may be concerned. And banks are among them. Banks are preparing for major losses on loans. And housing is becoming an even larger portion of GDP. So if there's any pullback at all in the housing market, which is the one bright spot in our economy, along with online anything, the share of GDP that's tied to housing is now 22%, which is the highest rate since 2005 when the market was peaking during the last run-up. So prepare in the future, in the next 12 to 18 months, for a prolonged period of slower economic recovery. And as the stimulus ends, as the artificial economy wears off, we'll have this extended but slow gradual economic recovery. It's not going to be back to the boom years. Moody's is projecting that we'll get back to 2019 levels by the end of next year. I think it could be too optimistic. So let's talk about the good news. Right now, the housing market is doing really well. It's the one bright spot in the economy. If you were to look at 7 main economic metrics, you'd look at economic growth and you'd see it's obviously weaker than it was last year. The purple box is 1 year ago and the check mark is where we are today. So economic growth is weaker than it was a year ago. All economic indicators are weaker. Consumer behavior is weaker. Affordability is roughly the same because prices have gone up, but it's been offset by lower interest rates. Housing supply is actually in good shape. What that means is that inventory is low, as we'll see in a second. So housing supply is the one thing, along with interest rates, that is driving higher prices and lower inventory right now. The new home market is doing well, roughly where it was, as is the existing home market. But again, inventory, otherwise known as supply, continues to drop. In fact, it's dropped by over a third just in the last 12 months. Overall month supply, when you look at each MSA is a metropolitan statistical area, of which there are 405 MSAs in the US and its territories. If you were to look at the combination of decreasing inventory and slightly increased demand, largely driven by low interest rates, it's driving month supply down further. So in the top 29 MSAs, the top markets, overall month supply averages 2.1. Across the US, it's 1.6. So we're seeing a 32% decrease year over year and a 29% decrease in inventory since the onset of COVID. That's what's driving price, along with low interest rates. Nearly every major market is experiencing a sharp drop in inventory, except for San Francisco and New York. That shouldn't surprise you about New York, but it may surprise some of you that San Francisco is in that group. Well, my youngest son was one of the 4 founding partners of the largest private lender or hard money lending company in America, worth over $1 billion. So we had a nice home in San Francisco, and he recently moved because we are market timers. We saw that there were going to be issues in San Francisco. So he moved from the market with the highest increase in inventory, as it turns out, to the market that it turns out has the lowest inventory, or among the lowest. So what he did is sold a very expensive home that he went under contract in June on and closed in July 20th. So it's now been a few months since he closed and went to the right market where business is booming. Pending sales, otherwise known as demand, is up 31% year over year. That's amazing. All major markets are up year over year in terms of demand. Again, pending sales is an indication of demand. And home sales, that is sold closings, are on the rise again because pending closings are up. So we're going to see an increase in the amount of home sales, which is good for those of you who generate commissions from the sale of real estate. Pending sales have been on a tear for the last 19 weeks, and the spring buying season was pushed into the summer this year. What's going to be interesting to see is how the fall turns out. Does the fall turn out to be last year's summer? Does the winter not be as significant as a sales drop normally would be, or not? Well, we'll see. But list prices have risen nearly 30,000 since mid-April, which is up 14%. And again, we're talking about the combination of decreased inventory and slightly increased demand driven by interest rates across, in this case, 33 metropolitan statistical areas. Now, in those top 33 markets, resale home prices is about $470,000, whereas in the US, it's about $330,000. So this represents an overall 8% increase year over year and a 9% increase since COVID. Median price on new single-family homes dropped from July to August, and so it's down a little bit on new single-family homes, and 32 of the top 33 markets are showing year-over-year growth in list price. Home purchase sentiment rose to 81 on an index of 100 in September. Now, of course, that continues the upward trajectory from the trough in April, but it's still not as low as it was 5 years ago pre-COVID. 54% of people think now is a good time to buy. And in September, the net share of Americans who say it's a good time to buy actually decreased by 8 percentage points, which reversed last month's increase. 56% of people think now is a good time to sell. And that net percentage of those who think it's a good time to sell actually increased by 14 percentage points in September, which continues those increases that we've seen over the last few months. Google searches for existing homes are up 27% year over year, and on new homes, they're up 31% year over year. Whereas on apartments, we're only up 7% year over year, but supply is increasing. So there's a likely impact next year in terms of rent rates, and not a good impact. 7.3% of all loans are delinquent or in foreclosure, which is going to translate to distressed sales in 2021. Now, most mortgage holders are caught up on their payments right now. 90% are caught up on their payments, but they're less confident in the future because 67% have said that they don't have as much confidence in their ability to pay next month's mortgage payment. So purchase mortgage applications have been dipping down a little in recent weeks. Yes, they've actually, had that V-shaped recovery, but they're actually dipping down now. Now, keep in mind that mortgage applications don't always translate into housing market strength or weakness, because there are what are called false signals, and those are things we don't have time to get into, but they can impact the market. So, with that economic background, with that housing market background, by looking at the top three, what am I doing? What are my family and I doing about it? What could you do about it in 2021? And what could you do about it this year, preparing for next year? Well, we're doing a number of things, and I thought I'd share 5 of them with you today. First of all, if you're not already doing it, do research. You see, research leaves clues. Research uncovers the clues that real estate leaves. Real estate leaves clues, and research uncovers the clues that real estate leaves. You see, if you look at the last 7 economic downturns, housing actually takes almost 3 times as long to reach the trough than the economy does at large. So we see a lag between the economy and housing. Well, we as a family spend a fortune on research, as you're seeing today. Why? Because it's our unfair competitive advantage. It's why we don't lose money. I mean, I'm not saying we know everything, but we spend a fortune to try to figure it out. We don't make money in real estate for cash flow. We don't. I mean, we're not really caring too much about generating cash flow from real estate. We generate cash flow from private lending, and a lot more than we could from real estate, because we can generate double-digit returns from private lending and single-digit returns from real estate. And keep in mind, real estate can go up or it can go down, but a private loan doesn't do that. So for us, we're not as focused on cash flow. We're not really looking at cash flow as anything more than the glue that holds deals together long enough for us to figure out the when and the where. So if we can get appreciation, instant appreciation by buying right, forced appreciation by converting something to better use or rehabbing something, or market appreciation, we can have experiences like we had when we went into Las Vegas in 2008. Back in 2002, when we first started investing in real estate in Las Vegas, we were buying homes for around $120,000, and at that time the median price was $147,000. We got out of the market in 2005 and 6, right before it peaked at $287,000 in 2007, which was twice as high in 5 years. So basically in 5 years, the market doubled. Well, then it dropped 65% to $100,000 5 years later. And then a few years after that, it went up 160%. Now, if you bought like we did in 2002 and got out when we did in 2005 and 6, and got back in like we did in 2010 and 11 and got out again in 2019, you can see how well you'd be able to do in one market by getting the when and the where right. And the when comes in the form of when to get in and when to get out. And there's one of them that's much more important than the other one. Invest in markets where the numbers make sense at this point in the market cycle or at the next point in the market cycle. Wayne Gretzky is famous for saying, don't skate to where the puck is, skate to where the puck's going. That's how he became successful. Well, we know the markets that are growing, those that are maturing, those that are declining. We also know the markets that are falling. There are no markets at the bottom yet, but there will be some coming. And there are no markets that are recovering. All the recovery has happened and all the bottoming is in our future. So we're investing in markets that are driven by in-migration. We know that people are leaving the major metros for the smaller metros, what's called the secondary and tertiary markets, where they can work from home, have a much nicer place, and have a property instead of, say, a condo in the city. It's primarily happening in the South and Southeast. So that's where most of our attention is. If the first thing is research, what's the second thing? Second thing is choosing your target. If you're going to shoot at something that'll make sense. For us, it's single family residential, period. Here's why. We compared all three real estate sectors, industrial, commercial, and residential. Then we compared the 10 real estate subsectors within them. So we looked at industrial, factories and plants. Well, we know the impact that social distancing has had on productivity. And warehouses are great if you happen to have online clients, but what if your clients are all offline? So we chose not to do industrial, which those two are in the category of. Shopping malls. Have you been to one lately? Are you planning on going anytime soon? How about retail? Dining out as often as you used to? Planning on doing so in the shorter medium term? How about office? Office has completely fallen apart. And the bigger companies are announcing indefinite work from home through 2021. How about hotels? That's not looking real good right now. When's the last time you stayed in one? And when are you planning on it? And here's the thing. All of these things require repositioning. Well, repositioning is a long-term play. By trying to buy really cheap now, repositioning, say, the use of a shopping mall or the use of retail or the use of office, and hoping it happens and comes back. Well, self-storage is a good option, but what are people going to pay their mortgage or their storage payment? Multifamily is way overbuilt now. It's one of the most impacted income segments, we think, moving into 2021, because there's been a shift toward distancing and space. Airbnb, it's really been a tough year for short-term rentals, as we all know, and Airbnb actually laid off a quarter of their staff. They are planning on doing an IPO, and business is coming back, but it's slow. And then there's single-family residential. Well, I don't know about you, but we believe it's the one area that's held up the best right now, and we believe it's the one subsector with the best risk-adjusted return in the next 3 to 5 years, period. And within it, we like short-term. We like getting in, getting out, profit, and moving on, doing wholesaling, doing flipping, and doing private lending to wholesalers and flippers. So number one, research. Number two, choose your target, in our case, single family residential. And if you're going to choose short term like we have, build the best team for your time frame. In our case, short term, so we've got the best team. My son heads up the fastest growing real estate investing company in America called Sunday. He and the former co-founder of Airbnb created this company in 2018, and they are on fire. They anticipated and zigged and zagged at the right times, and now they're focused on wholesale, flipping, and lending to wholesalers and flippers. So they created the most experienced flip, lending, and tech team in the US. They've got a group of people who've done almost 60,000 flips. Think of that. How about $2 billion worth of bridge loans? And how about leveraging technology in flipping and lending from companies like Lending Home and Airbnb and Yahoo and Dropbox and Twitter? And it's crazy, the team that they have created. And the financial markets agree with them, such that they were able to raise a $17 million round when other people were struggling. And other people like Peter Thiel, the founder of PayPal, and the founders of Capital One, and other people are backing them. And so are investors like you and me. This happened to be a webinar last night where new investors were given an opportunity to invest in a new opportunity fund that Sunday put together. It's their third fund called Home Love 3. Now, that's not the point of this call. It's not about promoting opportunity funds. It's about talking about how you take something like COVID and turn lemons into lemonade. It's about being the victor, not the victim. It's about making the economy your economy. And what we believe, and our research dictates, is that investors are becoming an increasing share of home purchases. You can see what happened even through the COVID meltdown in the second quarter of 2020. So, number 4, build a community of insiders, folks like Ross, folks that I hope like me that are on this call with you. Make the economy your economy. Don't try to do it all yourself. In our case, Josh did a webinar and raised a ridiculous amount of money for a new opportunity fund. I did a webinar and raised money for a venture fund. Now, again, that's not the point of the calls tonight, but what I'm trying to tell you is neither of these funds existed in 2020, 6 months ago. You've got to figure out what's going on in the economy and make it yours. And so you can either capitalize on chaos or you can be crushed by it, and you choose. So, number 5, private lending. Private lending and the 6 F's are always important. And you may have heard me say this before, but if you're a flipper, you need to have 6 skill sets, not 1. As a flipper or an active investor or an operator, you have to find it, figure it, fund it, fix it, fill it, and flip it. In other words, in order to find it, you have to understand marketing. In order to figure it, you've got to figure out finance. And oh, by the way, if you want to fund it, you've got to do fundraising. If you fix it, you have to understand contracting and rehab. To fill it, you have to be a property manager or understand it. And to flip it, you need to understand how to sell. By contrast, the private lender doesn't work hard on all 6. They work smart on 1. And so for small to large investors, private lending is the best effort to return ratio. I mean, it's for small, for medium, for large investors, everybody on this call, including me, private lending is the best effort to return ratio on the planet. I remember when I put this together back in 2011, and I said, what are my perfect wants in a business? And I said, I want to put the least amount of time into everything. I want to have the least amount of expense, the least amount of brain damage, make the most amount of money, make the most amount of recurring revenue. I went down the list and I checked off all the boxes, my 12 in private lending. Now, if you look at private lending, you can even combine it with a self-directed IRA, which I don't recommend that folks buy real estate in their IRA, because a slip and fall can literally wipe you out if someone gets a judgment that's more than your insurance. You could literally lose your entire self-directed IRA, but that can't happen in private lending because all you own is paper. You don't own a real asset. You own paper on the asset. So imagine these 2 guys on the right. Well, for legacy purposes, I wanted to plant the seed of self-reliance and wealth and to plant it before they could understand it. So my sons and I decided to help my grandsons begin to grow their fortunes tax-free. First, we opened self-directed Roth IRAs for them. Second, I hired them and I paid them a modeling contract or under a modeling contract where they were able to earn income. So they are doing modeling work right now by my being able to show you those photos. Now we're able to help them build and make unusually great returns to build their Roth self-directed IRAs. And you're thinking to yourself, wait a minute, with a small initial starting balance, how are your grandsons actually going to be able to fund any deals? Well, let's say it was a $56,000 loan to a flipper. How could they do that? Well, they can't, but they can be a wrap lender. I know you've probably never heard of that before, but I'm going to share a little bit of an example. I'm going to share an example that really shares with you a real live deal that my grandson did with his uncle, which is my other son, a few months ago. Now I'm going to go quick, so just watch closely. This will be quick. A borrower that our family knows had an easy, light rehab and needed a lender. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 800 square foot home built in 1955, and it was dated, but it wasn't shabby and didn't require a lot of work. So he bought it for $50,000, planned on putting $6,250 in rehab into it, so a cosmetic flip to create a rental grade property, not a retail grade property. So the total amount of money he needed was $56,250 and asked for 100% of all the acquisition and rehab money. Well, the loan to value on a $75,000 ARV was 75%. The rent was going to be $1,050. It was a great rent to price ratio. even at a resale price of $75,000. And the borrower said, I'd be willing to borrow at 2 points and 13% interest for 12 months, even though a light to no rehab, in this case, a cosmetic rehab, would take a lot less time than that. So here's how the deal worked out. There were 2 loans, not one. My son loaned $49,250, and my grandson loaned what he had, which was $7,000 in his new Roth. And that $56,000 was broken down so that there was a wrap loan that wrapped the underlying loan of $49,250. So ultimately, my son ended up making half of the money. In other words, half of the money on his $49,250. Instead of 13% interest, he agreed to take 6.5% interest. And instead of 2 points, he agreed to take 1 point. He still got a 10.3% annualized return, but my grandson got a 93% annualized return in 95 days, tax-free. How would you like that? In other words, how many of those would you like? Well, here's the calculator. You can see the 95 days the money was out. You can see the 93% interest or annualized return that my grandson made, and the 10.3% return that my son made. And right about now, even though that was a quick example, you're probably asking yourself what everybody does was, wait, how did you do that again? And I always say, you're not alone. Everybody wants to understand that. So what we literally did this year, and we started last year, is we created a workshop to teach private lending. And it's called Just Be the Bank. And this isn't about trying to convince you to do this. It's about sharing. So what started as a one-time do-good workshop turned into a powerful 2.5-day live event that has now become virtual, where you're able to learn how to make passive, recurring, double-digit annualized income, add it to your family's wealth. And if you do it in a Roth self-directed IRA, it's tax-free. Now, as with any workshop, it's not for everyone. This is for serious people who want to learn the best real estate investing strategy on the planet. We've done tens of thousands of loans as a family between my company and the largest company in America that was built by my son as one of the 4 founding partners. If you're interested, just send us a message to connectedinvestors.com/access. And that's at the bottom of every screen. So if you miss it now, you'll see it on the next screen. The bottom line is the fastest way to win and to master the money game is to do it together. I know because I tried to do it myself early in my career until I figured this out. If you could do private lending, if you could do real estate in terms of generating cash flow, if you could invest in private lending as a scalable business, if you could invest in real estate, if you could invest in early stage technology investments like we do, if you could do it tax-free in your Roth, or you move to Puerto Rico with me, think about what you could literally create for you and your family. That's the view that I have every day looking off my balcony. And every day I'm able to generate passive, recurring, double-digit interest income, both direct and indirectly, whether I have any active income or not. You and I could leverage next year in terms of real estate appreciation. We can keep it all. We can optimize our effort to return. We can do it from a backpack anywhere in the world. That is a lot for you to absorb. That's why we probably need to talk. So at the end of the day, I think it's important that you realize that if you can create a backpack business that allows you to generate passive, recurring, double-digit interest income, build it into a portfolio with real estate, and ultimately be tax advantaged, how can you not win the money game? And that's what our family has done and mastered. So if what we're doing as a family resonates with you, and if you're serious, not just curious, be decisive and take action anytime in the face of uncertainty. Always be the victor, not the victim, especially during unprecedented times like now. Funny thing is, I'm a market timer. I'm an investor in real estate. I'm a private lender. I manage other people's money and funds. And my family and I capitalized mightily before, during, and after the last crash. And at that time, everybody said it was unprecedented. Well, it was, but we know how to take unprecedented and make it precedented by having looked at the last 3 market cycles and now being in the middle of one right now. You can capitalize this time like we will. And you can do it if you make the economy your economy. You've got to be the learner, not the learned. It's now time to learn new things, not to think what you've learned in the past is going to serve you. How's it serving retail? How's it serving office? How's it serving shopping malls? Not too well. At this point, you've got to make sure not to allow any kind of chaos like COVID or anything else to beat you. What if we capitalize on it together, or at least agree that both of us want to maximize our income and wealth, don't we? I do. And so at the end of the day, imagine total freedom. There is nothing less or nothing more that is acceptable or unacceptable than total freedom. So to that end, if you're serious, if you're not just curious, just join us. Ross and I created a link that you can go to, connectedinvestors.com/access. I think my image there may be covering that up. And we created it only for serious investors within the CI community that want to always know what's coming next and how to capitalize on it. So all you have to do is go to connectedinvestors.com/access, access being 2 C's and 2 S's, and scroll down after you read the message and then complete a couple of questions. Once we've got your answers to a few questions, it'll help me understand more about you like you understand about me, and it'll allow us to do something more together than we could ever do alone. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Winston Churchill said this at the peak of World War II, and I'm telling you that this isn't a world war we're dealing with, but it is a world economy in chaos. It's going to be volatile, but volatility equals opportunity for those of us who decide to take the economy, make it our economy, and really be the victors, not the victims this time around. So that's the end, or could be the beginning if you choose. Whether you've done this before or not in the past, go in to connectedinvestors.com/access and just submit the information. We'll keep you on our list. We'll communicate with you about updates and webinars and other things that we're doing. And we want you to be part of our community like we're part of the Connected Investors community. So I think that's it. Ross, any questions?
Hey, can someone help me here? Can you hear me? All right. Hello. So we're going to start in with some questions here, and we're going to pull Dave in. I need the team here to make sure we get Dave in here. So, all right, great. So that was an amazing presentation, and that's why it's important to be part of Connected Investors and part of this insider group right here, so we can really bring you timely information. And Dave, if you're there, if you can unmute yourself, that would be very, very helpful. All right. So there's some things here as
Ross,
we're bringing.
I'm going to jump in real quick. I've been working with Dave, and what he's asking, we're having some technical difficulties. If you could call him on your cell phone and just patch them in. And then if you guys could have a conversation that way through audio, I'm sure the group
Sure.
would still be ready to hear the conversation that way if possible.
Absolutely. Might be a little bit tough there, but to get Dave's time is super valuable. And some of the things that I really took away from that was that Dave said is his research is really his unfair advantage there. And think about all of the research you just got from being on this call. It was amazing to have a whole economic team out there doing all that hard work for you. And we're calling Dave in now.
I'm here.
All right, Dave. I hope everyone here on the line can hear Dave okay.
That sounds great.
It sounds good?
Hopefully.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, good stuff, Dave. I'm sorry about the little audio issue there. Your presence on this SOFA Summit is so vitally important to the direction that I personally take in my business and that so many people rely on. I felt like I had this unfair advantage. I was keeping you all to myself for a while. And that's why I'm so glad we opened up the doors on the SOFA Summit here. So other people can learn from the deep research that you do that kind of times the market. So thanks again for spending time with us here.
Well, my pleasure. And I can tell you, as you already know, that research is our unfair competitive advantage. So without it, we wouldn't be able to win 99.9% of the time. And so it really is critical.
Yeah. And one thing you said here that I just want to point back out is you said, if you're investing in stocks and you use inside information, you go to jail. But your job as a real estate investor is literally to get inside information to beat the market, wouldn't you say?
It really is. And here's the other thing that's really interesting. If you want to play in the stock market, you pay whatever Apple is selling for today if you're trying to buy Apple. And if you're trying to buy gold, you pay whatever, the price of gold is. And if you're interested in buying oil, you pay whatever the price of a barrel of oil is. So you're basically paying retail in everything other than real estate. And none of us on this call are paying real estate. We're all buying at a discount. So real estate offers an unfair competitive advantage. And when you compare that or combine it with research, it's like cheating, only legal.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if you can go in and buy Apple stock for half price right now. How much, how much would you buy?
Everything I could.
Exactly. And that's why so many smart investors are getting into all different aspects of real estate. What I love about this presentation is you touch on it from a few different angles here, because your background, I mean, Dave, you starting in a trailer park, right? To rising to royalty through real estate, and now being able to look back at all of those steps that you took, and your new strategies now have a lot to do with lending, because it provides you with all of the benefits, with a lot less of the brain damage of actually doing the fix and flipping. So it's just cool to see the full circle, the full journey that you can take within real estate. And I don't know many people who have blazed a trail quite like you have. I mean, Dave, your family, is quite arguably the most successful family in private lending, in America. And that's why we love having you on these calls.
Well, I'll tell you what, it didn't just happen by accident. I just didn't roll out of a trailer park. I mean, we made a lot of mistakes along the way. But the one thing that we were able to do was use research in order to find a new thing or a new time, because it's all about when and where. And right now is when it is. I mean, it is where it is. We are here in 2020. And the question is, what are we going to do about it this quarter in preparation for next year? Because next year is going to be a big year for those of us who choose to be the victors, not the victims. And I really mean that. It's just not something that I say that's cute. It's literally the wealth transference that happens every day that you're going to have to decide, not you, Ross, because you've already decided, but everybody else, whether they're going to be on the right side or the wrong side of it. And it's going to impact their family for generations to come. And so I'm excited. I am so looking forward to this next year. We're going to have a great time. You and I both, Ross, as well as I hope everybody else on the call.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we wanted to hold this SOFA Summit right now because the whole purpose of this SOFA Summit is for everyone here to have their 2021 action plan in place so they can hit the ground running in December, rather than waiting for January 1st to start thinking about it. And there's a number on the screen there. You text 2021 to the number on the screen. We're going to go ahead and send you your worksheet and your freebies for you to plan out your next year. This will be available, depending on when you're watching this, in about an hour, hour and a half here. So just shoot the text. We'll get you that worksheet. We'll get you that worksheet really soon. But stick with us over these 2 days here. And unfortunately, there's no replays. And as we go through these sessions, you'll be able to fill in some of the blanks to this really powerful worksheet that's going to help give you clarity on exactly what to do next year. Now, Dave, you forecasted a recession, even before COVID. You didn't know necessarily that COVID was going to hit, but you knew that was I remember when we talked, you had the likelihood of a pandemic was still on your radar. So you just gave it very low odds for being what caused the recession, but you knew something was going to happen. We're 7 months in. What you're doing from my perspective is perfect with the private lending, but is there anything else that you'd like to kind of add to what you're doing now that you're 7 months in, and kind of what you see over the next little while?
Yeah, I think, when this whole thing, kind of came onto our radar, and I'm really going back to 2019 because we anticipated a recession. I forecasted it, but I wasn't expecting COVID to be the thing that happened. In fact, it wasn't on our radar, to be honest, in 2019. It only started becoming a part of our radar in January. And even in February, I spoke at a conference in Mexico and talked about the recession, not knowing that it would be triggered of what we call insiders that we could mobilize. And we've already launched 2 funds as a result of what's going on with COVID.
Hey, Dave.
So that we're all making money.
Dave,
So,
I have to actually recap the last few seconds you said there, because there was a little a sound blip there. Dave was talking about right now, short term, anything in real estate is the way to go, and residential real estate is where he's focusing based on all of the research, which means wholesaling and stuff like that. Micro flipping is a really safe place to be while there's a lot of unrest. Outside of that, Dave, you were talking about right now, the biggest challenge is finding the inventory.
that's exactly right. I mean, if you can find the inventory, remember, interest rates are at an all-time low, so demand is great. The key is finding inventory because it's at an all-time low. So if people are able to embrace what you're doing, Ross, and actually find more inventory, they have to win the game because prices are going up and demand is going up. So the key is supply right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's, right directly after this Q&A, we're bringing on a lady by the name of Cherie. And Dave, 3 months ago, she got access to PIN and just started going through it and reaching out to motivated sellers. And within 3 months, she replaced her income and made more this year than she made last year because she was focusing on short term and she got really good at finding deals. So sometimes you do a lot of research to figure out what works. Sometimes you just roll up your sleeves, you follow your gut, and you get in the trenches, and you're right where you need to be. Because Dave, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got to be in to win, right?
Absolutely. You know, there's a lot of people who are talkers and dreamers, and that doesn't accomplish anything in life. I would have never been, gotten out of a trailer park if I'd been sitting there looking at everything that was happening around me and feeling like, woe is me. So at the end of the day, those of you who are committed to taking action are the ones that are going to win. And It sounds like the person you just mentioned is winning.
Yeah, no, absolutely. She really is. I'm excited to introduce you to you guys. But listen, if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to leave some comments if you're learning something. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you learned. Give us a thumbs up. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel because we host an Exactly How YouTube show where we break down a lot of strategies step by step. So you don't want to miss any of that for sure. So make sure to like, comment, and share. We're bringing this to you guys, and not charging you what we should. I mean, Dave, if someone reached out to you and said, I want 3 hours of your time, how much would it cost? What would that even?
Yeah. It's funny that you should ask that because I remember when I was young, it cost like $8 to change your oil. And I said, why would I ever do that when I can change my own oil for $3? And then I started using attorneys, and they were $300 an hour or $500 an hour or $1,000 an hour. And I said, who would pay him that? Well, I pay him all day long because I make so much more than that on an hourly basis. I can't afford to give someone 3 hours of my time. And it really is the important thing that everyone needs to understand is that you're a corporation. You may be Joe Incorporated, and you've got to add value by doing something that the marketplace needs and charging handsomely for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, hey, team, everyone who's on the line here, if you have any questions, make sure to go ahead and throw them back in the box. I see about 500 people saying, hey, I can't hear, but that was just for about 30 seconds there. Dave, the second the audio went out, it's like everyone got nervous. They weren't going to hear what you had to say. They're like, oh, no. It's like that Snickers commercial, right? When you're finally getting to the point and all of a sudden the conversation stops. So let me just ask you this question while I'm going to go ahead and while you're answering this, I'm going to be looking through the questions that are coming in. But like I said earlier, your family is the most successful family in private lending. I have to ask you, like, why are you creating a workshop to show other people how to do this? Is this not creating competition for you, or are you just passionate to give back? Can you kind of explain that? Because it's not something you've ever done before. You've been really kind of behind the curtains and, served as a guide for the most successful financial minds and even Harvard, right? I mean, when Harvard needs to know what's going on, they bring you on to give the economic update. So, why are you extending this to the individuals here at connectedinvestors.com/access?
Yeah, I'll be straight up with everybody on the call. Look, we're not a seminar company. And my family and I are not gurus. You're not going to see us on late night TV. You're not going to see us doing any outbound marketing. We only have one workshop. And the only reason we do it is because last year someone asked us to do it. And I brought it up at my mastermind. Everyone wanted to do it. So we ended up showing up, and there were 42 people that we spent 3 days with. Now, next month, we're doing our last workshop of the year. And the only reason we're doing it is to try to help you get to where you're going quicker. If you believe, like we do, in private lending. Look, being the bank clearly is the single best place to be in real estate. Why? Well, think of it this way. When's the last time your bank called you to remind you to make the mortgage payment on the first of the month? They never call you, as long as you make your payment. So when you think about it that way, you realize that for the next 30 years, they're going to make money off you. That's passive, recurring. How good is that? So we decided to do it to give back because we've had such enormous success with it. My son built $1 billion company, and we've done all of this within 8 years. So we're not worried about competition. We want you to compete. We want you to be the bank, and we want your family to be successful for the rest of your life doing the best thing in real estate. Eventually, you should get there. Why not now?
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. I'm just looking through some of the questions here, and I love what you did with your grandkids. You know, when you first told me this story, I actually had to switch accounting firms because when my daughter was born, I tried to do a similar thing, and my accountant said, "Sorry, you can't hire her as a model." And I took that as a personal insult, Dave. I thought they were telling me my daughter wasn't cute enough to be a model. So I switched accounting firms instantly, and I did some screenshots of that slide just to make sure to be able to kind of bring up a real world example of how you pass on generational wealth. Now, I know a lot of you on the line here, you're not necessarily thinking 3 steps ahead. You're thinking, hey, how do I solve my financial problem right here, right now? How do I, replace my income in the next 3 months? And then I'll start helping my kids out. But to have this type of strategy, seated and understand where you're going, when you get the worksheet that that we're going to be sending everyone here shortly, that sent the text in, you're going to see why it plays an important role to understand where your North Star is. This way, when you're making decisions, every decision you make is like one person on your boat rowing, and you want them all rowing in the same direction, right? That's how you get to where you want to. That's how you get to where you want to be. So one of the questions, Dave, that I had here is, can someone do this if they're dead broke, but have a lot of hustle?
Absolutely. There are 3 different ways that you can make money as a private lender. And we've made money in all kinds of different real estate. So we can make money in anything. The question is, which has the best effort to return ratio? So yeah, you can use your own money, or you can broker it to someone else who has money. Or you can put yourself in a position of doing a wrap loan, like I explained, where a little money makes you a lot of money in order to make more money with. And so, yeah, you don't have to be Rockefeller in order to be a private lender. But naturally, like with anything in life, the more money you have, the more money you can make.
Yeah. Well, man, I really appreciate that. And I can talk to you all day. And the great thing is Dave is actually coming on tomorrow morning again. Okay. So I know a lot of people are asking questions we just don't have time to jump into. But if you ask your Dave questions right now, I'll make sure that they're first up for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we're going to basically help you plan out your year. And Dave's going to break down some really interesting models for you. So Dave, thank you so very much for your time. I'm sorry about the little audio issue there to you and to everyone else, but we're all dealing with this virtual world. And I guess Dave, I mean, you're kind of a newbie to this virtual world, as are so many others, but you're adapting to it really well. And you don't need to be technologically savvy to make it in this world here.
Yeah, I can tell you last year I spent 5 months traveling, and about 3 of those months were business related. Boy, have I not missed traveling on business this year, but I'm sure missing not going to Machu Picchu or going to Thailand. So I'm really missing that. But, to the point that you made, Ross, and then I'll let you go, I am going to share the 10 things tomorrow that our family does in the 4th quarter of every year, which has allowed us to be so successful. If you want to be uber successful going into your next year, that's the way to do it, is to cheat off others. So I'll share that tomorrow.
Thank you, Dave. And this is actually an interview that I'm really looking forward to. Dave, when I reached out to him, I asked him what he was doing, and he was working on this presentation to create kind of a phenomenal 2021 for himself. And I haven't yet been privy to the presentation. So I'm making sure to be there as well. And I'm really excited for everyone else. So Dave, thank you so very much for being on the line.
My pleasure. You guys take care. Have a great SOFA Summit.
Yeah, you bet. And it's not what you know, it's who you're connected with. And you guys are able to be connected directly with individuals like Dave Steck and a lot of the people who are part of my insider group, the Connected Investors Mastermind, these elite individuals that are making it in markets. They're market makers all around the United States. And we're about to bring on someone very special here. So guys, thanks so much for jumping on. Ask your questions and make sure to send that text. We'll get you your 2021 worksheet real shortly. I'll talk to you soon. All right, everyone, we're back. And with so much uncertainty in the world right now, to have that type of insight is so valuable. And if you attended SOFA Summit #1 back in July, you had a crystal ball onto what was going to happen. We told you to push hard. The market is strong. Wholesale, micro flip, the strategies to do and the strategies to stay away from. And those of you that followed that advice have made a lot of money. Now imagine this. It's March of this year when COVID hit. Do you remember the day that COVID changed your life? People refer to COVID as BC and AC, before COVID and after COVID. Well, I'm going to tell you a little story here because one of our Connected Investors members that wasn't necessarily a real estate investor yet, they were just learning. They found us through our podcast and YouTube show. They were going through all of our guests, learning all different strategies. They decided to become a real estate agent. They're a single mother with kids at home and no daycare. And now they can't even show houses. So they had to kind of give up on being a real estate agent. They found our PIN webinar. They learned how our software could help them find deals. They took their last $1,500 and invested in the software. And the result has been life-changing. I'd like to introduce you to Cherie. And you can hear her story on how her back was against the wall with no options. But she went hard, she followed the advice, and she worked a little bit every day, and she has made tens of thousands of dollars. You can learn a lot from Cherie. Here she is.
My name is Cherie Reese, and I do business here in the Dayton, Ohio area. I actually grew up here in Dayton. I've lived here, born and raised my whole life. Well, I've always kind of had an interest in real estate. So it was always something that I wanted to learn how to do. The timing just never really was there for me. The reason that I chose real estate as a side hustle at first is because although, I have a degree and I was working a good job, I'm a single mother, right? And I have 2 small children. And I felt like in order to make enough money to sustain and take care of us, I had to work a ridiculous amount of hours. And I was missing kids after school programs, couldn't do anything with them. We can't take a vacation. I just felt like I was just working just to sustain our bills and keep a roof over our head and missing out on so much with my kids. So I felt like if I could find a way to make some more money, I wouldn't have to work as many hours and then I could not miss so much of my kids' lives. Well, so fast forward maybe 6 months ago, I took it was a real estate investment continuing education course that was taught by the president of our board of realtors. And he taught this class and I just kind of fell in love with the idea of investing. So from that class forward, all I did was study real estate investing, YouTube, just Googling all kinds of things. So I was Googling things and I came across the Connected Investors Exactly How podcast while searching on YouTube. And I kind of just started following Ross from there on. My family kind of were a little not as excited as I was when I kind of told them what I was doing. I'm kind of a person that when I kind of set my mind to do something, they know that I'm pretty serious about it. So they knew I would probably do something, but I don't think that me or them knew that it would be on the level that it turned out to be when I was first telling everybody that I was going to be a realtor. And they're like, "You're a therapist." okay, whatever you do. Okay, so just prior to getting PIN, sort of around January, February, I had decided to quit the full-time job that I was working to pursue real estate full-time. I had saved up enough money to where I could do that just even if it was just for the summer. That was my initial goal. So fast forward 30 days later, after doing that, we have this thing called COVID-19 show up, and now the option to go back to work is gone. I'm trying to figure out, I just, put all of my eggs in this basket, and now the world is kind of just on lockdown. Like, how am I going to do this now? So it was a complete curveball for me. But yet and still, I still had all of this time on my hands. So what do I do besides surf the internet? And I come across a class on the PIN4 software. And mind you, I had learned a lot about wholesaling and doing all of these things from other different avenues. So I knew enough about it to know that this pen software was something, something amazing in terms of all of the features that it has. I was kind of sold at the end of it. I kind of bought it in around mid-March, just as things were that first week when everything started to shut down. So worst thing I could do was learn something, and hopefully this will pass and it will be over with soon. So I got it, and I kind of just dove right into it, picking out different properties and just kind of learning everything until I had a nice little list compiled of what I perceived were to be some good deals. And fast forward, less than 60 days later, I was able to close on my first house. And I'm at the beginning of May. I've actually, from the date that I started to today's date, have exceeded my yearly income from last year. Like, it crazy. crazy. I never thought in a million years that would be something that I would be able to do. So yes, my business, although I'm still learning it, has taken off, even to my surprise. I said I'm never going back to therapy again. I was sold then that this is what I want to do with my time in my life. It was a no-brainer for me after that. So the first deal that I was able to find on Pen was a vacant property. And it was an older landlord, just happened to be that he wasn't living in the property, but he owned it. And it had been vacant for quite some time. And come to find out, he's elderly and he's having some health issues. And he kind of just didn't want to even deal with the property anymore. So me kind of calling him was like almost like fate because he was actually looking to get rid of it anyway. And it was a wholesale deal. And my mentor kind of helped walk me through this first one because there's no way you can plan for it. I've done the cold calling, I've done, things like that to try to get, somebody to work with me and to have somebody actually, it'd be like, ding, ding, ding. Now I'm like, okay, now this is what I want and now I don't know what to do. I need some help. So he was able to help me with that and get me through. And on that deal, I was able to make close to $18,000 on that first wholesale deal. Yeah. And that was kind of exactly the mindset that I had going into it. It was like, if I can't get a deal off of this, then it's not, this is not the field that I need to be in, because it just seemed like it was laid out so perfectly. So I said, if I could just get one, if I don't do anything else to get my money back for it, I'll be satisfied with that. And that was kind of, it was like, it's either hit or miss. I'm just going to take the chance. It seemed like it was totally worth it from what I had learned about it so far. It was something worth having. I wanted to kind of start with the fix and flips and kind of flipping properties and new construction projects and just kind of things like that. I love the idea of being able to bring a vision of mine to life and kind of sell it off and make it somebody's dream. So our dream home, so to speak. So that would be something that I would love to do. It has turned out to be a blessing in so many ways that I can spend time with my kids. We haven't been able to do much. Our trip to Disney World got canceled this year, and a lot of things got canceled. However, I always say it could be worse. And the fact that we've been able to spend this time together, and I'm not worried about, oh my God, I'm going to have to find somewhere to work. I'm going to have to figure out where you guys are going to go because there's no school. I can't take you to daycares. So it couldn't have been more perfect timing for us and them. And they've been really excited. They see a different mood in me. I'm less cranky. Not that I'm, mean, but when you're tired all the time, and I have boys that have a lot of energy, and I'm usually out, not right now, go play the video game, and now I'm able to interact more and just have fun with them and enjoy them being small. Okay, so kind of the advice that I would have for somebody that's just getting started, especially with the software, is to go for it and give it a shot. The worst thing that could happen is that you get a deal, or learn something new. Because I was somebody who did not think that this was possible for me. Like I said, I've been to the classes, and there's not always people that look like me, or that come from the place that I come from, that is able to. That I have to look at for motivation, and think that something like this would ever be possible. So I would just say, I would definitely say go for it and give it a shot, because it is definitely worth it. So I just want to give a huge shout out to Ross and the whole entire Connected Investors family. You guys are truly amazing, and I'll look forward to seeing what's to come with the rest of the SOFA Summit and the whole Connected Investors movement in general, because this is something that's truly awesome, and it's changed my life, and I know that it can change the lives of others as well. So I thank you all.
Thanks, Cherie, so much for that. And if you were watching that interview like I was, you were probably really inspired. I mean, maybe you felt the same way. Back in March, when everything kind of shut down, you didn't really know what to do. There was a lot of uncertainty there. So you'll see how a single mother was able to make the transition as a side hustle into being a real estate investor. And she's now scaling her business using one piece of software. So I thought it'd be great for me to show you exactly how Cherie and thousands of others are using the one piece of software that every real estate investor must have. If you're a real estate agent, you must have the MLS or you can't be in business. And if you're a real estate investor, you need the pre-MLS, also known as PIN, or you can't really be in business. Let's go ahead and peek in on some markets around the country and see what type of deals are available right now. I mean, today in your market, in other markets. So if you're watching this, go ahead and chat us your market right now. Your city and state. We'll go ahead and do a demo of that so you can see live deals. While you're watching this, take screenshots of this, because I'm going to give you all of the data you can actually use to go make money with right now. All right, get excited. I'm going to go ahead and pull up my computer and do a demo. All right, everyone, here we go. It's time to put the rubber on the road and get moving. Cherie is such an inspiration for so many other new investors, and everyone at the Connected Investors Company really rallies behind our members and loves seeing those success stories. So if you've had success with Connected Investors in any way, shape, or form, please let us know. It's the fuel that keeps us going. And, Cherie, what I loved about that interview is she just couldn't stop smiling. She was glowing practically. And you'd be too if your back was against the wall. You had a job, right? It was paying the bills, but there was no light at the end of the tunnel. You couldn't really spend any time with your family. And she spent, her last $1,500 on PIN. And what she did that a lot of people don't do is she committed to start making phone calls. And she didn't get upset if there was a wrong number or someone said, "Hey, why are you calling me?" She just kept pushing through, and she made sure that every day she was able to get her phone calls in, because that's what's going to get you deals. Now she has someone else that does it for her. And stick around, because we're going to show you exactly how to do that as well. Someone else making all the phone calls, so she's spending time with her kids. I mean, and that was just from March until now. And that's really why we're here. So I'm going to give you a short demo of the software that completely transformed Cherie's life, and give you a very special opportunity to get it at a discounted rate and get some extra bonuses because you're here at the SOFA Summit. But either way, whether you take action and start using PIN or not, you're going to learn a lot from this short and concise demo. And because you're here with us on the SOFA Summit, we're even going to search your locations. So go ahead and throw your city in the webinar box. I'll look for a handful of you that have the same cities you're interested in. And directly after I do this demo, we'll start searching your city. And you can actually take screenshots of what I'm doing, and you have leads to start working. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about PIN. So what you're looking at here is your dashboard, and this is how you're going to navigate the PIN software and all of the data. You're going to be able to explore investment areas to find deals anywhere, find buyers. I'm going to dive into that in a future segment of the SOFA Summit here. Manage your prospects, and complete your deals. And we have easy mode and advanced mode with the new PIN 5. We have easy mode and advanced mode. So I'm going to start with easy mode. And within the next few minutes, I'm going to find a deal. So as I'm doing this, think about everything you have to do to go from having no deals to having deals to work on. And look how fast and streamlined we've made it. What I'm going to show you just makes so much sense. So let's go ahead and search an area. I'm going to start with Houston, Texas. My gosh, I mean, just lean into the screen there. Do you see that H in Houston? There are 325 deals right there in Houston, Texas. We're going to go ahead and find the best potential deals here in just a minute. But what I like to do right when I first look for an area is I look at the side of the screen, and let's take a look at this. And I look for properties that have a big difference between ARV, which is the after repaired value, and the last sale date. That shows the potential profits in a deal. So a few examples here. This one sold for $18,000. It's worth $40,000, about $20,000 in profit in that one. I like to do deals with a little more spread. Here you go. This one was purchased for $71,000. It's worth $211,000, over $100,000 in profit potential in that deal right there. This one, last sale was 14. The ARV is 71. So there's plenty of money to be made in any of these deals right here. And I'm going to click on one of these in a second and we'll drill in. But what I love is you can also hit list view here and you can start to kind of look through line by line. And we're going to be talking a lot about vacant properties. And one of the biggest problems with vacant properties is great. You drive around your neighborhood, you see a vacant property. Now what do? Right? Knock on the neighbor's door, maybe do some research, pay big money for a skip trace. With the PIN software and with what you get during the Sofa Summit here, you can just hit the skip trace button. Let's just skip trace these. And let's see what percentage of these come back. Oh, wow. Isn't this fun? So look, this one has no information found, but there is an email address, poohbear05. Okay. So you're able to instantly skip trace these properties. Your alternative, if you don't have PIN, is you have to buy a list, download the list, import it into software, which is very hard. The addresses never match up exact, right? And then try to do a skip trace. It's a nightmare. With this, you can see why Cherie was so successful so quickly, because you can just start making calls, or you can hire someone else to start making calls. You can see these are in probate. So there's probate are inherited properties. I'm not going to touch on them during this particular demo, but just know that probate properties are in there. So I wanted to show you how quickly you can find good deals and also find the phone numbers right there, because that just didn't exist until PIN. So I'm going to go back to the map view here and let's pull this over. And if you ever see a property you really like, you just hit the heart button and you favorite it and it moves it to your workroom, right? So there's a lot of, you can find the deals you want, just hit the little heart button. So I'm going to go and hit the filter button. And you'll see I can filter by all sorts of things. Landlord and flippers, by the way, we're going to be talking about in a future segment, but I might tease you a little bit here on this presentation. But here you go. Here's vacant. So you can find all of the vacant properties. When a property is vacant, the owner has already left. There's no emotional attachment to the property. So all you have to do is get in touch with that person. They want to sell that house, right? It's a problem. So you can instantly just click this vacant filter. That's the search we're going to do. But I want to also show you that you have pre-foreclosure, courthouse, bank-owned, shadow inventory, zombie properties, probate, motivated for sale by owners. We look at all the for sale by owners and run them through our algorithm to find the most motivated for sale by owners. All right, no other software has that. CI Marketplace. This is all of the wholesale deals that can be found from our members. All right, again, proprietary data right there. We finally did it. All the online auctions are consolidated right here. Apartment complexes, expired listings. That's what you'll find in easy mode, but there's more in advanced mode, which I'll show you in a little while. But before I jump into the vacants, you'll see you could sort by just the best deals. So if you just want deals with 50% equity, you can do that search. We might as well do that search. We'll do grade A and B properties, right? Sort equity high to low. And then you can see the listing status, if it's listed or off market, and the repair level. And you can even say, hey, listen, I'm just looking for an out-of-town or out-of-state owner. I mean, that is just gold. Find a vacant house with an out-of-town owner. That's pretty much as good as it gets. And you can hit years owned. Say, hey, I want to make sure the person's owned the property for a minimum of 10 years, 10 to 11 years or something like that. So These are all the different things you can do to find the best potential deals. And you can also go by property types if you're looking for multifamily and stuff like that. So great. Let me go ahead and hit show me the deals and let's see what pops up. And here they are. There's 870 vacant properties in Houston, Texas right now that have an out-of-town owner and 50% equity. So these are just the perfect deals for you if you're in Houston, Texas, or want to invest in Houston, Texas. So now you might be saying, which one do I focus on, right? Before I jump in, I just want to show you that you can change the amount of days it's been vacant. So if you're just looking for properties that have been vacant for a really long time, you can slide this bar over. Those are great deals for many reasons. If you're looking for newly vacant properties, you can slide the bar over this way. Me personally, I like properties that have been vacant for a really long time because I know that seller is going to be highly motivated. And with everything that's happening in the economy right now, you have a vacant house out of town that's been sitting there for a year. You lost your job. Someone calls you up and says, hey, I want to buy that property. You're like, fantastic. Take this off my hands and solve my problem. So now that we've narrowed it down, I'm looking at a few of these. Again, I'm looking for the difference between ARV, the after repaired value, and the last sale. This one right here, it looks like there's over $100,000 in equity here once this property is fixed up. Let's go and take a look at it. Good looking little property there. There is 7 out of 10 is the rehab effort. So it is a big rehab. Tax value is $58,000. It's off market. I can just skip trace this property. It's been owned since 2014. So there we go. Got a phone number. Pick up the phone and call the person. I can see all the information. What's really cool is we now give you investor comps. So you can go to sites like Zillow and figure out, similar properties, right? What are they selling for? But what investor comps does is it shows you what investors are paying for properties nearby. Much different than anything you can find on Zillow. And you can see people are paying 15 to 75, 104,000 on some properties in and around there. So you can dive deep and see what investors are paying for properties. But this is a great deal right here. I'm going to favorite this one, pick up the phone, send out an email, and start working on this deal. So just a few moments ago, we had no deals to work on. We had nothing to do today that's going to help us with our financial future. Now we have a great deal on Milwaukee Street here. We have a phone number and an email address, and we can reach out to them. So a lot of people say, hey, Ross, how accurate is the phone number and the email address? It's fairly accurate. I'm not saying that all of these numbers are going to get you there, but enough will to tip the scales in your favor. So just like Cherie, you pick up the phone, you talk to someone, it's a good number, great, you start working the deal. It's a bad number, you apologize, hang up the phone, and move on to the next deal. And what's great is we give you all the scripts and help train you on how to talk on the phone or have someone else do it for you. So what I'm going to do in just a little while here is I'm going to search your city because you're on the Sofa Summit. I'll dive in and we'll do some searches for vacant properties in your city. Let's go and look at another property. That's just one. All right. So scrolling down here is a property that, let's take a look at this one. It looks like it could be a good deal. All right. 106,000 in equity here. Again, high repairs. 7 out of 10 is high repair. All right. But 10 out of 10 deal score. So there's some good opportunity here. It's off market. It's been owned for 3 years. All right. So if you drove by this property, you'd have no idea what to do. You wouldn't know if it was really vacant or not. There's a car parked right here. It could be the neighbor. It could be a car that was just left there. Hit the skip trace button. Let's see if we can call the person. And there we go. We got a phone number. We can give a call. If it's the right number, great. We're in it to win it. All right. That's 2 deals. You guys want to find one more deal? Let's move to a new location. Let's go ahead and go to Phoenix, Arizona. Plenty of deals out here. These are all vacant out-of-town owners. Those are the filters that we still have set. So that's nice. Now let's go ahead and take a look here. This looks like a good investment property. Here you go. So there's 111,000 in potential profits here. Not a big rehab. See this one right here? 4 out of 10. That's great. You'll see here's the owner. They've owned it for 12 years. Let's hit the skip trace button. See what comes up. All right, we got a phone number, we got an email address, and you can even see the information on the mortgage for this one. It's by Wells Fargo. Mortgage amount is $63,000. They owe $53,000. Interest rate is right at 6%. So the total mortgage is $63,000 on this house. And you can see these are similar investment properties that have sold recently, that have been bought and flipped in the area. And we're finding deals in Phoenix. We're finding deals in Houston. You can find deals anywhere you want with this software. This is a very straightforward, easy software to use to locate and pinpoint the best deals in any market, but it doesn't stop there. Because after you find these deals, what do you do with them? To get that check, to have spendable cash, to turn an image on the screen right here into money that you can spend, you have to sell it quickly. So the best way to do that is to sell it to a flipper or a landlord, right? If you just want to get the property under contract, which we show you how to do, not in this training, and sell the contract for big money, I'm going to show you exactly what to do. Now watch this. I'm going to hit the filters button, and I'm going to say, I just want to see the landlords in this area. So here are all of the landlords. Let me go ahead and zoom in to one specific area. I'm going to zoom in one more time. A lot of investment activity right here. Great. Okay, here we go. Here are all of the landlords. Now watch this. I'm going to go ahead and change the filter to vacant properties. I'm going to shut landlords off, turn vacant on, and hit show me the deals. And here are the deals. So these are the deals right here that you will sell to these landlords. It's just such a game changer right now, because here are the buyers and here are the sellers. It's that easy. You take these properties right here and you sell them to landlords that are actively buying in the area. It's that easy. That's why Cherie was able to be so successful so quick, make more in 3 months than she made in an entire year, and start to hire people out to do all the calling for her. If you have the data, if you have the technology, you will run circles around your competition. That's what this is all about. These are the landlords here, but let's go ahead and see the flippers. These are flips that happened right where we have all of the vacant properties. Let's go ahead and see if anyone's making any money. This person purchased a property for $324,000 and sold it for $500,000. This person purchased a property for $295,000 and sold it for $378,000. There was an $83,000 spread on this one property right there. You think if you reach out to this individual right here, that they're not going to want to buy a property right down the street when they just made $83,000 on this deal? So you see how PIN connects all of the dots, from the buyers to the sellers, the contact data, the motivated seller data, all in one spot? That's why no matter what strategy you look at here at the Sofa Summit, PIN is going to greatly accelerate the strategy and get you in the game so you can wake up every day and you have something to do. So go ahead and visit the website address on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. It breaks down everything you get with PIN 5. You can even search your market and see how many deals are in your market. There's over a $10,000 bonus package here. I'm going to explain that here in just a second. And then I'm going to start searching your areas. But you'll see everything you get here. You guys saw all of the motivated seller leads, access to the flippers. But one thing I want to point out is the free contact data, because essentially you're getting unlimited contact data, 40,000 skip traces a month for you to go through. And how many does it take to get a check like Cherie got? Just one, right? Just one. It says 20,000 skip traces a month here, but what we're doing is we're going to be doubling everyone's accounts here. What that means is when you purchase during the Sofa Summit, you're going to get a free partner account. So you'll have 2 logins. You and a friend, you and a business partner, you and a family member can go at this together. This is where you need to be spending your time. So I'm not going to go over all of this. Just know there's about $10,000 in bonuses here that you're going to get because you're on the Sofa Summit. But there's one thing you're going to get that's not on this page, and I'm going to show it to you. What we found is this is the one other tool people need to be successful in real estate, and it's simply just a website. As you start calling these people up and reaching out to them, they might Google your name. They might want to visit your website for more information. And sometimes not having a website is just a bit of a challenge. So I don't want you to have to struggle to put together some website. I'm going to go ahead and give you the websites you need. And I'm going to show you just how easy it is to set up these websites. You're going to get something that we like to call Deal Insight. And I'm going to go ahead and create a website right here while you guys are visiting the URL on the screen. And then right after I'm done with this demo, I'm going to start searching your areas. So you can use a site for buying properties or selling properties. The websites are a little bit different. You're getting both of them. I'm going to do one for buying properties. Enter your target keyword. So I like to go ahead and put in your location plus buys houses. So maybe Wilmington investor buys houses, right? Target locations. There you go. Name your site. This is just for you. My first website. And then put in your company name, my company. This creates your URL. So then you put in your contact info. I'll go ahead and put in a number here. And you can put in all of your social badges if you have them, not required. And you can upload your logos, or you can select a design. You can select a logo, or you can upload your own logo. Okay, if you don't have a logo, don't worry. We have you all taken care of. And you can also select your design. And you hit publish. And your website is essentially done for your real estate investing business. Now, typically, to purchase websites would cost you $97 a month. It's about $1,200 a year. But when you purchase PIN 5 during the SOFA Summit, we're going to give you access to Deal Insight 100% free for the life of your PIN account. And here it is. Here's the website I just created. And all of this is editable, right? People can hit click to sell. We have all the lead capture forms in here, and everything is 100% done for you with all of the best information. And again, all of this information can be changed. And these are mobile friendly, highly responsive sites with full customization. But you saw literally in minutes, I had my website up and running. With PIN, you can easily find properties and then connect them with cash buyers, landlords, and flippers, just like that. And with Deal Insight, you have your professional website. So you literally have a business in a box you can start implementing on today. During the SOFA Summit, you could be doing deals. You can be calling motivated sellers. You could be setting up your website and start moving the ball forward. These are the same steps that Cherie took and so many others, and they've seen huge success. I mean, it's just common sense. If you get access to the deals, access to the buyers, as long as you put the work in, then it's going to happen for you eventually. So the website bonus is only available to the first people that activate PIN during the SOFA Summit. So don't delay, don't wait till later. You saw how you can easily find deals and flip deals, and there's the website bonus as well, plus all the contact data and everything else you'll find at connectedinvestors.com/5. So don't miss out. Visit that site right now, make the investment, and you'll have everything you need. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump back to the main page here, and we're going to start searching your locations. Chat that you can hear me, and we'll go ahead and get started here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And by the way, if you already have, this is just something we do, okay? If you already have PIN 5 and you didn't have the websites, I'm going to give you the websites. All right, so all you have to do is email support@connectedinvestors.com. It's support@connectedinvestors.com. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you. When we release PIN 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I always give you guys the upgrades. So don't worry about that. We're not that type of company that tries to nickel and dime you all the way through. So you're smart for being here, and now you have some great websites. So I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen here. Start screen share. Let's see, and share. So you guys should be able to see my screen share now. Give me a little thumbs up. Tell me if you can. If anyone that's helping me run this, Erica, if you can get my little image off the side, that's great. If not, I'm just going to go ahead and roll with it. So there was someone here who commented something about Orlando. Let me go ahead and pull that up. He said, Orlando, it's really, really hard to find deals in Orlando. So the first thing I wanted to do was pull up Orlando, right? But before I jump into that, I want you to take a look at this screen, because if you haven't seen the new Pin 5, here's your new dashboard. Like I mentioned, I saw some comments. People said, "Hey, what do I say?" If you look at this little circle icon right in the middle here, you'll see it says contracts. I'm sorry, it says, let me take this. If you look at this this icon right here, it's all the scripts. So we have all of the scripts that you need to send text messages, emails, or even direct mail, all preloaded for you right inside your dashboard. Right when you first log in, you can't miss it. What contracts do I use? Another question. We have the Contract Genie. This is an awesome app. It walks you through creating contracts. I just used one this morning to create a lease. It is all 50 states, updated by attorneys. Do not use sample contracts. Do not use sample contracts, okay? Use these contracts and then the training to make it happen. We have first-class support here. You can pick up the phone and call us if you're a member, chat us. We do 3 live calls a week to help get you up to speed, because we want you to be successful with the platform. And that's very rare for a company to actually answer the phone, to take that time with you. But we love going above and beyond, because our goals are aligned in so many different ways. And you'll see that throughout the SOFA Summit here. So anyway, this is just your dashboard. And I'm going to go ahead and jump over here just to kind of tease you a little bit on advanced mode, because I didn't show you advanced mode in that demo, right? So advanced mode allows you to do even more than I showed you in the demo. And if someone on the team can make sure the link to the to get pin is scrolling across the bottom. I'm seeing a lot of people ask about that. So connectedinvestors.com/5 to get all the bonuses plus the websites during the SOFA Summit. Okay. So what's great about advanced mode here is you can search for multiple cities, right? You can search for counties or just neighborhoods. Imagine if you set up an alert just to get notifications when there are properties that come available in certain neighborhoods, both on and off market properties. That is a game changer. It's something you set up and then you go about your day just like Cherie does. She has a bunch of kids, they're highly active, but guess what? Your phone goes bzz, 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 bzz. You look down, you have a notification that there is a new probate in the neighborhood that you really want to buy a property in. Maybe you want to live in the property, right? Maybe you want to use PIN to find the property of your dreams for half price. One thing that we've realized here is if you own a property, you're a real estate investor, whether you like to admit it or not. If you paid retail, you're just kind of, you're not very good at investing in real estate. So I found the house I live in was a probate property that I found that was inside PIN. So I made sure to buy that at a huge discount. So don't think you can just use PIN to flip or to wholesale. Think about this as a way to find your dream house for half price. So let me go ahead and just do a quick little demo here before I jump in. So let's say I'm in Wilmington, all the different types of properties. Maybe I just want vacant land owned by a person. And I can stack the motivation in a lot of different ways. I can say I'm looking for a vacant property and a pre-foreclosure or a for sale by owner, right? So you can slice and dice it like that. We can see ownership information. We can see if they own it free and clear, if they've had a previous hardship, if they're a veteran, they've been in the service. Investor type, if landlords are buying it, flippers, you heard Dave Stack talk about a lot of landlords that are going to be needing to sell properties. You can find them here. How they purchased the property. You can see if someone paid cash or traditional, contact data if it's present, and listing status, if it's expired, if it's relisting, if it's a failed listing. Then you can jump into your property attributes and you can find just the exact type of properties that you're looking for. So this new advanced mode is for highly targeted property acquisition. And a lot of our more advanced members like to use advanced mode after they've used easy mode for a little while. So that's advanced mode there. Again, when you, again, someone on my team, can you please update the scrolling bar to have connectedinvestors.com/5 on it? Thank you. And no matter what market you're in, if there's high competition, the great thing about PIN is you can go ahead and move in different markets, right? I heard a lot of people try to ask Dave Stack the question, what market should I be in and why? And never mind, I'll just do it myself here. There we go. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure you guys see the see the URL at the bottom of the screen. So we had an investor that said, hey, listen, I can't find deals in Orlando. Well, I pulled up Orlando and I found 6,625 potential deals. So now let's go ahead and find the people that are the most motivated to potentially sell. So what I'll do is I'll go right into the filters. We've been talking about vacants. I can look for certain price, for certain square footage, different property types. Okay. I'm going to look for vacant. Select the property grade. Someone said, hey, can you sort by property grade? Yes, I just want A and B properties. Well, I'm going to leave C's in because 40% equity in this market is still a solid deal. You can see if they're listed or if they're not listed. And I'm going to want an out-of-town owner. Okay. So let's go into Orlando here and see what happens. And again, like I mentioned in the video a few times, when you have PIN, you have something to do. You ever wake up in the morning, you want to invest in real estate, you don't have any deals to work? You got deals to work. We now have 1,350 deals in and around Orlando here. And I'm going to go ahead and just take a look at the first one here. It's crazy because I remember when I was really young and I was trying to learn about what I should do with my life. If I should start buying and selling stocks or real estate. I went to a stock seminar, and in the stock seminar, they showed software and stocks in real time, right? They had all these screens everywhere, and it was cool to see in real time. But then when you went to a real estate seminar, it felt like it was all theory. Oh, you'll be able to go out and find deals. You'll be able to go out and do these things. But as I'm giving you guys this presentation, it reminds me of that stock presentation I was at when I was 21 years old, because we can see deals in real time. This is a real vacant house with an out-of-town owner in Orlando. Let's look at this. This is real-time stuff here, guys. Perfect. It's next to a trailer. Okay. Needs a little bit of a rehab. It's off market. It's been owned since 2019. Let's hit the skip trace. This is real time, guys. Now, we don't always, we got an email to start with. Okay. So you can email this person. You can't call them, but you can also go and, you can door knock. You can create a few properties to kind of drive by and leave letters in the mailbox. But this is a good deal if you're in Orlando. So I'm going to go ahead and favorite that. Let's go ahead and close this. And we have all these good deals. And again, I love the list view because now I can just scroll through and look for all these different properties. And I can go through and just hit the skip trace button. Skip trace, skip trace. So much fun. No information found there. Okay. So look, yeah, we got some phone numbers here, but there is 40 or 50% equity in all of these properties, out-of-town owners and vacant. How many people want that list? Yes or yes, if you're in Orlando. Does this break down the barriers for you guys as far as where you can invest? It really becomes, it's more and more about the numbers and less about the location. So if you feel stuck in your market, don't feel so stuck in your market. With PIN, you can really break free. Okay. And again, this is my favorite feature here. You can be right in Orlando. I want you to really pay attention to this. I tried to highlight this during the demo there, but in the filters, I can say, here are all of the deals. I hit the filter. Now I can look for all the landlords and hit show me. Let me just make sure it's all set right. Don't want out-of-town landlords, but I could have an out-of-town landlord. Let's see this. Let's see what pops up. Orlando's probably has a lot of landlords. So, and here are all the landlords, right? So let me actually just zoom in a little bit here because it's a little bit overwhelming with all of those deals. This is all real time, so you're able to see the exact speed of the site, how fast things are updating. And there's thousands and thousands of data points here. I'm just going to zoom all the way in here. All right, let's keep zooming in. All right. Now this is a pretty tight area here, right? This could be like your neighborhood. So here are all the landlords, and I hit the filter button. And now let me see those. Let me shut off the landlords and let me hit the vacant button. Now, before I hit this, I will say when you first start using this thing, you have to learn how to use it, right? You see how the landlord button was clicked and I tried to hit vacant. It didn't click. I had to unclick the landlord button. Some people will get so wrapped up. Spend a little bit of time learning how to use this and scroll through it, just like you spent a bunch of time learning how to use Facebook. and the world really opens up for you. Now show me the deals. So look, we got a handful of deals here. So you saw I had all the landlords, all the buyers in one area and the flippers, and here are all the deals. So I can just go back and forth. Landlords, deals, landlords, deals. And let's see, this property has 100 and this is equity. So this is potential profits here. This is big equity right here. So let me just, I like to look at I'm a visual guy. Yeah, here you go. Let's take a look at this one. So we got the property. We see there's 187,000 in equity. We do the skip trace. They've owned it for 8 years. We have a email address, no phone number. We can see where they got their mortgage, their interest rate, and all the information right there. So I just want the wholesalers, if you're a wholesaler on this call and you don't have access to something like this, you're really not in business, right? Realtors need the MLS to survive. Wholesalers, or people that deal in investment properties, need what we call the pre-MLS. And that's really what this is. A lot of realtors use this to find investment properties for their clients. So if you're a realtor kind of scratching your head right now, should I do this? The answer is absolutely. So that was Orlando. And I kind of did a much deeper dive there in Orlando. But we had someone else say, hey, what about Akron, Ohio? Right? So for Akron, Ohio, the filter I'm going to use is probate properties. Let's see what happens in Akron, Ohio for probate properties. Might be 274. Again, a probate property is a property that's been inherited. And let's go ahead and zoom in here. And again, we can easily find the investors and the flippers in the area. All right, so the first deal here, not so good, right? Let's take a look. This one, they owe around 168, and it's worth you know what? Nope, this is a good deal. Look at that. Just had to click into it. They originally paid a lot, but they have this property paid off. So there is tons of money in this deal. Let's hit the skip trace button. Maybe we can find a phone number here. And if you're in Akron, go ahead and take a screenshot of that phone number. This is all real stuff. There's a good deal there. That looks like a Buick Riviera. That car right there. You know how I know that? Is that a Riviera? I think that is a Riviera. That was the supercharged Buick. It just had an R. It didn't say Buick. It just had an R on the back for Ross, right? No one knew what it was. But anyway, I miss my old Riviera. They keep coming out with concept cars. They keep teasing me. But anyway, outside of Ross walking down memory lane of one of his college cars, you got that house right there. Looks like a perfect flip. I mean, that could be you. Could you imagine using this software, being able to click around, waking up every day and having something to do? Instead of scrolling through Facebook, you're scrolling through PIN. So let's move to some other markets here. Here we go. We got a lot loading. Pittsburgh. All right, big market out there. So we found vacants. We found some pre-foreclosures here. We got courthouse, shadow inventory, bank owns. Let's expired listings, online auctions. So you have all these different types of properties here, but you don't have to get super. Let me just kind of explain some of these. So the for sale by owners, we look at all the for sale by owners and look for the ones that have the most motivation. Online auctions. All right, let's see what's going on in this area for online auctions. And this is a little bit risky for me to do live here. All right, we do have some online auctions. There you go. So these are the properties that are being auctioned off online that a lot of people might not know are being auctioned off online. So we do a tremendous amount of research, and we have tons of people here, connected investors, keying in information on all of these online sources. So you can find all of the online auctions in any market there. And now we're in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay, so another really, really hot market. Highly competitive. You could probably pay darn near full retail, hold it for a day, and it'll go up a little bit. And there's tons of deals out here. Now, let me go ahead and point to something here. Let's say I'm in Atlanta, Georgia, and I want to do that famous vacant property with an out-of-town owner. Let's do out-of-state owner. Right? And look how many years they've owned it. So I can say, hey, I only want them to have owned this for 10 plus years. Out-of-town owners. And let's just look for the best of the best. Properties with 50% equity. Show me the deals. Come on, baby. Remember how Dave Steck was talking about if you could buy stocks for 50% of the value, how many would you buy? All of them you could. These are properties that could be purchased at 50% of the value. And remember, all of these owners are out of town. So there is tremendous amounts of opportunity in all of these properties. And all you have to do is kind of hit list view here, and you can sort through the properties and find the best deal. But what I wanted to show you is you can just hit the save search button. When you do that, bam, you've just added a new search to your notifications. See this right here? Atlanta vacant properties. So now every time there's a new vacant property with an out-of-town owner in Atlanta, you'll go ahead and get a notification. So you're in the know, which is absolutely huge. And it's so nice for the user interface to be this easy. It does not get any easier than this. Data is a beast. We have over 137 million property records in here that we consolidate from dozens of different sources. People ask me all the time, Ross, where do you get your data? The answer is yeah, we get our data from everywhere. We get public record data. We get data from meter readers and public utilities to look for this and that, from different sites and resources to figure out if a property has been inherited, from every online crazy obscure site we can possibly find. We also have the contact data on 137 million property owners, and all of our proprietary data. We're constantly in the process of securing inventory lines, which you'll see with individuals that want to post their properties just to our PIN members, our pre-REOs and all that stuff there. So guys, I just wanted to kind of give you a real-time look inside this at the SOFA Summit. What I'm going to do is any questions that you answered here, I'm going to make sure to go through and get back with you. If you have a question that you're just like dying to know, put it in the webinar box. I might ask you for your contact info so I can reach directly out to you. But we have the next segment is phenomenal. But I wanted to give you guys kind of an inside look here. And remember, during the SOFA Summit, if you're here and you already have PIN 5, I'll give you the websites for free. If you don't have PIN 5, let me go ahead and log out here. Then right now is the time for you to visit connectedinvestors.com/5. It doesn't mention it at all on this page because this is just something we do on the SOFA Summit, but you will get the websites. You just have to go ahead and hit get pin now, key in your information right there. You'll be taken right to an order page where you'll get everything that we went over and more. I didn't even have time to show you Next Step Tech, but remember, you're getting the free partner account. This way, you and a spouse or a family member can flip deals together. When I look back at my success, a lot of it came from the fact that I was flipping with friends. Right? They kept me engaged throughout the presentation. So this is the page you're going to visit after you make the investment. You're going to get a login, which I suggest doing now. This way, during the SOFA Summit, by the time it's over, you could have a deal. If you've been on our past webinars with Adam Rodriguez, it took him 48 hours to get a deal done. Because once you can just pick up the phone and call, if they say yes, there you go. A lot of people are scared of getting that yes, and that's what we train you on to help you figure out what to do next. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this. I'm going to be looking back through the questions, and yeah, we went over Orlando. We found deals in Orlando, in Akron, in Chicago, in Pittsburgh, in Atlanta, and there's really no stopping us when it comes to finding deals right now. And you heard Dave Steck say it. You can find deals. It's really easy to sell them right now with all of with the really high demand. So I'm going to go ahead and pass the screen back over. Thanks so much.
Hey Alexa, open up Connected Investors and find me a flip.
Alexa, find me a flip. Make that 2 flips. Hey Alexa, open Connected Investors. Find me more flips.
Hey, it's me, Alexa. Would you like more information on micro-flipping real estate? I can help. Just visit microflip.us or tap the link in this video. See you there.
All right, here we go. And those last few segments were amazing, but the best is yet to come. And I also want to thank our sponsor, PrivateLenders.com is bringing this SOFA Summit to you. Visit PrivateLenders.com/go to instantly get matched up with a local hard or private money lender, ready, willing, and able to give you all the money you need for all of your flips and all of your rentals. SOFA Summit is brought to you by PrivateLenders.com. Also, before I move into the segment that I am most excited about, I want to go ahead and point to the number below. Text 2021 to the number below to get your 2021 worksheet and the agenda of the SOFA Summit. Throughout the SOFA Summit, we're going to be helping you fill out this 2021 action plan so you can hit the ground running. Now, like I said, the next segment I am most excited about. We teased you on this back in July when we announced CI Buyers. But it's finally up and running, and our early users are seeing phenomenal success. So if you're a PIN member with us, what CI Buyers does for you is it allows you to easily liquidate any property that you find. Imagine instantly having a verified buyers list done for you, to where all you do is find the property, press a few buttons, and the property is sold. That's what it does for our PIN buyers and for our wholesalers. And if you're an active fix and flip investor, imagine if inventory just came to you, pre-vetted, ready to be purchased for pennies on the dollar with no marketing costs and no brain damage. That's what it does to the landlord and the flipper. That's why we're so excited about this. CI Buyers is disrupting the industry. You've all seen the big iBuyers out there, the Wall Street-backed real estate investors that try to wipe out real estate investors in their local markets. This is our answer back. I'm excited to introduce 2 very important people that have been running this program. One of which is Dave Maurer. He's one of the first people I ever wholesaled land to. About 10 years ago, me and this individual made a killing flipping land. And now he works for Connected Investors. I'd also like to introduce you to a gentleman by the name of Kevin Ernest. He's a former banker, asset manager, note buyer, private lender who has been part of tens of thousands of deals and heads up our CI Buyer program. This power team is going to walk you through how CI Buyers will do one of 2 things for you. 1, it will give you amazing deal flow, or 2, it will allow you to easily liquidate your properties at the push of a button. Kevin, Dave, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having us, Ross. I'm really excited to be part of this. Connected Investors is an absolutely incredible resource, and I am even more enthusiastic about teaming up with Kevin Ernest here to introduce CI Buyer program through Connected Investors. Hey, Kevin, thanks again for joining us. Got to have a list of questions about CI Buyer. Let me start off by just saying, why now? What makes CI Buyer so great right now?
Yeah, so Dave, that's a great question. I think it's never been more important for flippers right now because everybody's finding it a really hard time finding deals. And, you know, a lot of the big guys, the big hedge funds and stuff that are coming in really want cookie cutter perfect houses. And our guys don't. Connected Investors members, they want to get a little sweat equity, get their hands dirty a little bit, you know? So it's never been a better time for this. This is a good solution. And also, you know, we're in an economic situation in the United States right now. So when would this be better built than right now in anticipation for the potential, you know, supply opening back up? So that's why I urge everybody, get in, get certified, because as the deals start to come in, the software will match you up and you jump all over it. It's also very important for wholesalers. One caveat I would tell you is you have to be direct to the seller. So there's not going to be this daisy chain any longer. But for those of you that wholesale, that aren't quite ready to be a buyer, we are going to vet those buyers for you. So every offer that you're going to get from us is a true vetted cash offer. So it's gonna be worth your time going out there doing that research, doing the door knocking, doing the mail outs and the emails and the skip tracing that comes with PIN. It's gonna be worth your time because we got your back now that we verified this guy's actually gonna come close on your deal. Take Cherie, for instance. So obviously you guys heard that I'm building out the CI buyer side right now to get all the buying power built up, and we're starting to put deals into it right now. But take Cherie, who had a real estate license. She grabbed PIN, she went out there and started finding properties. And a lot of realtors find that software pretty valuable for increasing their business. She went out and sourced 3 deals really quickly. So now what that does is that allows her to present deals into our CI buyer network. And the CI buyers have all the power of checking a box saying, I'll take deals from newbies, I'll take deals from certified people. The higher the level you do, as far as what you've proven in your experience, whether you're the supplier, the demand of this thing, is where you're going to trade more deals. So the more hard work that you put in, your efforts are going to be rewarded.
Gotcha. Very good.
So just so you guys know, a person who grabs PIN that we don't know if they have done anything, they can put deals out there, but the buyers have the ability to say, no thanks. I don't want to see anything from anybody that hasn't sourced at least 3 deals. So our level 3 CI seller is going to be someone that's actually like Cherie. Now, if I'm busy, I'm gonna take the newbies off my checklist, and I'm going to say, give me people that have done 3 deals or more as a wholesaler. You have to declare whether you're a wholesaler or not, or you're a seller. So we're cleaning up a lot of the mess for people,
That's great. Kevin, why is the CI buyer such an incredible platform for flippers?
Well, from my experience, we've never seen something to this scale. In all 50 states, $1 billion worth of buying power. We've never seen something so localized. There's, folks that say I'll buy in the whole Southeast or whatever. We're getting down to each county, all 3,300 plus or minus counties in America. We're getting that local guy that knows that street, that knows that particular house, that will jump in and grab that thing, give us the highest price he'll pay for it. And we're trying to get a few people in each county so they can compete a little bit for those houses, so that the funds that give us our deals trust that we're giving them the best price they can get for it as they liquidate their non-performing portfolio.
That's great. That's great. The other thing that we're excited about is this isn't just for the flippers that have tremendous momentum. Why is this also important to wholesalers and those who are getting involved with PIN on the SOFA Summit here that are new to real estate investing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way we built this, we've been designing it now for about 6 months. We just kind of went live with the CI buyer portion about 8 weeks ago. We've already generated about $1 billion worth of buying power. The reason it's so important for PIN subscribers and for wholesalers to get involved is we didn't forget about you. And the fact that you have extra time to do some research using PIN, to bring those assets in, is key, because you're bringing a lot of the supply for us on a local level, and we're promising that we have the certified buyers to come in and buy those assets for you so you can culminate a deal. Now, one caveat is we're not allowing wholesale daisy chains to happen. You have to prove that you're direct to the seller so that we're not dealing with a lot of fallout. We need to know that you went out, found a deal direct with seller, got it under contract, and our CI buyers will be able to see those assets and bid them. So it's very important. PIN is a major research tool. If you don't have the ability to buy yet, the whole strategy for us is, in Connected Investors in general, our mantra that we all talk about is advancing others. So instead of just having all the good old boys out there that have built up 100 plus flips, we're allowing the guy that says, hey, I want to be involved in this. Eventually I want to get out of my job, or eventually I want to do this as my side hustle. We're allowing them to actually put some sweat equity into finding properties, bring them in, and we teach you how to do it, in PIN itself, of, using skip tracing that's included to go out and find the properties, bring them in, knock on that door, send that email, write that letter, bring that person in, get them under contract, and we're going to have the buying power to grab that property from you and lock it up within 24 hours.
That's great. And let's just say I am new to real estate investing. I mean, this is a great resource. I mean, you guys are going out and getting resources from banks, from hedge funds. You know, that would be huge for me. I don't even know where to start, how to get in those offers, to receive those offers. Tell me a little bit about that. I mean, this is going to be powerful. Share with us on the advantages I'm going to get under that platform if I do qualify as a CI buyer to get that competitive edge over my competition in my counties with the hedge funds.
Sure. Yeah, that's huge. So if you imagine back in the days, I'm old enough to remember, you know, all the different cycles we've been through and when banks need a little help liquidating their assets. One key point is, you know, a lot of people tried back in the day. They'd drive past a house, they'd see that it was dilapidated, it was probably an REO. You can go look on county records and realize it is. Good luck from there, right? Realty Track, a lot of companies would give you like who the attorney was. Didn't really help much because you had 100 people calling on one house, right? Well, it's different this way. So instead of you calling from, you know, Knoxville, Tennessee and saying, you know, I'm able to buy this one house or this house, you're not going to get an asset manager to listen to you. And the listing agent's he's pre-marketing right now. He's not allowed to talk to you. The lawyer for the bank's not going to talk to you. The bank's not going to talk to you, right? But when we call them and we say, hey, give us 500 houses and we'll sell them all for you, you know, within a couple of days, we're aggregating all the buying power of the small investors around the country. And even the medium-sized investors and large investors, we're able to come in and say, hey, we'll be your loss mitigation department. We'll take care of that. You don't need to go the normal routes. You don't even need a BPO. Why would you need a BPO when we're giving you multiple offers on your house that are market, you know, driven? Rehab estimates and all that kind of stuff. You don't have to worry about asset preservation so much as a fund because our guys are going to take them and start caring for them themselves, right? Sorry to a lot of the REO agents out there, but you're not going to really need a lot of the REO agent services when a bank can just give us 500 assets and we just take care of them and they're gone. So that's what we're shooting for. We want to kind of be known as, you know, the loss mitigation department for a fund, for a lender. When loans first go NPL, non-performing loan, we want to be there and say, hey, we have a solution for you. You already have it sold before the foreclosure is even done. So that's what's key. We're aggregating the buying power of all these small guys into multiple billions of dollars worth of buying power. And if you compare us to the iBuyers out there, they want to buy cookie cutter, nice houses, and they're really buying listings. We don't care about the listings. We are actually trying to buy the house. Most of the other iBuyers out there really don't want the house. I think some statistics you guys can look up. The number of homes being bought by the iBuyers is very small, like 1%, 2%, 3%. They're really trying to get that listing and get it sold and earn a commission and earn fees. It's a great business model, except all the houses that need some work, they're not interested in. They'll pass on those. We are the people that want those houses. We want the homes that need some work. We want to go in and add the value and support the neighborhood and offer that home renovated turnkey to a new family that wants to come in and take the house.
So that's pretty amazing. It's a win-win for everybody. It's a win-win for me if I'm participating in PIN because, you know, I have the resources and the data and the information. It protects the neighbors, which protects the value of the property at the end of the day. It protects me to ensure that if I am transitioning out of my career and then going into real estate investment, that I'll have inventory. So that's what this really sounds like is a great platform for me to be able to comfortably get in, find the counties that are available for me comfortably. I would love to have all of the counties, but we know that's not true and that can happen. But I'll qualify for a few counties, start working those, and I can focus on the deals, focus on getting the home completed, and then take it to a marketplace to sell as well. All within PIN and all within CI Buyer, correct?
That's correct. We've done a lot of heavy lifting the last 6 months to make sure that we're not going to deal with a lot of daisy chain deals. We're not going to deal with a lot of people that are not able to actually close. There's nothing wrong with being, new to this profession. You know, I have clients that I did their first deal for them. Now they're doing 10, 20, 30 deals at a time. I love that. You know, it's a relationship that you have with your lender and, you know, the guy that's bringing you the deal. So we're kind of just putting this thing on steroids right now. We're saying,
That's
hey,
phenomenal.
let's,
So
you know,
where are we currently? Where are we currently with CI Buyer, Kevin?
we just crossed $1 billion in buying power, and we just started about 8 weeks ago certifying people.
That's
And
phenomenal.
almost all 50, we have coverage in almost all 50 states right now.
So tell me a little bit about how I can get involved with Where I Am. I'll go visit the website that we provide below. You know, there's a link down below that we can visit so that we can get in. I have 1 or 2 deals. I mean, the resources are there for me to go from 1 to 2 deals to 100 deals if I have the resources, correct?
Yeah. So our cutoff is 3 deals that you can prove that you've done. We're not super strict on the timeline. You know, if it was 30 years ago, that might not count, but we want to see that, first of all, you have an LLC. We verify it's in good standing with your local, state, county. Then we go through and we make you provide us proof of all your deals. And we look to see that you know what you're doing, right? So we're kind of qualifying people. Now, if you're a guy that's done your first deal, you're ready, you love it, you did well on that one, you're ready to keep going, I would encourage you to buy 10 so that you have access to these CI buyers, number one. So as the deals that you go out, hunt and peck and find, knock on doors, whatever your local area is, and we all know that real estate is local, right?
That's right.
So these blanket strategies that you see all over the country, these big wholesale networks and things, there's nothing wrong with that, except it's a hot potato escrow is how I describe it. You know, Dave, I'm buying a house from you. I'm trying to sell it to Sean. A-List wants to buy it from me. You decide you don't want it. Sean doesn't want it. I don't want it. Next thing you know, it's a hot potato situation. And all we're really doing is trading our escrow money. 5,000 from you, 5,000 to me, 10,000 to Sean, da-da-da. We want to get out of that. We want to get rid of the riffraff. We want to say, who will really buy these homes? And on the wholesale side, the supply side, we want to make sure that you're actually direct to the homeowner. We have you upload your contract so we see that LLC XYZ is buying from homeowner Marsha Smith. We go and we say, yep, Marsha actually owns this house. His LLC is a certified CI buyer. It's a match. And the software does all that. And it notifies anybody in that county who we've qualified, hey, here's a property that matches. Send us your bid. We now present that to the seller.
It'll come right to my phone.
To your cell phone, it'll come email, text. Also, if you're in PIN, they're building a dashboard out for you. We actually see your matches come through.
Okay, great. So, okay, very good. Because I want to be able to integrate PIN. I know that we have a lot of members that are, you know, having resources to PIN, and we have new members coming to PIN today, here and tomorrow at the SOFA Summit. So this is fantastic resource. Where do you see this in a year, 2, 3, Kevin?
Yeah. So when I met with Ross initially back in January, I told him this is a 3-year build out. First thing we got to do is get the buyers, because if I brought a deal and there's nobody to buy it, the thing falls on its face. So stage 1 is what we're in right now, which is build up the buyers. Stage 2 is starting to match up sellers that want to get rid of their stuff. Third is we're building this behind the scenes. We're building this machine, this little gearbox that does all this matching back and forth. And we have some incredibly technical and talented people at CI that are doing all this stuff behind the scenes. So in addition to what we do between all that, there's a ton of data that goes on. There's a lot of data mining that goes on that integrates into this whole thing. So there's going to be information about these properties that just gets handed to you. You know, it saves a lot of time. You don't want to go out and do all this research yourself. Hey, PIN will do it for you, and boom, there it is. There's the mortgage, there's the person that owns it, et cetera, et cetera. You see the track record, the assessed value, the market value, all the public data is like right there to make a quick decision. And we're actually getting almost too much volume of supply to where we don't want to just flood a bunch of properties on there that don't make any sense. We want to make sure that we're running it through our data filters to make sure when it comes out to our CI buyers that they make sense.
So
spend any of your time on it.
So the CI buyer is getting the best of the best based upon the algorithms that we have. You know,
Right.
it's one of those. And I can, if my mom lives outside of Washington, D.C., if I wanted to pick a county outside Washington because I spend time there, would I be able to qualify for that? If so, I mean, again, I'm excited that I can do.
Every county.
Yeah, so there's a map I can look at to see where the hot spots are and things like that, and all those resources are in, coupled with PIN, phenomenal resource.
Yep, we're building a heat map that we present to the hedge funds, and that they don't like to be called hedge funds anymore. They're opportunity funds. But what they are, a lot of them are. There's a lot of money chasing too few deals right now. So I always use the analogy of pushing a rope. We're trying to push a rope. There's not enough pull, but there's a ton of capital going into that. We feel like that rope's going to tighten up a little bit, probably next fall, in my opinion, because we are going to see some scarring from this COVID situation. A lot of the, there's 3 million homes right now that are in forbearance. Don't know how many of those are going to come out the other side. I know we're still getting close to 1 million a week claiming unemployment. So, this thing, we're a long way out of this, potential, recession, or hopefully never a depression. But either way, real estate is so strong right now. The market is so tight. It's very hard to match deals up. You'd asked me earlier, why is CI buyer so important? Why do we need a marketplace? Interview any buyer out there, and what's their number one concern? I can't find deals. Well, when I was a hard money lender, I would get a guy qualified to borrow $5 million from me. And in the beginning, he would use 10 million, right? It was great. Fast forward into the last couple of years, a guy that says, hey, I would loan this guy $5 million. He's only using $1 million of it. As a hard money lender, we're not making any money. We need him to borrow $5 million. So what I got good at as a hard money lender was going out and trying to find deals for my guys all over the country, probably in 30 states. So I thought, well, if I'm going to loan this guy money, I better go help find him a deal. Well, when I met Ross back in January, I said, this is what I've been doing. This is the iBuyer platform I've been working on, which is a pro broker platform that deals come in every day. We can show you that. It's just, we get deals every day where someone's holding their hand and saying, hey, I want to sell my house. And we also get brokers that we've taught over the years to look for deals that you don't want the listing because the house is in such bad shape. So you already know it fits a potential investor, flipper, house flipper, or we have a lot more people that are holding real estate too now for rentals. So so it's come out of just my background. I've done with my partner and a couple of different companies we've worked with, 4,500 deals. I don't know how many I've loaned on, probably in the hundreds, maybe thousands. So we're looking to take this thing and blow it up. And when I met Ross, he had this vision already. And he's like, we need you to come over and help work on this with us. And so now I'm using my connections. Our CTO, Marty, his team is incredible. We're putting this all together. So Ross's vision is coming to fruition.
So now is the time to jump on the CI buyer through PIN, through the SOFA Summit. Kevin, how important is it that people claim their zip code right now?
Well, because of all the pent up demand, we're kind of being very excitedly overwhelmed right now with the response. So I think time is of the essence for real. I would say get in there. The quicker, the better.
So I'll jump on, sign. Obviously, you'll see the link below with www.connectedinvestor.com/CI buyer. That's our site. You'll go there. And approximately how long will it take, Kevin, for me to hear from one of the team members?
Typically, it's a day or two, but right now we're being a little overwhelmed. So, maybe allow up to a week to get your approval. But it really falls more on the applicant to provide us with your documentation.
Gotcha. And that's all provided on the link below, everyone. This is a phenomenal resource. Again, the link below will direct you to the CI buyer resources here at Connected Investors. Kevin, it is absolutely amazing to see what you've done in such a short period of time in conjunction with Ross. and the team at Connected Investors. We are very excited about the CI Buyer program here at Connected Investors, man, and we love having you.
Thanks, man. I'm loving being here.
All right, Ross, we're going to get this right back to you.
Everyone knows the foreclosure tsunami is coming. With unemployment hitting record highs, banks, homeowners, and even real estate investors will have to liquidate properties at deep discounts. So who will buy the flood of properties? No one person or company could possibly purchase such a diverse pool of properties scattered all around every city, town, and neighborhood in America. However, collectively, we can. Connected Investors is a social network made of nearly 1 million real estate investors flipping and renting properties in every city across the country. We're tapping into our network to amass the largest verified real estate buying group the world has ever seen. The result? An easy, transparent way for people, banks, and companies to sell properties as is, quickly, without an agent, directly to you. RCI buyers get to review exclusive opportunities to purchase properties not available to the masses in their markets of choice. No marketing costs, no commissions, no negotiating. Just the properties you want delivered directly to you. The CI Buyer program is exclusively reserved for those with a track record of real estate investing success. So if you're actively buying real estate investment properties and have the ability to purchase more, you might qualify. We're only working with a few investors per zip code, so grab your location now before your competition does, as there will never be an easier way to fill your pipeline. If you're watching this video on YouTube or social media, tap the link in the video or in the description to see what it takes to qualify to become a CI buyer. Together, we can help banks, people, and investors quickly sell their properties and collectively do our part to help stabilize the economy. If you've purchased at least 10 properties over the last 12 months, you could qualify. To apply, simply key in the address of a few investment properties you've flipped or currently own. Once approved, you'll start receiving the types of discounted properties you want in the markets of your choice.
All right. Hello, everyone. And here we are, a very exciting segment for the Sofa Summit. It's how to find buyers, how to find the people that are going to turn your contract or your property into spendable cash. If you've been in real estate for a while, you know that you don't need to use any of your own cash or credit to make money as a real estate investor, because you can simply get the property under contract and sell that contract to a flipper or landlord. But how do you find the flippers and landlords? And what is this whole CI buyers thing you've heard us talking about? I'm going to show you all that and more. Now, if you don't have PIN, you'll still learn a lot from this segment. But if you do have PIN, take copious notes, because this is going to basically show you exactly how to liquidate properties. Again, if you don't have PIN, you can still use these strategies, but to actually pinpoint the buyers, you're going to have to manually figure that out. I don't even know how to tell you how to do this anymore without data, because it's almost not possible anymore. You can't compete at this level without data. So right when you log into PIN, you can go right to find buyers. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this button, find buyers. And here I am in Wilmington, North Carolina. That's one of the areas that I have preset inside PIN. This way, when I log in, I can see the exact deals I'm looking for. And look at all this investment activity recently happening in Wilmington, North Carolina. And what's great is you can see all the hotbeds of investor activity here, right? So you know where to focus your time as a wholesaler. I'm going to zoom in, and it will show me all of these deals. Let me just keep zooming in where the most activity is. Here you go. Oh, look at this. It's called Wholesale Park. I never realized that. That's fun. Okay, so here are all the flips that are kind of happening in and around Wholesale Park, ironically. And you can see here are the deals right here. What I like to do is pull all these deals out here. Let's take a look at this deal right here on Dock Street. Here you go. This individual purchased the property for $192,000 and sold it for $245,000, meaning there was a $53,000 spread on that property. That's big news. All right, let's take a look at another one. This investor purchased this property for $188,000 and sold it for $210,000, $22,000 spread. Not a bad little paycheck. This investor purchased this property for $35,000, sold it for $63,000, made $28,000. Let me go ahead and hit list view. I can see all the information on the properties right here. all of these active flips that are happening right in my area. I can select them and I can export these as well, or I can save them to look into more detail. That's the list view. Let me go ahead and throw them back on the map. There you go. But watch this. So I can hit the filters button right here, and you'll see these are all of the flippers. Well, what if you want to see the landlords? I can hit the landlord button and hit show me the deals. And these are all of the landlords in the same area. So I can see all the flippers and I can see all the landlords. Let me go and hit list view on this. And you can see all the information here, and you can skip trace these people. So you want to contact it, you just hit the skip trace button. And there we go. We're 3 for 3 on contact data. So see how easy I was able to find flippers and landlords and the contact data? That's why I said in the beginning of this call, if you don't have this, I can't even teach you how to do this anymore because it's just not possible. That's how much data has really changed things. But watch this. This is something that most people that use PIN don't realize. What you can do right here is see all of these investors right here. These are all the landlords. I can hit filters. And now I can say, instead of showing me landlords, show me all of the vacant properties and hit show me the deals. So here are all of the deals. Now, if you've been investing for a while, I hope you've just put 1 and 1 together, because these are the deals that you can find and then sell to the flippers and the landlords I just showed you. You see this deal right here? Let's go and take a look at one of these deals. So this property right here, that is right in an area, a hotbed of investment activity, has $219,000 in equity in it. Here's all the information. It's off-market property. I can pick up the phone and call this individual. I can see all the mortgage information. I can see all of the recent flips in and around the area right here. So I can easily just pick up the phone and call this person, get the property under contract, and then I can go right into my filters and let me hit landlords again, or flippers, whatever, show me the deals. And then these are the individuals that would be most interested in buying that property. And then I can just pick up the phone and call them. So that's why when I talk about micro flipping, this is the next evolution of wholesaling, because wholesaling, you used to have to send postcards and put up bandit signs and knock on doors and do anything you could to maybe find a motivated seller. And then you had to go to meetings and go to courthouse auctions and network your butt off to find potential buyers and try to put it together. It wasn't efficient. But with this new platform, with PIN, you can easily find both and play matchmaker and make a lot of money. Could you see yourself using a software like this? Would this help your current business model as a real estate investor? What I love is this gives you something to do tomorrow or today. During the Sofa Summit, you can use this and start calling up landlords. You can start calling up motivated sellers and put a deal together today. It doesn't have to take you a month or a year. You don't have to do one deal a year. If that's all you want to do, that's fine. But with this, we've removed so many of the roadblocks that if you've never tried to invest in real estate the old way, you're completely and totally spoiled. All right, so I want to remind you guys that when you purchase PIN during the Sofa Summit, we're giving you a lot of bonuses. You're going to get all of the free contact data that you need. So you get 40,000 skip traces a month, and you get an extra account. So you and a friend, or you and a family member or business partner can go at this together. Right? You get 2 for the price is 1. And because we're here at the Sofa Summit, we're also giving you one more extra bonus that you won't see on the page, but we'll make sure that if you invest in this right now, your account gets access to this, okay? You're also going to get Deal Insight. And what Deal Insight is your very own website system. Typically, websites would cost you about $97 a month, which is roughly $1,200 a year. Now, with the click of a few buttons, you can hit Create Website. We're going to do this in real time. You can choose if you want your website to be for buying properties or selling properties. The buying properties website has a special lead capture form on it. And the selling properties website allows you to build your buyers list and to display your properties on it. So these are different types of websites that you will get, and you're getting unlimited websites. So you put a target keyword in here, you name your site, your location, your company name. You put in all of your contact data. You can put your Facebook URL in here, so you have all your badges. And then you upload your own logo. If you don't have a logo, no worries. You can hit select logo and go through our library of logos that you can choose from. Maybe you want this logo. And then you can select a design. There are many, many different designs for you to choose from. You can choose any design you want. I'm going to go ahead and choose this one and hit publish. Great. Let's go to our new website. Here you go. And I want to remind you that everything here is customizable. Every color, every video, every font, anything you want to customize, you can easily customize. But do you see how fast we got up and running? All of this information is pre-populated for you and gets you in the game instantly. You can easily edit your website. So you can easily manage your website right here. All your logos, your header, your footer, any information on the site from your background, the settings can all be managed right here. We even have a library of pre-done marketing videos for you that you can choose from. All of your leads and messages get organized and stored right here, and you can easily change the layout of your site in moments. When you purchase during the Sofa Summit, we're going to give you the unlimited plan, which gives you unlimited websites, unlimited views, unlimited pages, and unlimited contacts. So visit connectedinvestors.com/5 and make the investment. Get PIN. While we're also including the Deal Insight web system with it, which is a $1,200 value, yours free because you're here with us right now during the Sofa Summit. So visit connectedinvestors.com/5. For those of you who already have PIN, I hope this short video gave you some new creative ideas on how to use it. And again, and if you ever need any help getting things set up, just reach out to us. We're here to support you. Thank you again for being part of the Sofa Summit, and make sure to visit connectedinvestors.com/5 right now. Activate PIN during the Sofa Summit so you can get the best deal and the free Deal Insight bonus. I'll see you on the next segment.
Your parents didn't have the pre-MLS to search discounted properties on the internet. But if they did, it would have looked like this.
Let's go ahead and introduce our next guest, Terry. So Terry, are you ready to use PIN 5 to explore discounted houses, properties, and even land?
I used a computer once before and found it quite soothing.
Well, Terry, we may be decades away from the self-soothing technologies computers have to offer, but let's use this to explore some real estate. Open filter, select for sale by owner, and expired listing. These sellers have already raised their hand to sell. If we can find the most motivation, then a contract could be only a call away. Now let's set the price at a reasonable target. Add repairs needed and set equity high to low.
Ooh, what's this?
Terry, that's a split level duplex. It's been on the market for over a year. The interior is a little dated, but overall the house looks to be in great shape. And guess what? There are 514 others that match this criteria. Might want to download that list and send out some electronic mails.
We're excited to be here. I'm so excited about interviewing our next guest here, Patrick Giorelli. Patrick, man, we're so excited to have you here. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doug.
Awesome. Well, hey, I'm really excited. We're going to be really detailing specifically how to work with motivated sellers. We're going to break down some case studies step by step. You know, Patrick, you know, he can tell a little bit about his, his background and what he does in terms of flips, but these guys are doing, dozens and dozens of micro flipping wholesale deals. I mean, they are cranking. So just give us a real brief, Patrick, background on kind of how many deals are you guys doing and what's the deal flow looking like for you?
Yeah, man, totally. Makes sense. We stay busy, like you said, dozens and dozens. Yeah, that's accurate. I know in 2019, so last year, we ended up just shy of 100 for the year between wholesaling and micro flipping. And thank goodness the pandemic, it's adjusted business some. but it hasn't made business stagnant in any way. So we stay busy every day. I talk to motivated sellers 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week, and we're just looking for the yeses. One thing about this industry is there are no's, but you know what? Move on from the no's. Keep looking for the yeses. They're out there.
Well, that's great advice. One thing I think we find with a lot of new real estate investors is they don't understand it's a numbers game.
Sure.
And so obviously you guys are working the numbers. You're doing what it takes to be successful. The proof's in the pudding, so to speak, with 100 deals in a year. That's sweet. That's a large amount of deals to be done. And I know, I'm pretty sure you guys probably cherry pick a few of those and do some fix and flips too, maybe in there as well. We always tell our wholesalers that, hey, cherry pick the best deals for yourself. Nothing wrong with that, right?
Absolutely. Why wouldn't you? We got to be diversified a little bit, and we know our bread and butter is the wholesaling, is the micro flipping, but as a pure real estate investor, you might as well get your feet a little wet here and there also.
Well, yeah, absolutely. One advice that I think you probably agree with, if you're on the call right now and you're a buy and hold or a fix and flip investor, you're not going to want to necessarily do a fix and flip on every deal. You're not going to necessarily want to buy and hold every deal for different reasons. So why not just turn that into a quick wholesale flip or a micro flip where you can go ahead and monetize on that deal instead of just letting it pass by? So again, you guys are living proof of what can be done, especially utilizing data. Let's talk a little bit about that. How important would you say is motivated seller data, to your company's success, as a micro flipper / wholesaler? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah. The president of our company would absolutely say that data is everything. And I have a tendency, the longer I've been working with him, it is certainly very, very valuable. And we're very, very grateful to get that high quality data from Penn. Here's the thing. It saves us time. It saves us energy. And when you can save time and energy, and what that's going to do is that's going to focus you on making money. So we utilize the data. It's super important. You don't have to do as much, old school stuff, 411, trying to find a phone number or plugging something into Google. I mean, Google has its valuable resources from time to time, but Google doesn't speak real estate investor like Penn does.
Yeah. That's a very valid point. When you talk about speaking real estate investor, Penn was designed by real estate investors for real estate investors.
Right.
And that certainly comes through in what you're saying for sure in terms of being able to access this data. And really, it's working harder. It's not working harder. It's working smarter, not harder.
Yes.
That's really what it's all about. You're not driving around for hours and hours trying to find deals. You're not out there, digging in the recesses deep down in the basement at the courthouse trying to dig out a pre-for club. You know what I'm talking about. You've been there. You're not having to do all that anymore. And that's kind of the beauty of data. Data is what it's all about and being able to access that for sure. So let's get down kind of into the nuts and bolts of things. When you're contacting a motivated seller lead, what's your approach to making those calls? For vacant properties, let's say, or for whatever various property type or motivation type that you're looking at from the data. Tell us a little bit about your approach to those motivated seller leads.
Yeah, and it does vary. So I'm going to piggyback on one that you mentioned anyways. Vacant properties are certainly a highlight for our company. If it's vacant, that usually kind of already supplies you with a little bit of the story that here's a property, it's sitting there doing nothing besides collecting dust, and somebody's paying taxes on it. So when I contact that person, I really just want to see what they are doing with that vacant property. Get them talking a little bit about asking them some questions. So I mean, how long has it been vacant? How much is that costing you? Get them chatting about the headache that is their vacant property. Once they can tell me about their headache, then I can start to open up some doors for solutions and opportunities to alleviate their stress and allow us to get under contract and take it off their shoulders, put it on our company's plate, and look for that end game buyer. So that's certainly what it looks like for vacant.
Well, I mean, those pain points are critical, aren't they? You're talking about, that property sitting there vacant. What is their pain point? I mean, that's exactly what you're hitting on there. Because obviously it's vacant for a reason. It may be, maybe they're just tired of being a landlord. Maybe it was a rental. Maybe they had to move. They had to relocate quickly and they didn't sell the property, or maybe it was in too big a disrepair to sell. I mean, there's so many reasons that people, have a property that's vacant, but no matter what that reason is, you can see, from what Patrick's saying here, is that it's all about hitting on that pain point, identifying for them, what is it that's their motivation? And then you hammer that home to get that person to commit to your offer and let them know exactly what Patrick was saying. Hey, how do I, basically we can solve this problem for you. We do this all the time. We've helped hundreds of people, whatever the case may be. So, I mean, you're dead on. Tell us a little bit, let's switch it up. Let's talk about probates. How would you handle like a probate?
Absolutely. So, and again, just to make a kind of a broader statement, but I will end up back at probates, which is, that's the great thing about Penn, is you can plug in whatever search engine you're looking for. Hey, I only want to talk to probates today. Hey, I only want to talk to pre-foreclosures today. Because when I'm talking to probates, so right now you are getting my pretty normal Patrick voice, sort of high pitched, sort of fast paced, sort of loud. That's me. But when I'm talking to probates, as I'm dialing the phone, I'm really gearing myself back. Now, I'm still going to be me, but that conversation it's a little bit different. And so I kind of literally, I kind of go, hey, I'm not even sure if I have the right number, but I'm looking for the heirs of Betty Thompson or what have you. A little bit more calm, a little bit more empathetic, sympathetic, if you can get those things across in your voice. I don't want to talk about the passing of a loved one too long, but I want to acknowledge that I understand that this can be a tough time. Now, let's pull out some of their pain. Let's not get them crying if we can help it, but let's pull out some of their pain, and then back to it. Let's alleviate their pain. You know what? This is what our company does. We help people who have found themselves with a deceased loved one, and now there's an extra property in the family. And let's say the seller, I'm based out of North Carolina. Let's say the seller is based out of California. As far apart as these two places could be, not all people want to hop on a plane, fly across the country, worry about that old couch and all that stuff. And that's what we're here to do is we'll help you out, Mr. and Mrs. Probate Motivated Seller. And you guys just deal with the family, the funeral, the more important things. And we're still going to get them some money, but they can make easy money from letting us help them with their probate property.
Well, I mean, I think you hit on something very important. And for those of you who are attending, the Sofa Summit, I hope you're getting this, because Patrick he's giving you some gold right now. I mean, this is literally so incredibly important, because when you're on the phone with someone and they've lost a loved one, maybe it's recent, maybe it's not, depending on the situation. But, obviously you want to have a sense of empathy with them. and help them understand that you're there. You're providing a solution, so they got one less thing to worry about. They can just, they can basically support their loved ones. Don't have to worry about, if they live out of state or something, having to fly back in, having to handle. You're taking a big load off of them, so feel good about that. It's a good feeling to be able to do that. And I want to just piggyback on something that Patrick said right at the beginning as well, is what Penn does for you. You have that ability to stack motivation. You have the data stacking where you can look at, vacant with an out-of-town owner, or maybe probate, where a situation maybe where the heirs live out of state, or whatever the case may be. You can stack that level, repair level, just so equity. There's so many things that Penn allows you to do in terms of motivation stacking. Now, again, these are leads. You got to work the leads, just like anything else. You got to, contact that motivated seller. But at the same time, what you're able to do with this is it gives you that ability to have the likelihood of hitting on that motivated seller that's ready to sell right now goes way up. Right. And that's kind of the key. This is how Patrick, his company, they're able to do, I said dozens and dozens. 100 properties, a year. You do the math on that. And so needless to say, guys, it's exciting when you do that, and it feels good. It's a good feeling to be able to offer a solution, offer a service to individuals, and be sympathetic to them and regard empathetic into their situation. That's always super important. So I love the way, Patrick, you said you kind of tone yourself related to the situation. And I think that's fantastic. Okay, so let's take it the next step. So you've identified that motivated seller, you've contacted them, they want to sell, maybe you've negotiated the price around the phone. If you're doing this remotely, maybe you've actually went ahead and negotiated around the phone, or maybe you want to set up a time to meet up with them. But let's say, either way, you've got to have some prep. You've got to get ready. You got to be able to prep things. Let's talk about before your meeting, either online, maybe even virtually, like we're doing right now, or maybe you're, meeting them in person. Let's talk about, preparation. Let's talk about what is it that you do when you think about, having the contracts, or just tell us a little bit of how you approach that.
Yeah. So, basically for all of those entities, if it's a phone call, if it's a Zoom call, virtual call, or if it's face-to-face, my thing is all about preparation. You cannot be over-prepared in business and in life, but you can be far under-prepared. So for me, I'm really digging into all the resources that Penn has to share. I'm looking at the age of the property. That's a huge factor. If it was made in 2009, just by force of nature, there's going to be less challenges. Give or take some peculiar oddity, there's going to be less challenges than if it was built in 1934. So I'm taking into consideration the tax value. I'm taking into consideration what the house may have last sold for, or what it might have even been last listed for. I just want to have all the numbers top of mind, or a lot of times on a cheat sheet. I need to know square footage. I need to know bedrooms, bathrooms. I need to know, outside of the exact condition, I need to know as much about the property that I'm about to discuss as the person I'm about to discuss it with. That's when you're prepared. Because if you have to say stuff like, well, I'm not sure, your ratio for that conversion is going down. Just really dig in. And then use the rehab calculator even before you talk to them about the exact condition. Go ahead and formulate, okay, so it's a little dinged up. All right, this would be where my offer is. It's pretty messed up.
All right.
This would be where my offer is. Man, it is trashed. This would be where my offer is. And have the flexibility to have a little bit of deviation from those things, but you need to know almost as much as the person that you're going to be talking to knows about the property.
That is fantastic advice. Going in there with that type of knowledge ahead of time is going to give you so much more credibility.
Yes.
It's going to give them so much more confidence in you.
Yes.
And so that's going to equal more deals. That's going to equal them choosing you over the other investor. And guess what? Penn has all the data in there. It's got the data for the year bill. It's got the square footage. It's got when they purchased it. It's got, all that data is in place. Now, certainly you could go in and confirm that, or if you wanted to look that up, you could. But still, a lot of that information you need is in there that you're going to that homeowner. And, man, that just speaks volume to that motivated seller lead when you go in and, as Patrick was saying, with really more knowledge than them. Because you're already bringing probably more knowledge on market conditions than they have, because you've already done a research. You know what properties are selling for in the area. You've got to be able to prep them for that offer by letting them know about, hey, here's what's going on in the market, and helping them understand that. In fact, this is gold. This is beautiful what Patrick's talking about here. And then being prepared. You want to be able to have that offer ready to go. Yeah. Patrick, one thing I know in talking with you, tell us a little bit about, how do you set up? And again, when I'm working with a motivated seller, you can tell them, I've always used the word paperwork. I like to use paperwork instead of contract, just kind of a psychological thing. But tell us a little bit about how you handle that with the contract / paperwork / getting the deal done and signed.
Yeah. Well, there is a difference between, the preparation doesn't have much difference, but the actual deal signatures, virtual or internet compared to face-to-face. So we'll talk about phone and internet a little bit first. And yeah, I think I certainly say kind of a combination of paperwork, being a little bit vague, a little bit flexible, but I also will be honest to say that I absolutely use the word contract, and here's why. Because if you're listening with your 2 ears, you will have some sellers who have a professional tone to them, and they want to know words like contract and time is of the essence. Then, if you're working with other motivated sellers, those words are too big. Those words are too fancy. Let them know that you're going to get some paperwork over to them to finalize things. So you got to listen to your seller and adapt on the fly. But otherwise, when I'm sending an internet contract, look, one of the things that I'm going to ask that seller is, let's just say it was today at noon. So, hey, motivated seller, I'm going to get this over to you in just a couple of minutes. What would be better for you, to have it finalized by 5 p.m. tonight or 5 p.m. tomorrow night? In the grand scheme of business, that's called an either or close. Either one of them is completely acceptable for me and my company, but I want them to feel like that they're in control. And I want, and if they say today by 5, I say absolutely fantastic. I'll keep my eye out for it. They say tomorrow by 5, I say absolutely fantastic. I'll keep my eye out for it. So that's about what that looks like, virtually or through the internet. Now, face to face, it's a little bit different. And look, after all of this non-face-to-face, we'll be face-to-face again. So you're better off to be prepared, just like preparation, because, pandemic will pass. Anyways, enough science talk. So when I see them face-to-face, I show up with a folder, and the folder has our company's logo on the outside. Inside the front flap, there's 2 contracts, one for me, one for them, exact matched copies, so that way they know that they have everything I have. There's no smoke, there's no mirrors, there's no confusion. Full transparency to make everybody comfortable. On the other side, the other flap, our company has an information packet, which I think is super valuable. Sort of mentions how long we've been around, sort of what we do, some of the teammates on our team, couple emails, couple phone numbers. There's even some customer referrals in there just to continue to paint a comfortable path. Then there's a business card of mine in that folder also. After I leave, they retain the folder, the information packet, one of the contracts, and my business card. And as I leave, I say, look, on that business card is my email, is my website, is my phone number. Anything you need between now and closing, just contact me. We're working on this together. I'm usually looking to formulate partnerships, and I want them to be comfortable. I want the company to be appropriate, but also profitable. And the best way to have all those things pan out is just to kind of team up. Plug that name in your phone until closing. And then after closing, you can delete it then. But this way, you're very receptive, you're very open, and your clients are going to appreciate that.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. And, you never know. You want to keep a good relationship with that motivated seller, especially even after the contract is signed. Patrick, I hear from, different real estate investor members, and they never say anything to them again until, and I'm like, boy, you need at least once a week, check in with that. Would you agree? Check in with that seller. Because you never know when you may have to renegotiate the contract, the closing day. There's so many variables there. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely would agree with that. And I say in business, you diversify your contact method. And so what I mean by that is, you've already reconfirmed that you have their right email, you have their right phone number. Hey, motivated seller, do you text? Oh, yes, sometimes. Okay, so 2 weeks ago you spoke to them on the phone. Last week you just shot them a text that said, hey, any questions? We're still processing towards closing. They say, oh yeah, thanks for touching base. We're good. The next week you just send them a little email. Just wanted to reach out, let you know that we're still processing. All the paperwork's over at the law firm. One of the things that I've noticed early on in my real estate investing experience, and I did exactly what Doug just said, which is I got a contract and I just waited. And what I found out was it made all parties uncomfortable. It made the seller uncomfortable. It made the wholesaler uncomfortable. It made the lender uncomfortable. So I said the heck with that. Now, as previously or not, I over communicate. But again, I'd rather over communicate than under communicate, because over communication, and maybe they think, gosh, this guy is so organized. Yeah, that's not an insult. To under communicate, they may think, well, I hope this all works out. We don't want that.
No, you want to keep that confidence flowing.
Yeah.
You want them to have 100% confidence, and the best way you can do that is follow up.
Yeah.
Keep them in the loop, keep them notified what's going on. Plus, you want to be able to get your quote unquote partners into the property. You better have a good relationship with that motivated seller and prep. Hey, I may have a couple of my associates I might need to come by, or my contractors, or whatever the case may be, because it keeps that door open. And that's another opportunity for you to be face to face with that seller and just reassure him, hey, we're moving forward, everything's looking good. So you're exactly right. I think, that's definitely a critical thing. Well, hey, now let's do this, Patrick. One thing I really appreciate is you were willing to share with us a couple of deals that you had done, through PENN. Let me pull up one of those. I know that one of these was actually a property. Let me grab that real quick. Let's see here. There we go. I'll actually enlarge this, see if I can enlarge this even a little bit more so we can see it. But this is a property that you recently did. Can you see that on the screen there, Patrick?
I can, yes, sir.
Beautiful. Tell me a little bit about this particular property as far as, this is a deal I think you mentioned that you saw on PENN V5. It was, I want to say, an expired listing. Is that right?
Yep. You paid attention in our warm up. Good work, kind sir. but yeah, I did find it through an expired listing, and I was able to get the, well, hey, look, I think it's more fun and more accurate if I really kind of tell you the whole story for this one. So thankfully, on that expired listing, the number that was in PIN was for the person who lived in the house. The person who lived in the house is the son of the owner. That was their point of contact. So long story short, I was able to speak to the person who lives in the house. Yes, they wanted to sell it. Believe it or not, the person who's sitting in Texas. This story, talk about motivated seller. And I promise you, I'm not making one bit of this up. What was his pain? Some might say. His wife had passed away a couple of years ago. This was the house they had shared their 19 years together. And every day when he went home from work, he basically sat in his home in sadness. As you can tell from the photo, it needed some work. So I was able to find out what the balance was of the property. Him and I started to really form a pretty good relationship. Got him to send me a mortgage statement. From that mortgage statement, believe it or not, it was about $1,800 more than what my buy price really was. But often when you're that close, you wouldn't let $1,800 get in your way. So when it was all said and done, it was a unique one. But it all started from the data that I got from an expired listing that led me to a phone number that opened up a can of worms that helped me fortify a relationship, which certainly helped our company earn the offer to purchase contract.
Fantastic. Well, and this is just a good example of, a property out of PIN, from one of the motivated sellers. You can hear, Patrick talk about how he was able to forge a relationship with this person. And that's such an important piece of this. One thing, I hear a lot of it from a lot of investors, and they don't understand what they're doing wrong. And I said, well, tell me a little bit about what you said to the motivated seller. And they're like, oh, I just walked in and say, here's the contract, sign it right here. And I'm like, you can't, you got to take your time, and you got to build some rapport. You got to be able to make a friend first a lot of times. I mean, would you, is that what you kind of find generally to be the case with these sellers? They want somebody to really listen to them?
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. In this business, it's the 80-20 rule. The seller should be doing 80% of the talking. You should stimulate that conversation, but they've got a circumstance. You have to put on your human hat, not your business hat. I mean, that sits right next to your human hat as its ally, but you gotta show them that you care enough to help them solve this situation. Once they understand how much you care, it will almost all start to come together. There's bumps, there's bruises, but in general speaking, get past the dollars, focus on the challenge, the situation, the dilemma, fill in the blank, and then get them talking. Get them talking about, what that feels like. And you can almost paint them a picture too, or you can get them to paint. I guess maybe both of you would have a paintbrush, which is, what would it look like if you were able to sell this? I mean, that question right there, what would it look like if you were able to sell this? And you can deviate. How would you feel if you were able to get this off of your checks and balances. I mean, but if you can get them to just talk about the answer to either one of those similar questions, you have to listen and then apply some human touch. Man, you're going to start to get more deals than you expected. But that sounds like you didn't expect to get many deals. So I want to clean that up. Expect to get a lot of deals. But if you're not, you might be focusing a little bit too much on the money and not quite enough on the human element.
That's great. I like that 80-20 rule. You know, let them do the talking. They will sell themselves on selling you the property.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, and I know this Old Well Loop property we're looking at here. Now, this is in a rural area, if I'm not mistaken, here in Eastern North Carolina. And I get this question from members a lot of times, you know, can I flip property? Can I wholesale rural areas? And look, here's a living example of yes, you can do that. And again, this is a good example of that. So let's look at another one, Patrick, real quick, if that's okay. I know you gave us this other one here on Richlands Avenue. Let's go over that. Can you see that one there, the White House here?
I sure can.
Beautiful. Yeah, this is the one you mentioned to me that was a vacant property that's in Penn that you found that was vacant home. Tell us a little bit about, you know, the details on, you know, this particular motivated seller.
Absolutely. So this particular motivated seller was a really sweet, older lady, and this was her mother's house. So my seller was probably 75, and it was her mother's house. And I want to say mom lived until she was like 98. At one point, wow. Yeah. So then for a little while, the seller did rent it. And then as time went on, it turned into a vacant property. But here's how and why it turned into a vacant property. Here was her pain. Here was her dilemma. She had renters. They tore things up. She had renters. They didn't pay on time. She had to go through the whole eviction process. And as I was able to get her on the phone, it was almost like the stars aligned. And she said something, I just remember some similar quote was something like, "Oh gosh, yes, I'm ready to get rid of that." I mean, you don't always hear it like that, but I let her do some talking. I try, I think I basically, another one is, ma'am, so what's making you think about getting rid of it? And she told me about the renters and the eviction process and her mama's home and how she just wanted it gone. Believe it or not, I mean, maybe TMI, maybe not. There was even a couple liens on this property that we found out, approaching closing, and she knew of the liens. That it didn't sway her. She had enough trials and tribulations of trying to be a landlord that her best move was to, offload it to an investment company like ours and not have to, didn't have to sweep the floor, didn't have to unload the refrigerator. We try to make it as easy as possible on our sellers.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's pretty obvious to see that most likely a senior lived here because you got the ramp out front. Obviously that points to that for sure. And, a lot of times homeowners will try to, rent out a property that becomes theirs. In this case, I guess this was an inherited property at some point that she rented out. Then it became vacant. So Penn picked up on that vacancy. But again, I guess it goes back to the fact that, not homeowners a lot of times don't make the best landlords. That's a whole nother, they think it's going to be easy. And then you got people tearing up the property, such as the case with this house, but definitely something to consider. Let me go back. I'm going to stop share, just get back on the screen here for a second. So pardon me. There we go. I'm back. So one thing I wanted to just, before we leave that property over there, Richlands Avenue, let's chat a little bit about that. You know, inside of Penn, I think you referred to it earlier, you know, we do have the fast formulas tool that's inside of Penn that allows you to run the numbers. I know it's based on the 70% rule, which is a good rule of thumb for most investors. You know, 70% of the ARV minus the repairs and expenses. As a wholesaler, you may not know all the expenses a rehabber is going to run into, but you can get an estimate on repairs. I've heard of individuals using, you know, $20 per square foot. So $20 times the square footage is a rough estimate of repairs, around $20,000 for an average property. It needs more repairs, maybe $30 times the square footage. Just some rule of thumb things that investors can do. But we also have the repair estimate tool that, you know, that members can use with the with Connected Investor, you know, the Penn V5. So all the tools are there. I know you mentioned that you use those to just kind of check on the status of these properties. Even if someone as experienced as you got to make sure the numbers make sense. Your money's made in real estate. I think I lost my background. Let me add that back in, my virtual background. So I'm going to add that back. What happened? I lost my background here. But so I apologize for that. We'll see if I got it right now. There we go. Let's see if that goes. Hey, I'm back. Okay. So, hey, you got a sneak peek of what's actually behind me, which is not a sofa. But we are doing, that's why it's called a virtual sofa summit, because we are virtually involved. So that's pretty cool. But needless to say, guys, you know, you see Patrick, the insights that he's given you. This is a deep dive and letting you see into real case studies, you know, real deal, real people. I mean, this is gold. This is something that you're able to take from this, and you can remember that 80-20 rule. When you're sitting in front of that person or doing a virtual appointment with that person, and you hear yourself just talk, and all of a sudden you realize, hold on, 80-20, and you shut up and you start asking them questions, right? And you start finding out their real need, because if you can identify their pain point, as Patrick talked about earlier, you can identify what is that thing or what is the reason they're wanting to sell, then you can hammer that home by letting them know you have a solution to that. And that's really the key. That's the key to this whole thing. It's no big secrets here. It's all about a numbers game and then knowing what to say and when to say it. And we have all the scripts. We have everything right inside of the downloads area of Penn. You could go in there and pull the call scripts, email scripts, text messaging. You're working with sellers. All kinds of stuff is there. You've got the contract genie that has all the contracts you need, the offer to purchase contracts, the assignment contract, which is over the business section. I mean, it's all there for you. That's what makes Penn so awesome, even for you brand new newbie investors. You have everything at your fingerprints. It gives you the same competitive advantage to compete against a Patrick's company, right? Because, yeah, you might not do 100 deals your first year, but let me tell you what, you're going to do many more deals because they have access to Penn, the data, the tools, the training, and all that. I'll get off of it, Patrick. I'm sorry. I just have to throw that out because I just love helping people be successful, as you do. You're taking your time away from your business to help, you know, people to be able to understand the power that they have with Penn, and it's exciting. By the way, we've got a demo coming up shortly. That Ross, I'm going to toss it back to Ross, and when we come back, I'll get to that in a second. But I really, Patrick, if you don't, I got just a couple more things I got to just run by you. I know I hear a lot from investors out there that have questions. So tell me a little bit, you know, what are some of the ways that you structure the deal? You know, when it comes down to, you know, earnest money or due diligence money or assignments and closings. I mean, you know, I know, you know, without giving away, I know you've got some trade secrets and things with secret sauce, maybe, but there's really not to this, is it? I mean, it really is pretty common sense.
Well, you know, overall, some of that stuff isn't really secret. It just comes with a little bit of learned experience. So for me and our company, learned experience was falling on your face, losing a contract because your I's were confusing and your T's weren't crossed. And that's what something like this conversation, we're hoping to alleviate the members who are watching this, so you don't fall on your face, so you don't lose deals. But overall, earnest money, yeah. On our offer to purchase, there isn't any. Some people have questioned it. Most sellers won't. When the few do, It's as simple as this one statement. Hey, motivated seller, our company has found it simpler just to get you all your money at the end, one lump sum. So again, paint that picture of a bag of money. And they go, okay, I like the idea of a bag of money. Due diligence for offer to purchase contract. Pre-COVID, we did a lot of 30-day closings, and yeah, there's a line on our contract that gives us 29 days of due diligence. It's not something we like to fall back on with any frequency. Of course, it's never our intention to get an offer to purchase contract so that we can cancel it. There's no value in that. There's no money in that. No one wins. The seller doesn't win. The micro flipper doesn't win. Everyone loses. So it's never our intention to waste everybody's time. But as a company, you do have to protect yourself. And that line is certainly in our contracts. On the assignments, on the other hand, if we want to transition, but I don't think we do. No. So on our contracts also, it gives us the right to assign our contract. And because our company is super transparent, that part in our contract is even in bold. I don't want to run from it. And if you're ahead of it, there'll be nothing to run from. If you're trying to hide from it, your water's going to get so murky so quick, and that you're going to be uncomfortable. Your seller's going to be uncomfortable, and everything's probably going to fall apart. So it's in there. It's real. It's a thing. You know what your motivated seller wants to know? They want to know, when and where is my property going to close, and how much money will I get? They don't really mind if the name on the contract says the pile of money is coming from Bob Smith, but then 30 days later, the pile of money actually comes from Ted Thompson. I mean, they still got the pile of money that they were told they were going to get. And that's what's important to them.
Absolutely. Hey, I love that. Hey, don't worry about earnest money. You're going to get a big pile of money right at the end. I won't forget that. I will use that. I think that's gold. I love that. And that's a great way to sidestep that. Now, in some states, you have to have earnest money to make a contract valid. Give them $5 or $10, a token amount of earnest money. State of North Carolina, we don't have to worry about it here, but in some states you do. Just want to get a caveat for those that are out there. But still, even then, hey, we put $5 down just as a token amount, but man, you're going to get that bag of money at the end. I just love that. And also, I agree with you about disclosing the fact that, yeah, we're a company. We have to make money. It costs us a lot too to be able to do what we do. We pay a lot to be able to help people out of their situation and have access to the funding and the relationships and things to do that. So I think people pretty much understand that. But that's a very, very valid point for sure. But great. Well, hey, before I let you go, Patrick, one last thing. For those that are brand new, or maybe they're not brand new, maybe they've been around, they haven't had a ton of success, whatever the case may be, maybe it's because they haven't utilized the data appropriately, things like that. I know you mentioned earlier about contracts. One thing about the Contract Genie that we have inside of PEN is it walks you through the contract step by step. So you don't have that weird, what do I do next kind of thing, or I don't know my contract is valid. This is a contract for all 50 states, and the assignment contract, it walks you through it. So that's kind of the beauty of having access to PEN. But when it comes down to brand new investors, tell us a little bit about what advice will you somebody that maybe they hadn't done their first deal yet. Maybe, either they're struggling, they want to get the deal done. Maybe they're just so new, like, I don't know what to do. And that's okay. Were you new or before? Yeah, sure. Patrick was new. I was new. But tell us a little bit about what do you recommend to somebody who's brand new that maybe hadn't done their first deal to get up and get the ball rolling?
Well, man, I hope more people appreciate what I'm about to say than I get eye rolls. I'm going to go down a couple quick paths. One would be ready, willing, and able to fail. And failure is way too big of a word, but that's why I wanted to use it, was to really drive home the point. Look, chances are the first few people you call, it's going to be bumpy. It's going to be messy. And that's okay. You know why that's okay? Is because it's those bumps, it's those bruises, and it's that mess that formulates your system, that gives you the practice, that gives you the confidence on real live opportunities. That sounds a little crazy. I realize that I'm a little crazy, but there is value in the ability to accept failure. Now, big words, big words, big words. Then the other next best thing I would say is get your mind right. Get your mind right. You know, what are you reading? Who are you talking to? What are you spending your time on? You've got to be intrinsically confident. You've got to be intrinsically bold. You've got to be different than the masses, okay? The masses operate on drama and trauma. You got to be an example on that phone call of determination, perseverance, and just realize that each no is getting you that much closer to your next yes. That's
so true.
That's probably the best thing I could say, because I, like you said, I can absolutely recall my first 45 days in this field feeling lost, feeling scared, feeling disappointed with myself. And I can't speak for the rest of the world, but there is one person that I hate being disappointed in. Me! I hate being disappointed. And I'd come home, and for you, those of you who have spouses, bless them, kiss them, hug them. I got to unload all that weight onto my beautiful wife, and I stuck with it.
Well, you know, I heard somebody say one time, Patrick, I don't remember who this quote came from, but there's show me somebody who has never failed, and I'll show you a failure. You know, success is built on failure. You're gonna fail. It's okay to fail. And the power of having access to PENN, because when you got started, you didn't have PENN. I didn't have PENN when I got started as a real estate investor. It wasn't available then. You know, thanks to Ross Hamilton, we have access to that now. As a brand new person, yeah, you're going to have no's. Yeah, you're going to have rejection. You're going to have some failures. But the beauty of it is you're not going to have as much as we did, because you have the scripts. You have the contracts. You have, look at this training. You just heard, you know, Patrick say, be different. Well, guess what? He has told you on this training today exactly what you need to be different. What separates you out? We talked about working with that motivated seller and what to say and what to do. That's going to make you distinguish you from all the other investors out there and give you that competitive advantage. Being professional, you know, being an empathetic, you know, listener, you know, being prepared, all the things Patrick talked about. I mean, these are things that you can be excited because you can have confidence, because, yeah, you're going to fail, you're going to have it. But guess what? Not on the level that we did starting out, because having PENN gives you that competitive advantage. You're learning. You hear people say, learn from your mistakes. Well, that's true, but it's better to learn from other people's mistakes. And this is what Patrick's been able to lay out for you today. Hey, here's how I felt. Don't do what I did when starting out. Be smart about it. Work smarter, not harder, right? Make sure you're following that. So I love it, Patrick, man. Thank you so much for sharing today. I know I learned a lot today just from listening to you. And it's been cool to hear about these case studies and just hear how PIN and the motivated seller data, tools, training, how that's really benefited you. So guys, I'm excited now because coming up next, we're going to have Ross Hamilton, the CEO of Connected Investors. He's going to do a deep dive into PIN and demo exactly PIN V5 and how you can get that competitive advantage, cut your failure rate way, way down now, and be able to take that and run with it. So get excited. That's coming up next. Hey, Patrick, thanks again for joining us.
My pleasure, man. Thank you guys for having me. You investors, get out there and make it happen. The future's bright. It's yours for the taking.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Throw it in the webinar box if you're able to hear me okay. All right, here we go. Doug, powerful information there. I really appreciate, all the work you and Patrick did to kind of pull that together.
Well, thank you. Absolutely, Ross. It was a lot of fun. I know it's always good kind of getting together with Patrick like that and just hearing about, these case studies and working with these sellers. It's just a great time.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing a screen share here. Are you guys able to see my screen? Is that what's popping up? No, you can't see my screen? Okay. Let me go ahead and see if I can share my screen. You are in the show. All right. I'm going to try to get my screen up here while we're talking, but I wanted to go ahead and just underline a few things. At the end of the day, when you're talking to motivated sellers, and the reason we spent so much time on this is because it's the biggest thing between our PIN members and their paycheck, right? Sure. Now there's strategies to where you can use PIN and only search for listed properties and just make offers to agents. So if you don't want to talk to someone for whatever reason, you can make offers directly through listed properties. And the great thing is you can see how much is owed on properties. And you can also, so you know exactly what to offer. So Doug, just while I'm trying to get my screen up, can you explain to the audience why if someone owes $200,000 on a property and you make them a $100,000 offer in this market, why the agent's just going to kind of push you aside?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And that's one, nice thing about having access to PIN is you can look at that, equity amount. Already, I have a good feel for what the equity is going to be on that property. So, obviously if they, if you're offering them much less than what they owe, and if it's a listed property, especially, that agent obviously is going to want to repel that offer because they're, number one, they're not going to make any money, which is really important to that agent. But number two, the seller, is going to have not be able to pay off their loan. But that being said, there may still be some opportunity on listed properties out there. To make offers, you look for the properties that may have the higher equity amounts inside of PIN, and then you got a much better chance of being able to get that property under contract at a price that makes sense for you, and also gives the seller, what they want, and the agent is happy as well. So it still could be a win-win-win, but much more difficult for listed properties.
Yeah, exactly. But we wanted to bring Patrick on, and we do with our mastermind, the Connected Investors Mastermind, our inner circle. We do a lot of role playing. We help people either train the people in their office to do this. We help them find people to do this for them, or we get them in there and they start doing it just like Cherie did, right? Just going through the list and just making those phone calls. When you go through the list, you're going to hit some wrong phone numbers. I'm going to talk about that in just a second here. I have Portland, Oregon up because a member asked, hey, I want to see deals in Portland. But what I want to show you guys is, you see that number scrolling across the bottom of the screen? Take a look at what we put together for you here. Let me go ahead and pull this up. Because we have this financial compass. You guys able to see that okay? And when you text to the screen, this is planning for wealth, health, and happiness in 2021. I want to make sure that you guys go through this tonight, so tomorrow we can kind of tie a bow on it. But there's also a discussion happening right inside Connected Investors. You can click this link or log into Connected Investors and probably pop up for you, where you can see the goals and the action plans of other real estate investors. Isn't that nice, Doug?
That is phenomenal, Ross. I absolutely love it. I was able to review it, and I'm excited about deep diving into that.
Yeah, you also get your the agenda here for the day, so we can see exactly kind of what's coming up, and links to a lot of the things that we're talking about. Privatelenders.com, CI Buyers, PIN 5, Connected Investors. You can just click on these. It'll take you right to where you want to be. But what I want to make sure you guys do is put together at least this page right here. So by a certain date, I will fill in the blank. To accomplish this, I will give. This is important because. Try to keep it kind of short and sweet because we need you guys to kind of set your financial vision so we can help you fill in all of the blanks here. And this is something you need to read every day, at least once. And we don't leave out the personal side when it comes to planning because your personal life affects your business life. How many people are working from home, right? Yeah. So we make sure that we take you through the personal journey as well. And we also have a witness aspect of this too, right? Because you can write down or say whatever you're going to say to yourself and slam your hand on the table and say, Doug, this time I'm going to do it, right? It's going to be different than last time, but it's good to have a witness kind of hold you accountable and give that witness a job. And it's outlined right here on exactly what your witness should do. Also overcoming your fears. I will no longer, because if I do, just to kind of, while you're in a good state of mind, just looking deep into those things that might be holding you back. And I like this one right here, overcoming moments of weakness. A lot of times when I've set goals for myself, my mind gets very creative on how to get around the goal. Tell me why it's okay not to make that call today, right? So in a moment of clarity and strength, write down the tricks that your mind plays on you and how you're going to deal with it. So at least you can identify it when it happens because your mind is smarter than you, if that makes any sense. So that portion, the first 6 pages, you guys should be able to knock out before tomorrow. The next portion, the strategic plan, this took me almost a month to get through. 2 weeks, I had something kind of solid, but it's your strategic plan for your entire life. I'm not going to go through this. You can go through this when you send a text, but there's also the real estate investing game plan that you need to make sure you fill out. How much money do you want to make in 2021? Let's just have a little bit. I'm going to go over some of these right here real quick. I want to see what type of engagement we can get. How much money do you want to make in 2021? Put it in the box. I want to see what that dollar is. Then we'll ask you questions like, how do you plan on finding deals? And how are you going to overcome these challenges? So you know what the roadblocks are. And then we break down all of the big goals into simple steps. Because there's not one aspect of investing in real estate that is physically or even mentally hard. Doug, is it physically hard to pick up a phone?
Absolutely not.
Is it physically hard to dial a number?
No way.
No, we can all do that, right? If someone answers the phone, can you speak? Yes, like none of it is hard, but sometimes if you look at a big goal, it's easy to get overwhelmed because you're not looking at the next milestone, the next step, and you just have to focus on that next step. So we break down your personal goals, your health goals, your recreational goals, your family goals, your friendship goals, your community goals, career goals, financial goals, household goals, and spiritual goals. So it takes you through kind of all different aspects. And after you go through this, then come back to the top again and redo the top of those short questions. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling so fast here. There you go. And you'll have a really clear and concise plan here. So that's why I want you to send a text to the number below to get this worksheet. Get this worksheet right here. It's really going to be important. So, Doug, I'm pulling up PIN again out here in Portland, because again, with PIN, you can just hit the list view. I'm in Portland. These are all good deals. And let's take a look at phone numbers. Let's go ahead and skip trace. This is real time. Here you go. All these phone numbers. So you can just start dialing, right? So the reason we keep bringing PIN up for a few reasons is this is really the infrastructure of your real estate investing business. You have all these phone numbers here. You can just start smiling and dialing. And Doug, it is good to smile while you're on the phone pitching, right?
Oh, absolutely, Ross. One thing people, it comes across on the phone. If you got a smile on your face, people can hear that. They might not be able to see it, but they can definitely hear it. And people love talking to pleasant people. So, you definitely want to make sure that you have a big smile on your face. Don't go eat a dill pickle right before you pick up the phone.
Yeah. So I want to make sure that everyone that's on the line that's seen the demos. I'm sorry, I forget the gentleman who was looking for a demo here. Maybe they missed some of the earlier demos. We have another segment coming up in a few, and I'll kind of dive deeper into it. I just wanted to show you that here are the great deals. Here's how you contact them. Let me hit the filter. Let me just do my favorite search here, Doug. Vacant with out-of-town owners, out-of-state owners. Let's find people who are really vacant. And let's make it so it's just the properties with 50% equity in it and hit show me the deals. Let's see what pops up. Whenever I do this live, I'm always nervous, but there's always deals, right? Like doing software demos live is really challenging. So tons of deals here for you to go ahead and jump into and start working. And then again, Doug, this was one of those things I did on this. So 272 deals right there, 50% equity, vacant, out-of-town owner. How many deals does it take to really change your financial life, Doug?
One deal for a lot of people, even a wholesale micro flip deal where they make $20,000 could change a lot of people's lives. A fix and flip, you're talking the average fix and flip $60,000. I mean, one fix and flip, one micro flip, / wholesale deal could change somebody's life. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So you got 272 opportunities, and if just one of those is right, there you go. So each of these are, almost a lottery ticket. And instead of scratching, you're picking up the phone and dialing and seeing if you can put something together. Now, Doug, a lot of people's biggest fear is what happens if they say yes? What do I do? Well, that's why we do multiple trainings every week. And especially if you're in our mastermind, we'll walk you through what to do, help you out as much as possible. If you get a good deal under contract, we can help you. Other investors can help you. Don't look 5 or 6 steps ahead. Just know that in this market, if you have a deal, money is never an issue. Getting the help is never an issue. So don't let that be a big roadblock for you there. So I'm going to look through the attendee sheet here. Okay, I texted the number and it does not provide that workbook. I'll make sure that you guys get that workbook. Some of you guys are getting the workbook. Some of you guys aren't. If you texted earlier in the day, we were putting the final touches on it. So we just got it live just a little while ago. But I'll make sure that everyone who signed up to the SOFA Summit gets access to that workbook while our next presenter is going. So Doug, thanks again for taking the time here with Patrick. And I'm really excited about the future for our members. Thank you for spending so much time training our members.
Ross, I love what I do. I love seeing our members gain success and really change their whole future. It's exciting. So I enjoy it, Ross.
Yeah, you bet. And there were some people here. I'm going to do one. I love the software so much. I'm just going to jump in and just do one more thing here, because there were some people that were asking about maximum allowable offer. How much should I offer on that property? And we cover that right in Connected Investors, whether you have PIN or not. We have all the calculators that are right there for you, so you can download that calculator app and see what the MAO is. Looks like my internet's moving a little slow, so this one's taking a second to pull up. But what I was going to show you is a lot of the properties, they show what investors are paying for properties. So you have 2 aspects of maximum allowable offer. What is that rule of thumb that you want to use? And then also, what are investors paying for properties? And then what type of appreciation is happening in the markets right now? So it looks like I have too many tabs open here with all the screen sharing. But anyway, Doug, thanks again for jumping on. And the next presenter is going to really wow you. It's a lot different than the last few presenters, and I think you're going to love it. So stay here on the SOFA Summit. I'm sorry there's no replays, but due to the nature of some of the content and the stats and information we're sharing, we weren't able to offer replays at this time. So make sure to stay here and be here tomorrow morning as well. So Doug, thanks again.
Oh, absolutely, Ross. Thank you.
All right, here we go again. We're back at day 1 of SOFA Summit number 2, brought to you by privatelenders.com. Remember, this SOFA Summit is here to help you set up your 2021. So make sure to get your 2021 worksheet. Send the text 2021 to the phone number below, and you'll get a text with a link so you can download your worksheet, and you'll also get the agenda. Now, I'm really excited about our next guest here, because this is the guy that all of the big news stations call on when they need someone to give an opinion and some facts about real estate investing markets all around the United States. He has carved out an amazing niche for himself in the luxury home side of real estate, which is booming right now. And he's going to show you exactly how you can do the same. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Jason Hartman. Jason, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Ross. I am excited to be here at SOFA Summit 2. This is a great event, and we're looking forward to learning a lot and sharing a lot, too. I'm also excited about the Pin 5 platform and the improvements to that, and about 2021. I think it's going to be a phenomenal year for investors. I know that 2020, with all its ups and downs, was really a great year for real estate investors. Unlike so many other sectors of the economy, real estate performed extremely well in 2020. And everybody realized that the home was the center of the universe. And as investors, that's what we do. We provide homes for people. So it's super exciting to be part of it. And I'm looking forward to sharing my pandemic investing strategy with the SOFA Summit attendees, as we talk about how to invest during a crisis, during a pandemic. This year has been just an extraordinary year, and we all know it, and everybody's so confused. And I was confused at the beginning of this, and I know that many other people were confused, and many are concerned. So let's go ahead and dive into some strategies that are working very well for our investors. My name is Jason Hartman, and I've been helping people invest nationwide for about 17 years now. Before that, I was in the traditional real estate business. I worked for RE/MAX for several years. I was one of the top agents with RE/MAX, and then I purchased my own company and then later sold it to Coldwell Banker back in 2005. And I've certainly learned a lot over the years, good and bad. I've made my share of mistakes, and I've learned from them and hope to share some of that with you today, so you don't have to make those same mistakes. And I think we are in a time of extraordinary concern and crisis and opportunity at the same time. So let's go ahead and dive into that. I'm going to make my slides a little bit bigger so you can see them. In fact, I'll probably enlarge them to the whole screen here in a moment because some of the charts and graphs that I'm going to show you are a little more detailed, and I want to make sure you can see everything really well. So sit back, relax, learn, grab a notepad and a pen, and please turn off your devices, your phones. You know, we live in an era when there are so many distractions. It's just unbelievable. So let's go ahead and take a look at how to invest during a crisis, during a pandemic, during a time of civil unrest, and how you can profit from that. So we want to help you position your life, not just your money, but your life to take advantage of the opportunities that are available now, but also protect yourself from any of the concerns that are coming out of this crisis. So that's what we will be talking about for the next little while here. And let's go ahead and take a look at this. Let me get my screen arranged. Little technology stuff. So I've always liked to share this. The Chinese have a symbol for crisis, and that symbol is the same as the symbol for opportunity. And what's really interesting about that yin and yang, if you will, that polarity, those opposites, right, is that when you literally translate this symbol for crisis, which is the same as the symbol for opportunity, it means crisis is an opportunity riding the dangerous wind. Crisis is an opportunity riding the dangerous wind. And I think that's very applicable to the times we have now. So we're going to look at how to operate in that environment. So as I mentioned before, my name is Jason Hartman. I've been helping investors build nationwide portfolios for the last 17 years. My real estate company is one of several businesses I have, but basically it helps people build these portfolios, invest in good markets that are what we call linear markets that offer really good cash flow and really good opportunities for investors. And I spent most of my life in Southern California. After I sold my company there, I stayed there for a while. And then back in 2011, I moved because I wanted to be in a no income tax state and a business friendly state. And interestingly, a landlord friendly state. So I've invested in many markets around the country, and we've helped thousands of clients do the same thing with my real estate company. I also have a software business, and it's called Real Estate Tools. And it offers a what's called a SaaS software product, which is a web-based product, and then also some apps for iPhone and iPad. And I've been involved with my companies and my own personal brokerage transaction and investing for my own account over the years in nearly 10,000 real estate transactions. I may well be the most experienced person in this space. I've been doing it a long, long time. I got my real estate license back when I was 19 years old in my first year of college. And I don't know the exact number of transactions. I wish I would have kept better track way back then. But as far as I can tell, it's approaching that 10,000 number. I haven't topped it yet. But with my different businesses over the years, and then my own investing for my own account and my own business as a realtor. And I started like everyone else, though. You know, I grew up relatively poor. I lived in Los Angeles, didn't have much money. And I saw an infomercial for a real estate guru when I was 16 years old, and I got the bug at age 16. Attended my first real estate seminar at 18 years old. And then just wanted to kind of learn the basics. So I got my real estate license. And when I was in my first year of college, I started selling real estate for Century 21 part-time while going to school. And then fast forward to 2005, I sold that real estate company I had to Coldwell Banker. And then I really got completely into helping investors build nationwide portfolios and doing that for myself too. And I started a podcast, and I've been fortunate to interview thousands and thousands of thought leaders, economists, professors, real estate investors. And, you know, these are all familiar names that you see on the screen, of course, whether it be Steve Forbes, George Gilder, Garrett Sutton, Robert Kiyosaki, Ken McElroy, John Stossel, Brian Tracy, Pat Buchanan, Meredith Whitney, Harry Dent, Dennis Waitley, John Gray, Jack Canfield. Gosh, the list is just endless. And Doug Casey and Lawrence Kutlikoff and just a zillion others. And I've learned so much from those people in terms of their thinking and strategy. And I want to share some of that with you today. So that's what we're going to do. And so, you know, podcast, interviewing people all day. We publish podcast episodes 5 days a week, and just have learned a tremendous amount from interviewing all these people. So, I can't stand it when all of these different speakers and gurus show all these pictures of themselves and their family. So since that bugs me, I thought I would do it to you. Not really, only for a second. So there is me starting out when I was 1 year old. That is actually my first birthday cake at age 1. And then there I am on a TV show in Orange County, California, where I lived early in my real estate career, commenting on the market. And I did really well working for RE/MAX. And at age 24, I was ranked 59 in the entire world. And that was about out of about 45,000 real estate agents at that time. I became a young multimillionaire, and I earned many awards, and I purchased properties in 11 states, which, by the way, was a mistake. Yes, I will tell you later how that was a big mistake. So learn from my mistakes. And I think I've had over 1,000 tenants now. I don't exactly know how many, but I've owned apartment complexes. I currently own with a client of mine a mobile home park, which is about 120 units. I've owned a whole bunch of single family homes, and had a lot of experience doing different kinds of investment strategies. And I'm going to share with you the one that I have found to work the best. That is the conservative, sort of, nothing's a sure thing, but it's about as close as you can be to a sure thing, I think. And My goal is really to save people from Wall Street. I like to call Wall Street the modern version of organized crime. And, Wall Street is a great way to get rich for the insiders. The insiders always seem to make all the money on Wall Street, whether it be the brokers, the investment bankers, whatever it is, they always seem to make all the money. So we want to make sure that you are a direct investor and you make the money. You make the money. And so that's what we're going to do today, is dive into that. So trends are changing. The world is changing. Life is changing very rapidly right now, as we all know. There are riots in the streets. There is civil unrest. It's an absolutely crazy time. And I think this is a fundamental shift. I don't think things are going back to whatever we consider to be normal anytime soon. In fact, I think this might be a generational shift that is happening. And so the question is, what do we do about it? How do we position ourselves? The pandemic has changed everything, and it has left us with a lot of questions. Some of the questions we hear from our thousands and thousands of clients and listeners and, people that follow our stuff on YouTube and the podcast is, has the pandemic really affected the markets? Well, the answer is yes, most definitely it has, in good and bad ways. So it's good and bad. It's really a mixed thing. How do I make the best decisions for my investments now? And what are the best decisions? How will I be able to have the life I want and build for the future that I planned before the pandemic? This has disrupted a lot of people's lives. Obviously, I don't have to tell you that. It's obvious, right? And what's going to happen? There are three major economic maladies: inflation, deflation, and stagflation. And most people think a significant amount of inflation is coming. I think that stagflation component is coming. And what that really means, and we really saw that back in the 70s a lot, is when there's high inflation and high unemployment at the same time. During the Jimmy Carter era, way back when, they used to talk a lot about this concept called the misery index, because it was a miserable time. And I think that miserable time, unfortunately, is going to be upon a lot of people, but it doesn't have to be you. If you play your cards right, you can actually profit through this whole thing. It can actually be a benefit to you, what is going on. And, of course, where should you be buying? You're interested in real estate. I like to say that income property is the most historically proven asset class in the entire world. It's also the most tax-favored asset class in America, and taxes are the single largest expense any of us have. And it's the most debt-friendly asset class in America, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation, and how you can use that good debt to really profit. And I hope I hit you with some things that are important, some things that you're thinking about, and you'll see why this training today is important for you, and how you can leverage some of these trends to really benefit yourself from this big wealth transfer or wealth shift that is maybe the biggest in history. We'll see. I don't know. None of us really know yet, but it's certainly a major, major shift. No question about that. And how can you be on the right side of this shift? That is the question. So, there are many effects. Of course, we talked about civil unrest. People are concerned about the contagion. People are concerned about being in elevators on mass transit. People are concerned about being in high density areas. These cities are the places where there's civil unrest. We know we can't count on the government. We can't count on Wall Street. We can't count on those traditional investments that are really an insider's game for all the big players, the institutional investors. those aren't for us. We want to be direct investors. We want to own and control the things we invest in. So that's important. So we've got to change the way we think about investing and the way we actually act. We've got to position ourselves and our investments and really our life, not just our investments, but our own life and the way we live, the type of environment in which we live, the state and the city in which we live, is all really up for grabs. And so we'll talk about it a little more. There are many trends, okay? But we only have limited time. So let's talk about 3 of these major trends that are very important to watch nowadays, and dive into those. So of course, inflation, which I think it's pretty hard to argue that inflation isn't going to be a significant part of our future, based on government spending, based on deglobalization, which is really kind of the Trump doctrine. And with the pandemic, with COVID, we saw how we were too dependent on other countries for personal protection equipment, PPE, basic medical supplies. And, this is what Trump ran on the first time around, is moving a lot of these jobs back on shore. And there's a lot of benefits to that, no question about it. One of the downsides of it is it does create inflationary pressure. And then, of course, the spending, the debt, the deficits, you've all heard about it. Mass urban exodus, trend number 2. There is a mass migration going on where people are leaving cities, a deglobalization, a deurbanization, and a big shift in housing needs. So this training is really for you if you want to position yourself, if you want to protect yourself, you want to position and protect your money, your wealth, and make good decisions during a time of tremendous change, and take advantage of this big wealth transfer and avoid the confusion and the market chaos that is going on out there, and really to seize the opportunities that are available to you. So it's a good time and it's a bad time, right? It's a mixed thing. It's very uneven, and we just want to help you be on the right side of this change, because there's an old saying: "Don't curse the darkness, light a candle." Right? Don't curse the darkness, light a candle. We can only take care of our own self, our own family, our own employees, if we have this, our friends, and really set an example for people so that the crisis has minimal impact and we can maximize any opportunities that flow from it. So we've all seen, surprisingly to many, and maybe if you asked me back in February, it would have been surprising to me as well. But the housing market is booming. I mean, it is incredible. There is an incredible shortage of supply of homes. A lot of people are waiting for a huge opportunity to come. And, I've interviewed many economists on this subject, many professors, many thought leaders, many authors, and data people with companies like Atom Data, CoreLogic. I spend about an hour and a half every morning reading reports, reading news, looking at data about the market. And I'm not so sure there is going to be any giant opportunity the way some people think they missed back during the Great Recession, because we are going into this crisis with conservatively underwritten real estate loans and with a housing shortage. Whereas the last time we had all kinds of liar's loans, poorly underwritten mortgages, financing that was just absolutely silly, stupid decisions by lenders. And we had a housing oversupply because the money was too abundant, not only to home buyers and investors, but to developers. And so things really are different this time. Now, I know, that's like the famous last words of any investor. They say, this time it's different. And so I don't want to be like that and say this time it's different. But some things really are different. And each each economic crisis, recession, depression, they all have a little bit different flavor to them, don't they? And so this one, like any of the others, certainly does. But here's something interesting to look at. And I am not a gold bug. I am not a precious metals bug. Through my businesses, I do own some precious metals, just as kind of an insurance policy. But income property is a multi-dimensional asset class. You get return on investment in so many ways. But with precious metals, with non-dividend paying stocks, and so many other investments, you don't get it. They're just one-dimensional assets. Buy low, sell high. That's the whole game. Whereas with income property, you can earn those returns and earn profits a lot of different ways. So it's really great. But this is just an amazing statistic. And the reason I'm bringing up the issue of gold is because even though I'm not interested in investing in gold, I don't think it's a very good investment. What it does do is it provides a good reference point, a good measuring stick for what's going on out there. And I clipped this from an Investopedia newsletter just last week. And it said, for every ounce of gold minted in the United States, the Federal Reserve adds 4 million US dollars to the money supply. I want you to think about that for just a second and how absolutely crazy that number is. It is absolutely nuts. Why? Well, because gold right now is about, $1,900 an ounce or something like that. So this is how, back in 1971, of course, we all know, as they say, Nixon took us off the gold standard or closed the gold window. And what all that meant is when Richard Nixon was president, the government was in trouble, as it has been ever since. and it couldn't tether the US dollar to gold because it wouldn't allow the government to spend money as recklessly as it wanted to. And so what Nixon said is he said, look, we are ending the convertibility of the dollar to gold. See, it used to be before 1971 that anyone from around the world, other countries, whatever, could say, here are my dollars, convert them to gold. Okay, that was like a demand they could make, is that the dollar would be convertible. But now it's not convertible. It's, some say fiat money, right? So there's no tether anymore to gold. And so since 1971, of course, we've seen a lot of inflation in the economy. And sadly, from 1977, I think, till 2018, 41 years there, right? Americans did not have a raise. In real dollars, meaning adjusted for inflation, their income didn't go up. It was stagnant as the price of everything around them went up. And that caused the standard of living to go down. Now, the only thing that really compensated for that is twofold. Technology, because technology is a deflationary force. It makes things cheaper and more efficient. Certainly your cell phone today is cheaper than a cell phone you would have purchased years ago, and it's better, right? So in that way, it's good. And then globalization. When we offshore manufacturing to China, call centers to India and the Philippines, and things like that, that does make things less expensive, right? But that trend is reversing, as we certainly know. So this is staggering, this thing about gold and the dollar here, okay? And it is staggering because it means that inflation is likely to come, and it's likely to come in a big, big way. Just one more thing on this. If you look at the total number of U.S. ounces of gold, 826,000, that's worth $1.6 billion, meaning those gold reserves are worth $4.79 per person, right? Okay, that's fine. But now I want you to look down a couple notches on this chart and see that the U.S. debt, okay, per person is $11,578. So the value of U.S. money supply was more than 2,100 times. I mean, I can't say this with a straight face. It's so ridiculous. The value of newly minted gold. It's absolutely staggering. And compared to minted silver, the value of U.S. money supply is 6,000 times higher. So what does that all mean, right? Here's what you've heard. Here's what you've been told, right? The money I have is going to be worth less and less in the future. I think we all know that just intuitively, don't we? Because prices go up and money buys less over time. I'm going to need a cost of living increase just to survive, right? People expect that at their job, but they're not really getting it. With the pandemic and the markets right now, I don't see that happening anytime soon. I'm stuck. That's what a lot of people are saying to themselves, right? If they're paying attention to this. So from another presentation I have, let me share something with you about inflation, just to help you understand that a little bit. To understand inflation, we need to distinguish the difference between real and nominal. So real means the real value of something. If I was holding up $1 in front of you and I asked you, what is this called? You'd say it's called $1. And if I asked you that question 50 years ago, you would have given me the same answer. You would have said it's $1, but the value of it is less than it used to be, right? So nominal is the name of it. It's $1. That's the name, nominal, right? That's the nominal value, but the real value is lower than that. And inflation is this insidious hidden tax. It destroys our purchasing power. Inflation destroys the value of savings, stocks, bonds, even equity and real estate. But thankfully, it destroys the value of debt. And that's a really good thing for us as real estate investors. It's the most powerful method to redistribute wealth. And it redistributes wealth from lenders to borrowers and from old people to young people. From lenders to borrowers, because when you borrow money, you pay it back in cheaper dollars. So that benefits you, the borrower, and it hurts the lender. And it transfers wealth from old people to young people. Why does it do that? Mostly, or at least hopefully, because old people have savings, they have assets, they have savings, stocks, bonds, and equity. And the value of that declines with inflation. And young people generally have debt, and the value of that declines with inflation in a good way. That's a good thing, right? So it does transfer wealth, and that wealth transfer is going to get bigger and more pronounced, especially in the post-pandemic world and the post-crisis world. So it doesn't have to make you poorer. And one of the big things that is really not understood very much, that big players understand, the big wigs, the institutions, the Warren Buffetts of the world and so forth, is they understand how to play this game. There's a big real estate investor, maybe you've heard of him. His name is Sam Zell, and he is on the Forbes 400 richest people in America. He's a billionaire, and he has been really the only one that has talked publicly about this sort of little known secret and strategy that I'm sharing with you. And years ago, I coined the term for this. I call inflation induced debt destruction. And we can help you benefit from this in a very big way. It's like this hidden wealth creator that most people just don't understand. They don't know it's happening. They don't understand how to take advantage of it. And we're here to help you do that. Okay. Trend number 2. Mass migration. When I was in high school in English literature class, we had to read a book called The Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck. Maybe you heard of it. And it was about the story of this mass migration during the Great Depression. And now we are having another mass migration, possibly the biggest since then. At least I would think so anecdotally, that the situation we're in now is the biggest migration since the Great Depression. I don't have specific data on that, but I know for sure that it is a very, very big migration, and you want to be positioned to take advantage of this move. Okay, so here's what you've heard, right? The best places to invest in real estate are these high population density urban areas. New York City, San Francisco, Miami, Los Angeles. I grew up in Los Angeles. And, we've seen over the last few decades, the prices in these areas go up tremendously. I mean, they've gone through the roof, right? But the question is, will that continue? Or have things fundamentally changed? Has there been a fundamental shift? And I say there has, okay? I say there has. Now, why did people always want to live in these places? Because that's where the jobs were, that's where public transportation was, that's where entertainment was. In New York, that's where Broadway shows were, or, there were a lot of advantages to living in these cities, but it's different now. Things are really changing. And you can do this yourself. You don't need me to show this to you. I went to uhaul.com and I just did this myself about maybe 3-4 weeks ago. And what I did is I looked up a 26-foot U-Haul truck leaving Florida, where I live. So I live in Palm Beach, Florida. And it's a great place, no state income tax in Florida. Okay, I recommend it, or Texas, or one of these landlord-friendly and business-friendly markets. Tennessee is also very good, and there are others. So if you want to rent that truck and you want to go from Palm Beach, Florida to New York City, you're going to pay over $2,100 for that truck. Now, if you want to rent the same truck, but you want to go the other direction, okay, and you want to leave New York and you want to bring it to Palm Beach, Florida, that's going to cost you almost $3,400. Why does it cost so much more? Because it shows you the migration trend. People are leaving New York, okay? They're not leaving Florida and going to New York. In fact, in some places, U-Haul has so many trucks left in these one-way locations that they basically have to pay people. They hire people to drive their trucks back because they can't get them back. So right there, you can see that this is happening. Now, there are many other ways. And, I subscribe to lots of expensive data publishers and newsletters, and I interview them on my podcast and so forth. And, so there's more. But that's just one way, like a really easy way to do this. Back in 2012, I was telling people that geography is less meaningful than it's ever been in all human history. And what did I mean by that? Well, I was really focused on the self-driving car, and that is coming, but it's coming somewhat slowly. I will admit I hoped it would be here sooner, but it's coming, right? We're all going to have autonomous vehicles soon, and we're going to be able to get in a car and have it drive us. And we could even take a nap or do work or relax or, even do yoga in the car. Who knows, right? It's all going to change. And what that means is that the location of real estate, living and buying homes in really expensive markets, because you got to be well located, you got to be near certain things, that's being disrupted. It's just not the same as it used to be. There's this old rule, the 3 primary value drivers of real estate. You've heard it: location, location, and location, right? And that's not the case anymore. Okay, that is changing dramatically. Nowadays, people want locations that are more suburban and even rural. They want to be away from people. They want to be away from the possibility of getting a contagious virus. They want to be away from the possibility of having riots and civil unrest and broken windows and violence. They don't want to be anywhere near that stuff. Who in their right mind would want to be near that, right? So we've been helping people buy properties in these good suburban, what I call linear markets, for the last 17 years. Okay. And that trend has accelerated in the times we're in. Okay. Now, the third major trend I want to talk about is the shifting housing needs. Around the world, it is rather popular to have multi-generational housing. Okay. In America, it's not popular at all. And I think this is one of the many things causing a huge shift. Of course, there are others, and I look at this as a tidal wave. In my crisis investing, pandemic investing course, we basically look at 6 major megatrends. This is like a tsunami changing the real estate market in huge, huge ways. Roommates, couples, having baby booms and higher divorce rates, sadly. Urban dwellers, remote workers, and remote workouts. Yes, workouts. I'm talking about physical fitness rather than going to the gym. You've all heard about how home gym equipment is sold out, how Peloton, the exercise bike company, their stock has gone through the roof, and how that's all changing. And then multi-generational living. So I don't have time to get into all of this today, but I just want you to know that the change is huge. It is an absolute tidal wave coming at the real estate market. It's already shifting, but the biggest part of the shift is yet to happen. And I want to help position you to get in front of that wave so that you can surf the wave, if you will, rather than, have the wave crash on you, right? Then you're too late when the wave crashes at the shore and it's all whitewash. You want to surf the wave, and that's the fun part. That's how you make money. That's how you have a good, secure future. And what we've noticed out of the times we're living in right now is that the home is the center of the universe. The home is the center of the universe. And so again, these trends, inflation leading to stagflation, mass migration, mass urban exodus, migration, okay, shifting housing needs, big changes there. Okay, so couple questions for you, or maybe just one big question, right? So can you see how what I'm talking about in terms of inflation, location, housing need changes can really transform your thinking about how you should invest? The same old plan, the same old stuff that we've all been hearing for years is not really the thing you should be thinking about. There are new opportunities being created in these times, and we want to make sure that you take advantage of those new opportunities. And you might be thinking, well, this is a lot of information. It's like drinking from a fire hose, right? And this poor little girl there, the pictures you find online, right? She's being really splashed by all this water, and that's no fun. So there's more information out there for you, and these are just some of the trends, right? There's more to this, but it's enough to just learn from these trends. Just knowing what I already told you is a huge step forward. But we do have a course for you, and it's an online course, and it's a 6-week pandemic investing course or crisis investing course. And basically, it will walk you through all of these trends, all of the strategies, and all of the ways that you can position yourself for success in these crazy times. So here are some of the things we're going to cover. And if you haven't noticed already, and people make fun of me on my podcasts, they say a thing called, they say tangent alert. Jason's on another tangent, right? Because sometimes I do go down the rabbit hole on some of these related things. So this is just an outline. You're going to get a lot more than this out of the course, okay? But in Module 1, we're going to talk about why home is the center of the universe and how that affects us as investors and what we can do about it, what it means to us, what kind of property should we be investing in, what areas should we be investing in, all of that stuff. How to accelerate your portfolio, how to build a faster, bigger investment portfolio by investing in these tier 2 and even tier 3 cities and towns. One of the things we're going to show you is a portfolio builder calculator that was really, it was originally developed by one of our clients. His name is Ross. And Ross developed this portfolio calculator, and then we improved and expanded it. And basically what it shows you is how once you start investing, after a few years, and it depends how many properties you buy and how they all do, of course, everything's an individual situation. But once you do that, basically this calculator shows you how your investment portfolio will actually buy you properties for free. It will buy you properties. the portfolio becomes this self-perpetuating thing that just grows and grows without you putting extra money into it. It's an absolutely beautiful thing. One of the things I love about income property as an asset class is that it's probably the only asset class where you can buy the property, you can get positive cash flow and tax benefits from the property, and you can get all your money back out of the property and still own the asset and still benefit from it. In fact, one of our clients just did this exact thing. And forgive me, don't quote me on the exact numbers, but there's something approximately like this. And they just told me about this, I think last week, maybe the week before, where he basically refinanced a property, got $70,000 out of it, and with that $70,000 could buy 2 more properties. The cash flow on the property was about, I think, $300 a month or so. And it went down a little bit because a bunch of money was taken out of the property, right? But it was still positive cash flow of around $130 a month. So you still own the asset and your portfolio keeps buying you more properties. It's absolutely beautiful, beautiful thing. This is why income property is the most historically proven asset class in the entire world. We all know people who have become very rich with real estate, yet we all struggle to find anybody who's done that with any other asset class. You know, stocks, bonds, mutual funds. You know, the insiders make a lot of money from that stuff, but not the investors. Okay. Module 3, how to benefit from the big wealth transfer by using my inflation-induced debt destruction strategy. Okay. This plan will help you benefit from the exact thing that hurts most people in the economy. It's going to benefit you. And we're going to tell you how to position yourself for that. How to legally and ethically profit from something economists talk about called supply-demand shock. And that is exactly the time we are in now. You know, one of our clients, Bruce, was on my podcast recently, and he's in the lumber business. They supply lumber to home builders. And he talked about the price of lumber and how that has just skyrocketed. And this is part of this supply-demand shock scenario. And so we're going to talk about that and talk about how you can position yourself in the course to take advantage of that. How to prepare yourself from basically a PTSD, a post-traumatic stress disorder, and what that means to society and how society is reacting to this generational PTSD that I am predicting, this post-traumatic stress disorder that is going to be with us for, I believe, an entire generation. This is not going away anytime soon. Things really are different, and we are waking up to a much different economy. And in many ways, it's going to be a much smaller economy. That means the size of the pie could shrink, and you just want to make sure you at least maintain the size of your slice of that pie, if not grow it. And that's what we're going to help you do in the course, okay? How the rich people get paid to borrow money and take advantage of trickle-up economics. You know, during the Ronald Reagan era, we all heard a lot about what's called trickle-down economics. And there have been debates on the right and left of the political aisle as to whether or not trickle-down economics works, and if it's true, right? But there's a term I coined about maybe 12 years ago, at least I think I coined it, I never heard it before, and I call it trickle-up economics. And I noticed this happening during the Great Recession. I noticed the way contracts were being broken and renegotiated, and the way people were getting short sales, loan modifications, and workouts on their properties, and how everything was changing. So trickle-up economics, definitely something you want to take advantage of. These trainings are designed to help you understand and profit from current trends, adjust, adapt. You know, you've got to be adaptable. That is the key to life. If you look, if you look at the way trees react, for example, in a storm, right? Which trees get blown over, which trees fall down, and which trees have branches breaking off, and which trees are unaffected by the storm, right? Well, the trees that are more flexible, right, they survive the storm. In California, earthquake land, right, where I'm from, most of my life in California, the buildings are built to withstand earthquakes by being flexible, by moving, by not being rigid. And that's the important thing for us as investors. We cannot be rigid in times of change. We've got to be flexible and adapt to the environment. How to compare and learn from these historical shifts, right? How to look at history. The old saying, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. We've all heard that one. And that is certainly true. So we're going to compare and contrast things that happened historically in the economy and in the world and geopolitically, and learn how to use those strategies and adapt them for now, and create an action plan to protect and grow your wealth. Okay. So what is included? Well, first off, I told you before that I have a software company. It's called Real Estate Tools, and one of its its flagship product, its flagship software is called Property Tracker. And Property Tracker is a tool that I have been using since 2004. And I liked this tool so much that I actually bought it. Okay, I bought the company because it was just an indispensable tool. And basically what it does is it helps you compare properties, evaluate properties in seconds so that you'll know if a deal is good or bad. And you'll learn how to read and understand all of the different metrics. You'll be able to standardize your data. And data standardization is key so that when you look at a deal, when you look at a property, your data is standardized. If you standardize data, the likelihood of you making a mistake goes way, way down. And you're just going to be a much better investor by standardizing your data. So we're going to help you do that. And this is included with the course. There is no way I would do this course without including the software as a free bonus, because it is so incredibly, incredibly valuable. It'll help you, this is one of the charts from it. This is the equity analysis chart. And I just love looking at mine and seeing how my equity is increasing and my wealth is just growing every single day. And that's true for our investors, and it's going to be true for you if you take advantage of this. And you're going to be able to track it and really know what's happening at all times with your portfolio. So the course, the normal price for the course is $14.97, and the normal price for the software, if you went to propertytracker.com right now, you would pay $397 per year for that software, $397 per year. And we have many members that are paying that. And then the next bonus is access to our team members. And this isn't the normal level of access. It's a special level of concierge access to our entire team of people. And this is just some of them. This is not our entire team, but you'll get access to all of them. And they are really the best of the best, handpicked by me. Many of them were clients of ours, and then they decided to come to work with us because they had invested with us, purchased properties through our platform, and liked what we were doing so much that they came to work for us. And so the VIP level access, $500 value. And then we have created a community for people. Now, we have another community called the Empowered Investor Inner Circle. And this is just a couple of screenshots for that to show you an example. This is not on Facebook. We have our qualms about Facebook, certainly stealing people's data and so forth. So we built this ourselves inside of another system, and it's just like Facebook. It's very much like it, but it's a closed network just for you. And you will have access to post questions in the community, get them answered. I engage in the community. our other team members engage in the community and help you with questions. But most of all, the other members engage in the community and help answer questions as well. So that is included, membership to the community. And, this person was asking about, Eric here was asking about evictions in Texas and how, he says, Jason always tells us to buy properties in landlord-friendly states. And he talks about this was a good decision to be in Texas, a landlord-friendly state, when you had a problem with the tenant because you can get them out easily. And here's Akiko talking about how she's been following the feeds and learning so much. And, she's new to income property investing. And this has just been a super valuable community. So that's included. Okay, that's the community, and that's a $497 value. You have access to that. And then we do regular sessions. We've been doing them on Zoom, and we'll probably continue with Zoom, but we have been considering another platform as well. But these are regular monthly sessions that we do. And, you can get your questions answered. You can engage with us, with other members on those sessions, and it's really, really handy. So that's all included, and that's a $997 value. By the way, I had to show you a picture of my super cute dog. This is Coco. She is definitely not included, but just wanted to throw that in because how cute is that dog, right? Hope you're all dog lovers. I certainly am. And Coco, I got her at the animal shelter for $140. So definitely get your dogs at the animal shelter. Best way to do it. Also, we teach people about Airbnb investing as well. And so if you're interested in short-term rentals, be careful. Be careful. The reason I put this chart up here is because many people during these times of crisis and with the pandemic and the civil unrest have been really hurt very, very badly, and they are suffering greatly with short-term rentals, with Airbnb. But others have benefited extremely well. And I'm happy to say we have one short-term rental market in our network so far, and our investors have done very well in that network. And there's a formula that I've developed for short-term rental investing in these times, based on the crisis that we are in, and how you should be using short-term rentals in that market. Okay, but the core of our strategy is really long-term rentals. The short-term is a nice diversification play and a way to increase cash flow, but we find the hybrid approach works really well, where you're doing both things, and we help you do that and help you evaluate those properties as well. And you can use the software to do that too. Okay, so the course has been designed, to contain everything needed to navigate investing in these times: the education, the training, the support, the mentorship, the software, the assets, the resources. And it is almost a $4,000 value with everything included. And we made this lowest price for this, the $38.88 value. Before, the lowest price was $14.98. That's what we were offering it for. But just for this special event, our host has twisted my arm a little bit, and he says, Jason, you got to offer a better deal for my people. So here is the better deal, just $998. Okay, $998 for all of this, for the course and all 4 bonuses included, just $998, one-time payment. No ongoing subscription fees. You can decide to renew the software afterwards, and then you just pay for the software. You can decide to renew the community membership afterwards and just pay for that. But there's no ongoing subscription fees or anything. It's just a one-time fee for the entire year for this program. So hope that makes sense. And, you have a choice, right? You can do it yourself. You can do nothing at all, or you can go all in and really make real changes for yourself and your future, and really invest well. They say that we get a few great opportunities in life, and usually those opportunities are born out of crisis. If you look back to the Great Depression in the 1930s, the first billionaire in the world was created out of the Great Recession or Great Depression in the 1930s. And who was that? It was J. Paul Getty, because he had the guts. he had the foresight to do things when other people were worried and when other people sat on the sidelines. He took advantage of it. Okay. And basically what he did is he bought up oil company stocks at incredibly low prices. We came out of the Great Depression, things turned around, and there was big demand, and he made a fortune and became a billionaire, the world's first billionaire during that time. And just look back, you don't have to go back way to the 1930s, just go back 10, 12 years to the Great Recession, right? The global financial crisis, as they call it. And look at all of the companies that emerged out of that, and all of the businesses that were created, and all of the investors. I mean, many of them were our clients who became very, very wealthy and did extremely well coming out of the Great Recession just 10, 12 years ago. So here's another opportunity. It's been laid in front of us. Do not miss this opportunity. Do not be the type of person that looks back and says, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda, but I didn't. Don't be the reluctant investor. You've got to be the person that takes advantage and seizes the opportunity when it's here. So now's your time. Now's your time to take action. Go to the link below. It's connectedinvestors.com/Jason. That's connectedinvestors.com/Jason. And go ahead and sign up and take advantage of all of these things, the course plus all the great bonuses. And we will look forward to seeing you there in the course, in the community, and using the software. And our team will be here to help you. And I just want to wish all of you very happy investing and much success. Again, there's an old saying, I think it was a Shakespeare quote, and I don't remember it all, but he said something like this. He said, there is a tide in the affairs of man, which, when taken at its high point, leads to riches and fortunes, but many people miss the tide, right? So here's I don't know, I totally messed that up. That's not what he said, but whatever. Anyway, it's close enough. The point is, strike while the iron is hot. Take advantage of the times we're in. Things are changing. They're changing rapidly. The mass migration is upon us. Housing needs are changing. The world is changing. And whenever there is change, there is great opportunity. So again, that link, connectedinvestors.com/Jason. And we look forward to seeing you there. Thanks to everybody for listening, and thank you to Ross as well. And it's just great to be part of the SOFA Summit, and I'm looking forward to great success in the new year with Pin 5 and all the opportunities working with all of you. It is going to be a phenomenal year of opportunities for investors. So be sure to visit the link on the screen and take advantage of my program, which I'm sure will help you have a fantastic new year. And just want to wish everyone very happy investing.
The Connected Investors app connects you with investors, notifies you of available properties, helps locate cash buyers, and secure private funding to close deals. Set up in seconds to become a member of the Connected Investors social network. Now you can scroll through your main feed to find cash buyers, see investment properties not available to the general public, and network with investors by adding your own comments to a thread to keep the conversation going. The Control Center is your connection to add properties to sell, start new discussions, connect with local investors, and even find private funding. The Notifications tab will keep you alerted to new investment properties and offers. You'll also find new friend requests to connect directly with the community to build your network. From the property marketplace, you'll be able to find, favorite, and make offers on investment properties. Download Connected Investors today to find, figure, fund, and flip investment properties on the go.
All right, everyone, let's keep moving. I'm so thankful for everyone who has been sharing this link on their social media. Everyone who's been giving comments, your feedback, your comments, your likes, your shares really fuel us. We have all of these experts spending tons of time with you to help advance you, to help make sure that you're set up for 2021. And a comment, a like, and a share is all we ask for you. This whole event is brought to you by privatelenders.com. Visit privatelenders.com to instantly find a verified private money lender ready, willing, and able to fund all of your flips and rentals. Now, The next guest I'm bringing on is someone that I really look up to for many different reasons. He's been a friend and a mentor of mine for over a decade, the person that I call when I'm in kind of a tough situation, and he has carved out an amazing niche for himself that I never even knew was there. After you watch this short and concise presentation, you're going to be blown away at the opportunity that exists right underneath your nose that you're not seeing. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Bob Diamond.
I'm here, Ross, and thanks for the kind words. And boy, are you right. And this is the time when fortunes are made if you use the right strategy. And, you know, as Warren Buffett, probably the most famous investor in the world, says, you know, when there's blood in the streets is when you go out and invest. And this is the time when, unfortunately, there is blood in the streets, you know, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen. And because of that, you have to look at things that are low risk, that are steady, that are reliable, that will work. And this, you're exactly right, Ross. What we do in our business and what we teach people to do is absolutely perfect for the current conditions. It couldn't be more perfect. And let me show you a business where you can generate lump sums of cash quickly and easily with absolutely minimal investment, which, let's face it, folks, that makes it perfect for today in our coronavirus world. And I've seen a lot in my 20 years that I've been an investor in real estate and my 23 years as an attorney, but I've never seen anything as simple, as profitable, and as big as this overages opportunity that I'm about to show you. And best of all, anyone can quickly take advantage of this. You don't have to be an attorney. You don't have to have, you know, a real estate degree. You don't have to ever flip the house or anything else. Anyone can quickly take advantage of this as long as you have some specialized knowledge and training. And this is perfect for a coronavirus world. And what I mean is a world where right now we have to stay home. We can't go out except for the supermarket and pick up food if we want. So you need something that you can do from home. And this business you do from a home, from a spare bedroom or from your living room, anywhere in your house where you can make a phone call. And you work this business by internet, by phone, and by physical mail. And there are hundreds of millions of dollars in deals available right this second. I'm not talking about things that might happen, could happen, we predict happen. No. There are hundreds of millions of dollars sitting there right this second, waiting for you to access. And you can make cash very quickly with minimal investment. This is not something where you have to go out and borrow money or invest a bunch of money. It's a service business where you're going to be providing a service and making a whole bunch of cash, which is fantastic. And here's what this is based on. When properties are sold at property tax foreclosure auctions, the money left over is owed to the former owner. But here's the catch. The former owner has to know the money is there and they have to ask for it. If they don't go and ask, then they don't get paid. And the problem is that owners don't have any idea that money's out there. And the government doesn't help them. The government's passive. They're not out looking for former owners. They're not out searching them down. But if the former owner comes and asks, they get the money. If they don't ask, eventually the money forfeits to the local government. And that is just a terrible, practically crime. I mean, think about it. Someone has lost their house at tax sale. And then because they didn't go up and ask for the money back from the sale, then the money gets lost and it gets lost forever. And it's really, really a sad situation. And you're talking about a lot of money. On an average day, 3,000 tax foreclosures are completed every day. And according to JP Morgan Chase, those tax foreclosures generate $13.6 million each and every day. And by days, obviously we're talking business days, Monday through Friday, when these tax sales are held. And the most important thing for you to know right now is there is already a huge inventory of these things backed up. The money sits there for several years, and I'll go over that in a minute, how long. But the money sits there for several years. So what's happened is this money is piled up, just waiting for former owners to come and ask for it. So this isn't something where a tax sale has to happen tomorrow or next month or anything. This is from tax sales that have been happening, and this money is literally piled up into hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars sitting there waiting for you to access right this second. And here's what I mean by access and why this matters to you. You can get paid finder's fees of 30 to 40% of the money that's owed for helping former owners get their money. And I'm here to show you a business system that gets you those finder's fees. So imagine being able to access 30 to 40% of tens of thousands of deals that are sitting out there totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. Literally, you can ride through whatever the coronavirus may bring in comfort and style, protecting your family, providing for everybody around you, and having a great great business despite what might be happening in external conditions. Huge dollar potential. Like I said, there are hundreds of millions of dollars in overages available right this second. They're available to be claimed right now. So imagine the finder's fees that you can make, 30 to 40% of those hundreds of millions of dollars that are sitting out there, and also the help you can give people, because let's face it, my friend, we're not the only ones who are needing money right now, not the only ones nervous about money. And someone who has lost their property at a tax sale, well, already you know that they're in pretty bad financial shape. If they weren't in bad financial shape, they wouldn't have lost their property in tax sale, right? So we know that, number one. And when you call them, they're going to be excited to talk to you because you're going to help them get money. So you're going to get money and they're going to get money. So just imagine how much of a difference you're going to make with other people. And I think that the best people for this business are people that both want to make a lot of money for yourself, but also you want to help other people get their money back and forward on through this world that we have right now. And so if you're that person, then pay a lot of attention. It's the perfect business. What's great about this business is not only you're going to help yourself and your family, but you're also going to help those people that are out there who are suffering badly. And let's face it, Ross, the people that have lost their house at tax sale are the most vulnerable of all. They probably don't have $1,000 in savings. So when you show up and say, hey, I could get you $20,000 if you work with me, how quick do you think they're going to want to sign up with you? Like, yes, is the answer. And that's pretty amazing. So let's continue on, because I want to tell you how this works and explain all the details about it, because this is, as Ross is saying, the most exciting and beneficial thing to do right now, not only because you're helping yourself, but also because you're helping other people. And this is exactly what we need to be doing right now. And this is perfect for, I never thought I'd be saying the word quarantine, talking to people, but the world with coronavirus quarantines, this is perfect because this is a work from home business. It's a service you provide. So let me go over work from home for a second. So the way that we do this, we get the leads over the internet. And typically they're just available for download if you know the right place to go and the right person to ask. And you then process those leads. You do what's called skip tracing to find the people, and I'll get into the details on that in a minute. And then you call them and sign them up. You never go and visit them. You never have to leave your house. So it really is perfect because you work this completely from home. And when you turn in a claim, you just mail it in. So you don't ever have to leave your house, which is perfect. So we could be quarantined for 6 months and you get to spend that time building an enormous business and having more success than you've ever had, even though you're in your house or apartment. This is a service you provide. And typically it takes 8 to 10 hours to do a deal. And typically you're going to earn $9,000 to $12,000 on a deal. And I'll give you the way that math works. So a typical claim is about $30,000. And of course they come bigger and smaller, but kind of the middle of the bell curve is $30,000. You're not investing money. You're not buying houses right now, which is generally fine. But right now we need to be a little more careful. You're providing a service and getting paid for it. And I really like that. So there's no investment on your part because you're not buying these claims. We're going and getting the money for people and getting a percentage of that money for getting it. So it's pretty awesome that we're just doing a service because your risk then is extremely low. You're risking a couple hours of your time. And typically these deals, they deal with small costs, typically $60 or $70 in costs to do the deal from beginning to end. And you're going to be empowered to help people because you're going to have the system, the specialized knowledge to go find monies that they're owed and get them the money. And in exchange, you'll get rewarded with a finder's fee. They'll get rewarded with, let's face it, the lion's share of the money because the typical fee here is 30 to 40% of the amount you recover. So they get the lion's share. They get 60 to 70% of it. And the other thing is, right now, and we've been doing this business since 2011, so I've been doing it a long time. And, one of the things you have to do is get in touch with people. And it really helps if they're home. And right now, Ross, everybody's home. They're not wandering around. They're not at work. So it's even easier to get in touch with people. And people are, stressed about money, especially people that have lost a property tax sale. As I said, they're probably the most stressed. And when they hear from you that you can help them get money, boy, are they going to be excited. It's exactly what they need right now. And they are going to be really excited to hear from you. And the underlying problem that people have is these foreigners don't know that this money is available or how to ask for it. They have not a blessed clue. And you are going to know. The problem is since they don't know, they don't ask. And think about this. These people have lost their house, and now they're going to lose the excess cash generated from the sale of the house. It's crazy. And in case I have to explain that to everybody, so when a property is sold at tax sale, let's just take a sort of general scenario. Usually places sell for 70 to 80% of their as-is value at tax sale. And generally when places are sold at tax sale, they're 3 to 4 years behind in real estate taxes. So let's just use easy numbers for a small modest house. Let's say you had a house worth $100,000 and that house goes to tax sale. Well, it's going to sell for around $70,000, $80,000. An investor feels like, wow, I got a great deal. I got a house for $100,000 value. I got it for $70,000. Great deal. Well, if we look at the situation on the tax side, taxes generally are 1.7% of the home value. That varies by state, but 1.7% is the nationwide average. So a house that is a $100,000 house is going to have real estate taxes of about $1,700 a year. Those taxes get 3 years behind, and you'd have 3 years at $1,700. That's $5,100 in taxes. And they have interest and penalties on them. So let's just double that. Let's double it to $10,000. So they owe $10,000 for the penalties, interest, and principal of the tax. Well, the house just sold for $70,000, which means there's $60,000 left over. And because the people don't know that that's the way it works, they assume that the county sold my house, so they must keep the money. They don't know how it works. They're embarrassed. They're humiliated. They just sort of go off to find a new home, to maybe live in a weekly rental or live with family or live in something very inexpensive. And they sort of try to wash their hands of it, so to speak, or wash their mind of it at least, and forget about this bad thing. So what they don't realize is that the money above the $10,000 that was owed in taxes, interest, and penalties, that's their money. And it makes sense if you think about it. I mean, the government doesn't need the money to pay the taxes, so of course it's available. So the problem is, because the people don't know about it, they never ask for the money, and the government is certainly not going and chasing you around to find you and give you the money. And this is a simple business. You just need a little bit of help. You need to know how to get the list of available monies. I'll show you how to do that with an email or just a download. Very simple. So even if the county offices are closed right now, you can still get it. You can download the list. You need to know how the unclaimed property laws work. So unclaimed property laws vary by state. I'm an attorney. I own a law firm. I've been an attorney since 1995, so I've been doing this for a while. I know all the unclaimed property laws. We've researched them. Most important one you need to know is how long till the funds forfeit to the state. And I've done that research, so I can tell you in every state, and we tell you how it works. So everybody who gets involved, I'll give you all my research for all the states so that you can do it in whatever state you want to do it in. And you need legal and business agreements and forms. I've drafted those for you. They're ready to go. We've done thousands of these deals. So what I would call the agreements is they're clear, they're concise, and they're battle-tested and proven. So you're going to get the right legal and business agreements to tie these deals down. Because let's face it, if you're expecting to make $10,000, $12,000 on a deal, you need a written agreement, and you need one that's solid and done well. And as a law firm, we figured that out, and we've done it for you, and everybody gets involved, gets those legal and business agreements and forms. And the thing I like most about this, Ross, is that it's within everybody's reach on this phone call. They don't need money to invest because we're not buying the claims, we're just providing the service. And typically these claims cost $60 to $70 in costs, including mailing back and forth and a couple administrative expenses, typically $60 or $70. In exchange, you can make $9,000 to $12,000 a deal, so that's pretty good. So you don't need money to invest. You never need a loan or any credit. You just need to know how to find the lists, approach the people, and get the money. It's very simple. And best of all, you're going to quickly generate enormous profits helping people who've lost everything. When they lose their house at tax sale, it's pretty much a total loss. And you're quickly going to help them and generate enormous profits. It's rewarding, and we call it in our office doing well by doing good. So if you're a person that wants to do well, but you also want to do good for other people, this is absolutely the perfect business for you, and this is the perfect time to do it. And you could do deals all over the US, but there are 3 states that don't give the money back. It's New York, Michigan, and Colorado. Those little stinkers. So you know what they do, Ross? They sell your house and keep the change. How crazy is that? If it wasn't the government doing it, it would be illegal. But they can do what they want. So they literally sell your house to keep the change. So everywhere else you can do it. And you know what's funny, Ross? My most successful student that I know of, I mean, obviously I don't know what everybody does, but a guy that I'm in touch with regularly, he actually lives in Denver, Colorado, and that's where he operates from. And yet he's making like a little over $500,000 a year. So he's one of the most successful guys that I know of that I'm in touch with on a day-to-day basis. And how does he do that? Well, he just makes phone calls. And people don't care, if he's calling someone in Pennsylvania, they'll say, well, I'm sorry, you're from Colorado. I don't want you getting my money back for me. They don't care because you're the only one calling anyway. This isn't a business for a lot of people to call. So point being, though, I still have a place in New York. Until just recently, I was a permanent resident in New York. I have one of the biggest overage businesses in the country, probably the biggest. And we did it from New York. And why? Because we just use the telephone and mail and the internet. And it doesn't matter where you are. As long as you have a telephone and you can use the mail, which is FedEx, UPS, or United States Postal Service, you can do this business. So it doesn't matter where you are. And it's also great, Ross, that people, if they're in an area that's maybe very rural, where it's, there are not as many pieces of property to invest in, this is completely, work at home, and it's not connected with the real estate. The real estate was sold a long time ago at tax sale. So you're only dealing with a pile of cash, and they can send that to you in a check. You don't have to go check it for termites or for structural problems or to see what the condition might be. This is terrific because you can work it from anywhere, and you can work the best deals no matter where you are. If you're in a great area for this, wonderful. If you're not, you can work the deals anywhere in the country. As long as you have your phones work and internet connection, you're good. And we do give everybody who gets involved a list of the best states, the ones with the biggest overages, the easiest processes, and no complications. So we give you a list of absolutely the best states to do it in. And there are 18 of those that we've identified. There are others that you can do it in, but just we're giving you the sort of laydowns, the easiest of the easy. And we give you the information on all the states. So if you want to do it in another state that's not, we don't say it's the best state, we're just talking best is optimal. Doesn't mean you can't or shouldn't do it in another state, but we'll give you the sort of prime list that we've built over our years of experience in the business to just give you that head start and make it really easy. And I know a lot of people, they have never bought a house at tax sale, have no idea how it works. So let me get out my handy dandy PowerPoint pen here. So this was a property that we were looking at as a pre-tax sale purchase. So we're talking to the owner about buying it before it went to tax sale. And this was a rental property, and the tenant had really done a number on it. For whatever reason, the tenant took the front door with him. He actually removed the front door from the house when he left. He took the toilets, and as I discovered, when you have baby blue toilets that are missing, you can never get one that's an exact match with the sink and the vanity. It's not possible. So I was like, oh man, got to redo all that. And then the third thing is I had a dog that I think the guy never walked because the dog had gone and done his business all over the house, and it was just a mess. So, I was talking to the owner, and I said, look, I could buy this house, but my price is $95,000. And the way I work that, and this is probably similar to what you teach, Ross, for me, for a house I'm going to flip, I want to pay 65 cents on the dollar minus fix-up cost. So about 65% its value minus fix-up cost. Sometimes I'll pay 70% of after repair value minus fix-up cost. So this house is worth about $200,000. So 65% of that would be $130,000. And then fix-up costs for $35,000 on it. So when I did all that math, I ended up with a purchase price of $95,000. I would have paid him $100,000. It was a nice neighborhood. I would have been fine with that. But he said to me, he's like, look, that's less than I paid for it. And I said, I know, but when you bought it, it had a front door, toilets, and the dog hadn't been here. And he said, I know, but I just can't do it. So we couldn't come to terms, and that's okay. It's in a free country. He didn't have to agree to sell it to me. So anyway, so we go to the tax sale. And at the tax sale, one of those guys shows up. It's a guy with a really big wallet and apparently no calculator, because the guy paid $150,000 for the property. And if the house is worth $200,000 and needs $35,000 worth of fix-up, you shouldn't pay $150,000 for it, at least not if you're an investor. It's crazy, because by the time you're done with realtors commissions, you won't make any money. So anyway, for whatever reason, he pays $150,000 at the tax sale. The taxes, and obviously I rounded these numbers off to make the example easier to follow, but taxes were $10,000, which meant that the overage, or the money left over, was $140,000. It's really simple. The county collects $150,000 at the sale. There's $10,000 that's owed, so they take that and pay the taxing authorities, and this is what's left over, this $140,000. So what I did was I called the guy up after the sale, and I said, hey, I want to know, would you still be interested in doing something on that house? And he was a little grumpy. He's like, no, I don't own the house anymore. I said, I know. What's a tax sale? I said, but what if I could still get you that $100,000 we talked about? And he said, well, I don't own the house anymore. I said, I know, it's just a detail. But what if I could still get you the $100,000? Would you want to work with me? And he's like, yeah. He said, have you been drinking? And I said, no, I don't drink. So no, I haven't been drinking. But would you still be interested? He's like, yes. So I signed him up. And what I did was I went and got the $140,000 overage from the government. I gave him $100,000 of it, and I kept $40,000. And he was happy. I was happy. Everybody was happy. And he thought it was like a miracle. But this is the way this money is generated. It's from tax sales like this. And this is routine. And what I'll tell you is that pretty much every tax sale of an improved property, meaning something that has a house on it or other structure, has an overage, because they only let the taxes go for 3 to 4 years before they sell the property. So these things are generated routinely every day. There are 3,000 counties in the United States, and everyone holds a tax sale at least once a year. So that's why it adds up. Like, JP Morgan Chase said, to 13.6 million a day coming in off sold properties, and a couple of $1 million of that is overages money. And that money's been piling up while you've been out living your life in the pre-coronavirus world like the rest of us. That money's been piling up, and it typically sits with the government for 3 years before the money forfeits. And let me go over that too, Ross, this forfeiture concept. So what happens when the money sits with the government for too long? Then the government takes it and keeps it permanently, and it forfeits. And what they're assuming is it's abandoned money and no longer needed, so the state keeps it. And there's a special word that you're going to hear for it, so I'll teach you that word since you're going to be in the business. The word is escheat, E-S-C-H-E-A-T. So the money escheats to the government, and typically after 3 years. So what that means to us as entrepreneurs, which is what you're going to be, is that you want to get the money before it escheats, because when it escheats, that means it's a permanent forfeiture to the government. So you typically have 3 years to do that. It does vary by state, so we give you in each state how long it is. It can be as short as 6 months. That's very rare. There's only 2 states that do that to you. And it can be as long as 10 years. But I would say an average is 3 years, but you need to know how long it is in each state because you don't want to miss the deadlines. So that's where this money comes from, and that's how it works. And also, I've learned in life, I have a son who's 3 years old. I love to spend time with him. I have a wonderful wife that I just absolutely adore. And I have a wonderful life. So I've learned that I want to spend limited amounts of time but still make a lot of money. So I like businesses and opportunities where I make big returns for a small effort. So what I'd like to show you now, and hopefully it's okay with you, Ross, what I'd like to show people now is a typical list that I compiled in about an hour. And with just one of these lists I'm going to show you, if you work just a deal a month, which is like not doing much of anything, especially if you're home quarantined, but if you work just a deal a month, you can make a $250,000 in a year or more. Of course, like Ross is pointing out, the more deals you do, the more time you spend, the more money you'll make. But even at the low rate of a deal a month, you're talking about $250,000 a year. So here's the first list. And this is from a smaller county, not a particularly large place. And what I did just to sort of set a frame around this, I said, what if you did 1 deal a month? So I gave 12 leads, it's 12 over the course of the year. This is the money that's available to claim. So it's a total of $635,000. You can see that down there. And the average claim is $52,995. This is the finder's fees. So the finder's fee is a calculation that we generally charge 40% for our services. You can charge 30 to 40% is a typical number. We're almost always charging 40. So if we did those deals, those 12 deals, just one a month, that's the profit at the end of the year, $254,000. And what I would say just at this particular moment in time is everybody's home. So you could do a lot more than that. You could probably do that in a month. And that's meaningful money. I wanted to point out some other things about this list as well. So we generally work on older claims. We don't work on claims that the sale happened last week. You can, but for a few reasons I'll explain in a bit. We like to work on ones that have been sitting around for a while. And one of the reasons for that is that we know that there's no way the person knows about the money. Like just for example, so Rebecca Julian, this first one. So Rebecca Julian lost a property at 1415 Ridgeville Terrace, probably her house. There's $121,000 sitting with the government waiting for her to come down. And look at this. It's been sitting around since December of 2017. And I don't know about you, but if I was owed $121,000, I'd get down there pretty fast to get my money. Like 7 a.m. waiting with a cup of coffee, waiting for them to open the office, right? And think about it too, when we talked about helping people, think about someone who's lost their house at tax sale. And if working for us, they're going to get 70 some odd $1,000 net of the finder's fee. I mean, how happy do you think Rebecca Julian would be, and how surprised when she has $70,000 that she never would have gotten without us and never knew about? And it's another, this poor woman loses a house at 1476 White Wing Courts, $86,000 left over, and it's been since April of 2017. Years. And for us to find her and sign her up and spend 8, 9, 10 hours in total on this claim, it's worth $34,000 in our pocket. Crazy. Occasionally see some businesses, like here's a good example, Booker Land Inc. So you think, wait a minute, why is there a company on here? And what these always are is someone who's trying to develop real estate and it didn't work out. Maybe they were trying to build a housing complex and they didn't get their approvals, or they lost their financing, or they had a partnership fight, who knows? But these are always land deals that went bad for some reason. And the folks behind Booker Land are going to be just regular folks like you and me. They're going to be, two guys with one hard hat between the two of them that tried to do something and it didn't work out. They lost the land. And, this is small. There's $19,000 available for us spending 8 to 10 hours. There's $7,900 available for us. How happy would you be to get back net of fees about $11,000 on a deal that was gone, dead, and you thought you'd never see a penny from it? So for everybody on this call, if you just spent time doing just these 12 deals, there's $254,000. Now, of course, this isn't the only list we have. There are lists available everywhere. Here's another one. Say this. The biggest claim here, Evelyn Vintos owed $233,000. Finder's fee on that, 93 grand. Just keep in mind, everybody, this is a current list. This is money that's there right now. This isn't something that has to happen or we predict is going to happen. These tax foreclosures have already happened. There's cash sitting in the government bank account waiting to be claimed. And, the bottom line is that governments are desperate for money right now. And not just because of the coronavirus, but they're just generally desperate for money because they spend too much. And it's a moral hazard. If you look at what's in the government account, that if we don't reach out to these people, they're not going to get this money, because if you look at the dates on this, these are at least a year or two old for all of them. So there's nothing that's going to suddenly tell Robin West, oh, Robin, you have $72,000 sitting with the government. If she hasn't known about it since 2016, she's never going to know about it. And just these ones alone, so if you look at the total here, it sums it up, $1.4 million. And so if the government doesn't say anything, they get to bank $1.4 million that these people have no idea was ever lost. Crazy. And by doing the good work that we do, so we'll help people recover that $1 million. We'll have $580,000 in our pocket, and that's just from these 12 deals. And again, these lists are big; they're not small. You could go down, and if you did 24 deals over the course of a year, but again, now that you're in the house, you may as well just get working on the stuff. If you did 24 deals, $845,000 in your pocket in total. If you kept going, you did 36 deals, it's $1 million in your pocket. And I thought of this, 36 deals over the course of years is 3 deals a month. Not a lot at all. And if you sort of went all out, did 48 deals, that's 1 a week for a year. Exhausting. $1.1 million. And there's more. I mean, the lists just go on and on and on. And if you ever get tired of this list, guess what? There's another list. Here's one. Big surpluses on this one, big overages. These 12 deals worth $979,000. And these are each just one county. So you could just keep going on and on and on with this. And I can tell you, we have a team that is constantly getting lists, and we have way more lists than we could possibly ever process. Right now, we're sitting on $102 million worth of leads, and there are 6,712 of them. And we don't have any hope of even scratching the surface on that. We'll do 200 to 300 deals a year, depending on the year. And by the way, it's 6,000 that are worth working, and I count that as $25,000 and above. So pretty crazy. And if you go down, I mean, these aren't the only deals in here. Just keep going. It's big clients. I mean, the first 48 deals here, the finder's fee is $2.3 million, just the finder's fee. And it keeps going on and on and on. So our minimum is $25,000 that we do. And look at this, on this list, there are 238 deals that are 25,000 or above. I mean, just think about that, crazy. And for all of you out there, I mean, there's so much room in this business. And the other thing, Ross, people always ask me, oh, isn't it too competitive? Aren't there too many people doing it? Or, oh, everybody's going to do this. Look at all these old claims, 2016, 2017. What that tells you is there are not people doing this, because if there were a lot of people doing this, you wouldn't see any old claims. You'd see new claims, certainly. You'd see ones that are within the past couple months, but you would not see old claims. And if you look at this list, it's just full of old claims. And I'm excited, actually, for two reasons. I mean, I love you guys in the line. I'm excited. You're entrepreneurs. I'm going to give you something amazing to do. It's going to help your family. But we're also, as a group, going to help hopefully hundreds of people by recovering money for them. I'd love you to do 25 deals this year and help 25 families that desperately need this money. I mean, can you imagine the difference for these guys? There's a $274,000 overage. So at the end of the day, they'd get, what, $160,000. You know how meaningful that is to the people that are on the other side of that? It's money to just cruise through whatever trials and tribulations may come up. And I'd love to teach you guys this business and have you help people, because we need to help one another. And to be straightforward, because I'm a straightforward guy, I make money training people for sure. I love doing it, otherwise I wouldn't do it. But I make money, I teach you, you're going to make a bunch of money, and you're going to help a bunch of people. And best of all, the government's not going to keep money they shouldn't take and shouldn't have at all. I think that's just strong. And there's one fact I don't share that often, so I'll share with you guys. Did you know that for the state of California, forfeited and escheated funds are the number 5 source of revenue? For the state of Delaware, the number 3 source of revenue. So they want to take this money, and we need to not let them do that. So I'm going to soapbox for a moment, but I really don't like that. So the more deals you do, the more money you're going to make, and it's really up to you. The deals are out there. I showed you 3 lists out of 3,007 counties. It's actually total 3,007 counties in the United States is the total. So it's pretty crazy. And it's very, very difficult for a claimant to find this money without you. This isn't well known. The people, frankly, are ashamed, humiliated, embarrassed, worried about finding a new place to live. They're not going and checking with the government agency about the sale of the house. They don't think there's anything in it for them. So very difficult for claimants to find it. These monies are not, when you go to those like unclaimed fund sites on the state treasurers, that's not where the money's held. So it's not there. There are a lot of large claims, $20,000 and $30,000 and more are very common. If you look, matter of fact, if we look at this list, to get to a $20,000 and $30,000 claim, so look where 20 starts. So the 20,000 claim is the 295th one on the list. So think about that, the 295 claims above $20,000. So I added up those claims above $25,000, it's $14.7 million worth of claims sitting there. And the other thing is they're holding tax sales every day, every business day. Now, we may have a moratorium in the next month or two. Absolutely, we could have that. It won't matter because you're already sitting on thousands of leads that are there. And normally when they're holding these tax sales, they're just restocking the list every day. So all that's going to happen when they restart these sales in 2 or 3 months is that you're going to pile more leads into the system. It's pretty crazy. But again, even if they didn't, there's years worth of leads sitting here waiting for us to go help people get their money back and help yourself, ride through whatever comes up. And the payment is pretty quick. Generally speaking, 4 months plus or minus a month is how long it takes to process a claim. So you're going to load these claims in and think of it as a pipeline business. You load them in your pipeline, the claim proceeds down the pipeline and pays out in a couple of months. So if you load them in at, say, the rate of 1 a week or 1 every other week, it's going to come out at that same rate. So it's quick. I'd love to be able to tell you, oh, it's tomorrow. It's not that. But if you load these things in, you'll know that you have money sitting there coming out the other side of that pipeline in about 4 months. And we're talking about a lot of money. If you look at this, if you did this first big one, $109,000 coming in 4 months, would that make you happy? Or even this one, $63,000 coming in 4 months? Or heck, do these 3 and you'd have $194,000 coming in 3 months. So anyway, very quick payment, really good business. And there's not much competition. Investors don't think about what happens to money generated from tax auction. Guys and women that are going to the tax auctions, they're worried about getting properties. They hopefully get a property or 2. They get a locksmith out there, get their contractor out there, place insurance on it. They're not thinking about what happens with the millions of dollars that was just generated by the county on these. They don't think about that. They think about the property they just bought. And this is too little known and really too expensive for a do-it-yourselfer to put together. You know, when we did this, we had to do legal research in every state. That took about 10 hours per state. Even with a cheap attorney, that's $3,000 worth of legal research for each state. It's $300 attorney, $300 an hour. Spend 10 hours, there's $3,000 just for the research. Then you need forms, paperwork, contract, etc. We use 12 main forms, papers, and contracts. If it took an attorney an hour each to draft it for you, it should be extremely fast. But let's just say that's an hour each. There's another $3,000 just for your forms and paperwork. So someone drops $6,000 just on forms and paperwork in one state. That's crazy. Do-it-yourselfers are not going to do that. It's not a well-understood business, but we've been doing the business since 2011, so we understand the business inside and out, and I can show it to you. So when you get involved, I will show it to you. I'll give you all the forms and paperwork. I'll give you our research so you can go out there and just crush it from day one. And also, people ask a lot of times, well, what about mortgages? You know, and what I'll tell you is a couple things. Number one, most properties sold at tax sale are free and clear. The mortgage company gets notice of the tax sale before the sale ever happens, if they exist. And frankly, they'll come and pay the taxes, add it to someone's mortgage bill, and foreclose if they have to. So most of the properties that are sold at tax sale are free and clear. They don't have mortgages on them. But for the few that do, they're very easy to avoid. And here's the trick. We just work on older deals, and we work on ones where the money's been sitting around for a while. And those are the deals we work on. That's the ones we put on our list as the ones we want to pursue are the ones that are older, because if a mortgage company is going to come and claim the overages money, which they can do, they're going to do it quickly. You know, they're not going to wait, 3 years to claim the money. They're just not. They're going to claim money within a couple months. So here's the easy way to avoid mortgages. Just wait for 6 months and work on deals that are 6 months or older. They're not going to have mortgages on them. You're not going to have a mortgage company show up, and they're easy to avoid. So that's the big trick with it. I think this is the ideal business. You're going to do well by doing good and helping people. You're going to help people who've lost everything, and you're going to make a great living. It's a perfect combination. And for today, you're going to be doing a business where you can do it from home. You don't have to go out and meet people. Doesn't matter how long a quarantine lasts or what happens with that. It makes no difference, or whether, however long, whatever happens, it doesn't matter. You're just going to do this from home, and you don't have to put out money to do these deals. Your cost to do these deals is typically $60 to $70. And it's just mailing costs, administrative costs, really, really cheap to do them. So it's great because you don't have to put a bunch of money out there, but you can make a lot of money. Let me do this. We have a AV editor who's helping play this thing. And Dave, could you just do me a favor, pull up a slide that's just an order slide, because I don't have one at this point in the presentation. If you could pull one up just to give people who want to get involved now who maybe can't stay around the chance to get involved. If you could work your magic and do that, that would be really great. So while Dave's doing that, let me talk about this for a moment. So the field is wide open, but obviously we can't work with and train everybody. We have limited staff. We have our own overages business. So we can't train and commit to everybody. But what I can commit to is the people who sign up, that if you're on this webinar today, I will train you and will support you. I obviously can't take on 1,000 people. It's not possible. We're not that big of a company. But I will commit that everybody on this webinar, if you raise your hand during this webinar, then I'll work with you and we'll train you in this business and we'll get you going. So that I'll commit to. And by the way, Dave, whenever you get that slide ready, just switch it and I'll go to the next thing. And I'll also tell you that the field is big enough for all of us. The opportunity is enormous, and it's the time to do this. It's the time when we need to help one another. You need to help people get their money back. You need to help yourself and take care of your own family, and this is the best thing to do. The only one who's going to lose in this is the government isn't going to get to steal everybody's money, which I think is just great. So it's a complete win-win opportunity. Oh, thanks, Dave. So Dave got the slide done. So if you can't stay for the entire presentation, if you've got to walk your dog or your kids are needing attention because everybody's home right now, then this is how you get involved. Go to connectedoverages.com or dial our toll-free number 888-722-4682. Fastest way to get involved is go to connectedoverages.com, because then you can just fill in a form, and as soon as you pay for the program, you'll get access to the training and you get started. Typically, the training takes just 3 to 4 hours before you can get started in the business. So really, really quick. So in like a day, you can get started in this business. And if you have any questions or you'd like to speak to a live person, you can dial our toll-free number, and that's this 888 number. That is a toll-free number, 888-722-4682. And with that number, you can call and talk to someone who knows about the course. And if you need something special, then we're happy to do it that way. And oh, thanks, Dave. Look at that. We made a special bonus thing. So we also have a special bonus for everybody who gets involved during this webinar. And I promise we'll help everybody who gets involved during this webinar. If you call tomorrow, no promises, because if we have enough people that we have as many as we can manage and train, then that's that. But I do promise everybody who gets involved during this webinar, first, I'll let you in, and second, we'll give you live training, and we'll hold a webinar training on Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and then for the next 2 following weeks, where we answer your questions and get you started. And I know that often for people, the difference between getting started and not getting started is just whether your questions are answered or not. You could have a small question or a big question, but that often holds people back. So I don't want anything to hold you back. I want you to go forward and go have an amazing business, help an amazing number of people, and really be happy and just do well during this time when we need to help one another. So again, connectedoverages.com or 888-722-4682. I'll try, and Dave, if you could just fit the order information on wherever you can fit it on slides, it would be great going forward. If you can just superimpose it, that would be wonderful. So often the turning points in our lives are something formed out of like a crisis or something big that happens. Often when we look back, those really were our turning points. And this can be a turning point where you find an amazing business and never stop, because this business is never going to stop. It's just continued on and on and on. They've been doing tax sales since the country was founded in 1776. So it's gone on forever, and it will continue on forever, and your ability to make money will just continue onward and onward. This can be your turning point. And for all of you out there, Ross is an incredible, incredible businessman, incredible friend, incredible guy, and you're following the right man. Because Ross and I, like I said, we go way, way back, and we help one another in business. But Ross has helped me at least as much as I've helped him, and we've seen each other at our best and our toughest, and we know how to get through these things. And one of the reasons that I agreed to get on this call, because I have a lot of other stuff going on. I'm busy. I have my 3-year-old this time for me to play with him. It's running around. I agreed because Ross is a good friend, and I realized that this is the time when the opportunity is there and everybody needs some leadership to tell them, look, here's something you could do that can make you an amazing amount of money that you don't have to spend a lot of money to do. You don't have to invest a lot of money. You can do this from home. It's perfect. And I did it because Ross is a good friend. And so anyway, back to what this is about, which is about what you can do to make your situation, to make your turning point, and to make your financial life amazing, to help people make a lot of money. So first thing in your new business, you need to find out who's owed money. You need a targeted list of those people to get money. I'm an attorney. I know how to do this. I've been doing it for years. We actually give you all the guidance if you need to know in any particular state how to do it, what the rules are. We actually have a book that we give you that outlines all the rules in every single state. I know exactly how you get the lists, exactly who to get them from, and the lists are pretty much all free. There are 2 lists in the country that they charge for. One they charge $175 for, which I always tell people when they bump into that, just don't get that list. It's a waste of money. And other ones they'll occasionally charge you $5 or $6, which is kind of silly. You spend $5 or $6 and you get this list with millions of dollars in leads in it. Sort of silly, but most of them just download on the internet. Really easy. So I'll show you how to get the list. Step 2, you got to locate the former owner. You need the former owner's cooperation because working with them to help them recover money that's owed to them. So we'll show you how to find those former owners who owe the money right online, really quick and simple, typically fast, 15 minutes on the internet, and you'll be in touch with them. Really simple. Step 3, you got to get the owner to work with you. So we'll show you how to reach out to them. You can do internet messages. And what I mean by internet messages, well, I mean, could be email, could be a Facebook message, could be a LinkedIn message, could be an instant message. There are lots of platforms, so we just made it generic, internet messaging. Call them on the phone. They'll be happy to hear from you. You have money for them. They'll be thrilled to hear from you. Really easy to pick up the phone and just dial them. So it's easy to get people. And you can also use the good old US Postal Service. So you can just mail them notice, they'll say yes, and off you go. And no matter how you contact them, whether it's by internet, phone, or email, you need the right message. So we give you a call script for the phone. We give you messages to email or send by instant message. And we have mail pieces to mail, so they'll be excited to work with you and thrilled to work with you. So you got to have that. And that's all done, all proven winners and all things that work. And then what I call step 3.5, you got to secure your fee, because let's be realistic, folks. If you recover, even a smaller claim down here, you recover $38,000 for somebody, and you're expecting to be paid $15,000 for it, you need a written fee agreement. So we've got written agreements. We have clear agreements that will secure your fee. And when you get involved, I'll give you the contracts that are going to lock down your deal. And they're attorney drafted. They're tested and proven. We've been using them for years. So they are the perfect forms and agreements for this business. And you need them because if you're going to get paid $15,000, well, you sure as heck need an agreement to do it. And we're the people that can give it to you. And a little insider secret, you don't have to go meet owners. And this is really one of the things that makes it so great for this day in the market. We have local people that can go out and meet the claimant, or if they can't go out right now, you can do it all over the internet. That's a recent innovation that we just made because we had to, because things have changed. So you can actually do the entire thing over the internet now. When the time comes that people are visiting again, we'll be going back to that system. But for now, we have an easy way to do it where you don't have to ever meet with a person, and neither does anybody else. You're going to get those papers signed, and if you have a person go out, they're going to overnight them back to you. If they're not, when you do it over the internet, ultimately that person's going to overnight those papers to you. And we'll show you how to get these same folks to work with you. We'll show you our newest system where we're doing it all online, where you don't have to have anybody even go out. This lets you work from home, work in the best areas, and have a great lifestyle and a great business. And you can work while the coronavirus quarantines are going on. So it's pretty amazing. So you never have to meet anybody, which makes it perfect. Very simple process. You're going to get the list of people owed money. We'll show you how to do that. Those will come across the internet. You're going to locate them online. Again, very simple to do with internet search tools these days, super simple. You're going to contact them with our message. You can either phone them, email them, text message them, or send them a physical piece. You send the service out to get the paperwork signed. And again, the newest thing we have is you can do it completely online if you want to now. You don't have to even send anybody anymore. And then you're going to get paid. It's really simple, straightforward, linear business. Really simple, really straightforward. It's an amazing business. It's simple with fast payouts, perfect in today's market, and it's completely work at home. No need to ever leave your home or your office. Get involved now, and maybe it'd be like Bo. So Bo's one of our star students. Bo was happy, smiling face, and his 5 checks. And the total that he recovered is $340,000, and the total that he charged and that went to his bank account, $102,000. I think about that. And Bo's been working, in just 2020. So we're talking about this is what he's done in 2020. So Bo helped people. He helped 7 people. He recovered $340,000. He kept $102,000 of that, which means that he gave people $238,000 that they wouldn't have otherwise had. You want to talk about a bailout? Give 7 people, $248,000. It's incredible. And that's a smiling guy who's happy, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And this is, again, I know everybody always says, well, is it working now? Yes, this guy started in January. And so, yes, it is working. And he's doing great. And he's not even working that hard. And he's just going to continue to do more and more. And he's a superstar, and I'm proud of him. And I'm proud of him for helping all those people. And I'd like each of you guys to be my next Bo. I'd like to put your smiling face up there. It's pretty stellar and pretty happy. And I have lots of successful students, and all you have to do is make the calls, reach out to people. And Russ, we're always working on new things. And because of the coronavirus, we actually figured out how to do this without sending anybody out. Because what we were sending before is we were sending a mobile notary out to people. And we found a way to do that without sending anybody physically out. And we can get everything done without having to do that. So that's our newest innovation. So we're always on top of things because we're doing the business every day. So anytime there's a problem, I have to address it immediately for my own business, and we roll it out to our students and teach them. So, get involved now, and you can have an opportunity to perhaps be like Bo. And it's not that hard. You got $340,000. If you look at this list, heck, we could beat Bo. We could just do this deal, just this one. I'm sorry, you'd have to do these 2. If you did these 2, you'd have $541,000. So you'd be ahead of Bo. So that's what you should do. We have another guy who's a specialist in big claims. So his name's Melosi, a great guy. We're actually doing a live event, and Melosi shows up at the live event and says to him, I said, hey, I want to meet with Bob for a minute. He wasn't actually attending the live event. And so I said, I'll just tell him, during a break, I'll come out and talk to him. So he shows me this check, $356,000 check. his profit on that, $124,000. And he's so smiling. I said, "Oh, this is great. Is this your first deal?" And he said, "No, it's my 5th deal." And he said, "I'm only going to do big ones because I figure it takes just as much time to do a big one as little ones. So I'm just going to do big ones." I was like, "I like the way you think. You're right. It's exactly true." And what I love most about Melosi, I love the fact that he's a doer and that he came out to share the success with me. I was really happy with that. What I liked even better is that he bought his daughter a house with the profits. So he found this beautiful little craftsman style house, and he helped his beautiful daughter and son-in-law and beautiful little grandchild by buying a new home free and clear for them. And can you imagine for this young couple who's now sitting there, in a time of uncertainty, their house is paid off, it's free and clear. And can you imagine how much different their life is, how much lower their stress is, because their house is free and clear. And I just really respect Melosi that he went and bought his daughter a house with the profits, and their life is forever going to be changed. And that's, people ask me, like, why I spend the time training and why don't I keep everything for myself, blah, 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 blah. And, I couldn't have helped this young couple get a house free and clear. I couldn't help this adorable little guy live in a house with less stress and less upset people because his parents have their house free and clear. I can't do that all by myself. And I certainly can't handle, all these deals that are out there. It's not possible. There's too many of them. So, this is like, I just live for this. I think it's just amazing. And I'd love when you guys out there do something like this, pay for your son's college, whatever you have to do, whatever you're doing, buy a house for somebody, pay off all your credit card debt, and let's see your smiling face. Love getting these pictures. So my question, what would your life, or could your life be like if checks like those were yours? And I think right now, a lot of it's just, Bob, do you identify with this? If I could just have my piggy bank full. I think right now, probably, for you out there, would that make a difference to you if you could have your piggy bank full and have that certainty and that confidence of having that? Maybe you have a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew who's a promising young person, everything's looking great, and they need some support right now. Maybe they need to be able to pay their tuition to get through schools. Maybe they just need support right now because they're young and don't have their first job yet. And they're sitting there confused, like, what do I do? Well, guess what? If you're the one making money in this current world, you can support that. So my question to you is, what would be different in your life if checks like those were yours? If checks like, I'm tired of looking at this. Let's look at another list. We'll look at, where are my lists? Okay, let's look at this list. Just this one. What would your life be like if you just did this over the next 3 months? Say you work harder, say you do this over the next 3 months. What if you had $250,000 coming in? Put those deals under contract and start working them, and they would start paying out in 4 months. So in 4 months, you start getting your first payouts. What would your life be like? How would it be different? Would it be better? I bet that it would be. Would you be more confident? I'll bet you would be. So I think that that's what this is about. It's about having that confidence of having money in the bank. It's about being able to help and support your family as you go along. I think that's exactly what it's about. So here's how you get started immediately. Get the course and go through 3 to 4 hours worth of training. It's all it takes you to get started. It's not that difficult of a business. I have all the research done, all the paperwork done. So go through the course, go to 3 to 4 hours worth of training. We're going to show you the areas to target, how to get the records, find the people, and request the money. You get involved this month, it's very reasonable to get overages under contract next month. Very reasonable, probably even sooner, because now with everybody home, it's probably reasonable to get overages under contract within 2 weeks of finishing your training. You should be getting your first people under contract. Low startup costs is $14.97. There's no ongoing cost. We support you. There's no monthly fee or anything like that. It's just a one-time investment of $14.97. And you can think of it in terms of ROI, like Ross was talking about. It's free after you recover one small overage of less than $5,000. $5,000 if you charge 30%, which is typical 30 to 40% fee, it's $1,500. And by the way, to get down to a $5,000 overage, even on this smaller list from a smaller county, you're all the way down at lead number 30 on your list. And of course, if you're looking at the bigger counties like this one, by the time you get to $5,000, you're far down on this list. We haven't clipped them off. I got to $15 million worth of leads and $13 million worth of finder's fees. How would this be? This math isn't quite right. Anyway, get to $15 million worth of leads and I stop. I know why this doesn't add up. It's because I have some sub ads in here. So that's not right, in case anybody's wondering. But this one, we get to the, my gosh, 441st lead. I'm sorry, the 362nd lead before we're below $12,000. So anyway, very easy to make this one pay off for you. Very simple. So we also have a payment plan if that works better for you right now. We have a payment plan. You pay $597 now. You get full access to the course, full support, get started. You pay $597 30 days from now and $597 30 days after that. And we do give you everything you need to do this business. A written quick start guide and comprehensive guide, plus videos and forums. If you learn by video, you can watch the videos and learn that way. If you learn better in writing, you can read. We give you the best states and all the rules and all the states, all the legal forms, the scripts, and the resources. We give you your own website, a done-for-you website, because the biggest challenge in this business is getting someone to believe you that the money is there. And anybody with a real business has a website, and I want you to be in business right now, right away. I don't want you to wait to have to build a website and figure that out. So we'll give you a bonus, completely free website. Your only cost to it is you go choose a domain name, like, you know, sallysrefunds.com, right? Whatever name you want. Usually, if you can work the word refund in there, it's great. Put that in there. We'll do the website for you. We have it all automated. Takes 15 minutes to do really quick, and you'll have a credibility site. And that's so that if you're talking to someone and they say, oh, I don't know, this just sounds too good to be true, you say, hey, you know, let me show you our website. It has some more information and more about us. And you'll have this beautiful website. It gives you the credibility of that you're a real business, and it'll help you land more deals. We'll also show you how to use virtual assistants for this business. In my business, I use virtual assistants to do most of the work. My virtual assistants get lists of people who owe the money. They find the people, they contact them, they get the deals under contract. And you know, when you think about that, if you have people doing all those things, you might say, wait a minute, Bob, if they're getting the list, they're finding the people, contacting, getting under contract, how is it that I end up, you know, not losing my whole business to people? And it's really simple. I'm going to show you how to divide up the work so they don't know enough to steal the business. So you're going to become the coordinator and director of these folks. That's what I do in my business. I just coordinate and direct. I'm not doing the day-to-day grunt work. So for everybody out there, I mean, we've been doing this business since 2011 full time. Anything that can happen has happened to us 2 or 3 times. And so we know how to deal with it. We know how to give you the guidance. And instead of stepping on landmines, we guide you around everything. We make it really simple. And it's a quick route to success. We're also going to give you 3 hours of live training when you register now. And as I said earlier, I'll commit to training everybody who during this webinar raises their hand and says, I want to get involved. I will commit to training you. I'll give you live training. We'll show you the system and answer your questions of the program absolutely live, but it's only available when you register now. And the reason for that is I've got to line up enough help on my side, meaning enough staff members, so that we can answer every question that gets asked during the webinar, because that's what we promise. And we answer questions while the training portion is going on. We answer them through the chat box, so you can ask questions and get personal attention. And our commitment is we stay on the line until every question is answered. So I need to make sure I have enough staff members. So I need to know how many people are going to be at training. We're not last minute Larry kind of people. I don't want someone 10 minutes before 8 deciding to buy the program, and then all of a sudden, I don't have enough staff members to keep my student teacher ratio where it needs to be, which is 9 to 1. I mean, I want to have no more than 9 students on that line for every person that's there answering questions. So I don't do last minute. So if you raise your hand and say yes during this webinar, then you're in. If you don't, then unfortunately there's no waiting list, and you can still get the course. You're just not invited to the live training, because it's for us. It's after hours work. We're doing 8 o'clock at night. I've got to ask people and schedule them for later in the day. So it's for people who get involved now. In the live training, they start Monday at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and the calls are recorded for you to listen to later. Class is limited strictly to those who register now, and the cost is 1 payment of $14.97 or 3 payments of $5.97. And just so you know, with the 3 payments of $5.97, I know it adds up to a little more than $14.97. I realize that, but it takes us more time, money, and effort to collect payments. If someone, if their second payment doesn't clear, we've got to call them, get a new credit card. Sometimes we can get them, sometimes we can't. It's a pain. So if you make my life simpler, I'll make your life a little less expensive. But either way, if you want to do the payment plan, that's fine. You could do 3 payments of $5.97. That'd be 1 payment now. You get full access to the course. You're not discriminated against or anything because you're on a payment plan. It's fine. one payment of $597 30 days later, and one payment 30 days after that. And those checks that you see flying across the screen, well, those are checks that people like you, our students, and us pulled in. So those are payments that represent someone else getting what they need, meaning the former owner of a property getting their money, plus the overages business owner getting their own check and making their own life great. And what I'd love is next time we redo this check roll, I'd love to have some of your checks on it, because I know that each of those checks represents someone in your seat getting what they want, doing some, taking on this business, putting a little bit of effort into it, making a lot of money, and also helping people on the other side of those checks. And I would love nothing more than for us to just do these deals by the hundreds. There are thousands of them out there, or tens of thousands of them out there, more correctly. So I'd like to see the people in this group, in the Connected Investors community, just out there crushing it. Fill up your pots, make tons of money, buy real estate during the big sale that's inevitably going to happen right now, and just have an amazing life. And I think that would be great. And I'd love to see your checks flying across here. And again, the way that you get involved is you go to connectedinvestors.com, and that's online order form, very, very simple and easy. Go to connectedinvestors.com. At the end of the order process, you'll be emailed your user ID and password. The training is available online, so literally 5 minutes from now, you can be started your training. Typically takes 3 to 4 hours to get through the training. Then you can start your business and start signing people up and getting those checks. And if you want to talk to a live person, we're always happy to talk to live people. 888-722-4682. If you have any questions or anything, we're going to split payments between credit cards, something like that. Absolutely fine. Just call our toll-free number. The people that answer the phone actually know the system and know the course, so they'll be happy to answer any questions you have. And you can go forward. And again, this is to get started right now. Training definitely takes 3 to 4 hours for most people. So you can be started doing this business, tonight or tomorrow. Depends how quick you want to do your training, and then just get started. The deals are out there. The money's out there. This money that we see has been there for years. It's all piled up, and I want to see you get your portion of that and have an amazing time right now, because this is the time to be doing this. So I'm really excited, Ross. I know we're going to have a lot of great people. I love your Connected Investors folks. They're inevitably cool, good people who are doers and action takers. They're not wallflowers and wilters. So I'm sure we'll have lots of great people. And for everybody out there, this is the time. I mean, this is the time when you call people, they're going to be so excited that someone is calling them that has potential money, that they're going to be dying to work for you. And I'll let you in on one thing, that usually our biggest hurdle in these deals is just convincing people this is a real opportunity. And right now, what's happening, because people are so nervous about money, is that their skepticism is being overcome by their overarching need and desire for money. So, our offer is, look, we don't charge anything. We go and we work on getting the money. If we're successful, we get paid. If we're not, it doesn't cost you a penny. As soon as they understand that, they're in. So any skepticism they have is going to be more than bowled over by the need they have for money. And you have the magic words like, I have money for you. And once they especially understand your offer, that you're not charging them anything up front, it's just they only pay it then when you're successful, people are going to be piling in. It's going to be a much easier business right now. Normally not very hard, but it's going to be even easier, because our biggest challenge is always the people that can be skeptical. And now people, even if they are skeptical, which they still will be, they're desperate. So they'll say, I don't care. I may be a little skeptical, but if this man or woman is going to get me money without asking me for money, I'm signing up. I don't care. I'm signing up. So I'm really excited, Ross. I'm excited to train your people. I do love the Connected Investors people, because they're people that they're born for community, because you wouldn't be in the community of Connected Investors if you weren't a community person. And I am a community person. We take our community seriously, and we also like you to contribute to your other community, which is the United States, the people that need money, that they've lost houses to tax sales, and they need the money. So let's go out and help them together. I'll train you, and if you'll promise to go out and help people and make a bunch of money, it will make my whole day. It make me just absolutely thrilled.
Hey, it's Dave. Dave from a few streets over. How you doing? That's great. Hey, I was wondering, I'm looking for my lender. Here's a picture of us in front of a house we flipped in 2009. Boy, those were the days. Have you seen him? Who do you use for real estate investments? Can I hit him up? No? Well, what about you? You want to go in? Want to be a partner? I've got this great house down on 3rd Street. Be a great flip.
Lost your lender due to the financial crisis? Tap below to meet a capital partner for free.
Daddy, what's a lender?
PrivateLenders.com. Meet your capital partner in minutes.
All right, here we are, and we're ready to go. This next segment I am very excited about. You'll see why. This is a gentleman that anytime he presents, I shut my phone off and I listen. Even if I don't shut my phone off, after he's spoken for about 10 minutes, I'm completely and totally mesmerized by the information that he's giving. This individual runs a company that helps real estate investors scale, but because of that relationship, he sees what makes investors very, very successful. And he's going to share that information with you and help you become more successful. I'd like to introduce you to Robert Nickel.
Thanks, Ross. Really appreciate you and the entire Connected Investor team. Rocket Station, we've had such a great relationship with you guys, the entire team, for a while now. It's been an awesome ride for us to be able to support Penn, the different amazing products that you had, be in a strategic alliance with Connected Investor. We learned so much from the SOFA Summit and all the things that you guys put on from your content and your products and your services and your amazing community base that we are just thrilled to be a part of. So thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for letting us be a part of the SOFA Summit, and hopefully we can bring something a little bit different. Tons of great products, resources, tools available out there. We're going to really talk about how to take those and put them in overdrive, how to take Penn and really blow that up, because the real difference between those who are successful, efficient, ultimately profitable, and those that are not are really just 4 simple steps. And we're going to go through those steps right now. We've worked with thousands and thousands of businesses, real estate investors, to become truly, truly profitable, run an efficient business, and ultimately have the business that they care about. And that's what we're going to talk about. Today, we're going to deep dive into why you need processes within your business. We know there's a lot going on, tasks, there's unlimited number of tasks in the day. So how we can put processes in place to make sure that we can become super efficient. We're going to talk about the 4 steps to simplifying any process that you have going on. We'll talk about Penn. We'll talk about some of the other things that are actually happening in your day-to-day. And we'll ultimately talk about how to delegate those responsibilities, but not just delegate, but confidently delegate, how to be super confident and excited about handing off those tasks and delegating those responsibilities to any team member, and then how to streamline that process so that it's clear and concise and much more. We're going to go through a few more things, but that's really what we're here to talk about for the next hour. What I can promise you is we've got nothing for sale in this hour. So we're going to be here for 1 hour, got some great content. At the end, I'm going to give an opportunity for how you can reach out, ask questions, learn more, learn how this can apply to you and your business specifically. But I just want to let you know right now, there's nothing for sale in this next hour. It is strictly just content, just information that hopefully will add value to you and your business. We've got nothing for sale, but we will give you an opportunity to spend some time with us and ask questions and go through anything that we talk about today. If you have interest, or you're interested in learning more, you're honest and sincere about building a more profitable, more efficient business, then we will give you an opportunity to get in touch with us and spend some time with us for free. Nothing for sale. We just want to be here and add value. We appreciate Ross and the team at Connect Investor allowing us to be a part and deliver this content. And so we do not have anything for sale. So just want to let you know right now, right out the gate, there's nothing for sale. And who am I? Robert Nickel. I'm founder and CEO of Rocket Station. We are the premier virtual staffing company for the real estate investors today. I started investing in real estate in 2008. I was too young and dumb to know that was not supposed to be a great time to be investing, but man, was it ever an amazing time to jump into real estate investing. So I'd worked a W-2 job up until that point, wanted the leverage, the financial freedom, all the things that Robert Kiyosaki talked about in Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's what I wanted for myself. And I actually flipped hundreds and hundreds of properties for a couple of years. We were running a big business in Dallas and Houston and Tulsa, Oklahoma, multiple markets across the country. And I'll show you exactly how I was able to do that. And I hired my first virtual assistant, my first virtual team member in 2011. And man, have we come a long, long way since 2011, the last 9 years. We've helped over 2,000 businesses do exactly what I'm going to show you today. And that started as a business in 2013. I had perfected this process. I went and I ran through some walls, beat my head against the wall, really struggled for a while to kind of figure out this whole efficiency, profitability. How do we get leverage? How do I actually get more done in the day-to-day? That's the process I figured out. For a couple of years. I helped friends, I helped family, I helped people who are interested in this process get it done. And in 2013, we made it an official business. And Rocket Station today has well over 500 team members. I think we're pushing closer to 600 virtual assistants working for hundreds of real estate operators across the United States today. And we are in the business process outsourcing industry. And what is the BPO industry? It is delegating tasks to someone else for them to crush. So that is, we are training top level talent, plug and play, easy button for scalability, efficiency, and profitability within your business, ultimately giving you the time and energy to be able to focus on the things that you really care about, because we all understand that real estate is just a vehicle. It's just a tool to get you where you're trying to go. It is not the end all be all. We all want to be better brothers. We want to be better husbands. We want to be better sisters and spouses and mothers. And that's what it's really all about. And that's what we're going to really talk about, how you can get to that today. So this is the secret weapon used by large companies. They've been doing it for a very long time. The truth is now it's just available to anyone because of technology, because of the things that are available to you today. Anybody can do this, and we're going to go through that right now. So, but before we dive in, let me ask you just a couple questions. Are you a real estate investor that's constantly tied up in endless tasks that you know you could probably delegate? Is your phone ringing off the hook till 9 o'clock at night? Are you going to bed feeling guilty because you know you haven't quite got enough done in the day? Have you signed up for PENN and gone in there and almost been overwhelmed? I mean, look at all these properties. Pull up Dallas, Texas alone. Look at this opportunity. Look at how much is going on here. I just did a quick search and I found so many properties and so much going on just here in Dallas, right here alone. So have you opened up PENN? Have you looked in here and been like, holy smokes, I see the opportunity, I see what's happening, but there's just too much for me to do. There's just too much going on. And you may not even know where to start exactly. And if that's you, that's okay. We will go through a few things today. And what would it feel like if you could take all those tasks, if you could take PENN, if you could take any of these amazing products and services you're here about, and you could confidently delegate those tasks to someone else? What would that feel like? What would it feel like if your phone was answered by a rock star every time it rang? What would it feel like if every email was responded to quickly? What would it feel like if every time a title company called to ask you for your corporate docs or your articles of organization or all the things that you probably already emailed them? What would it feel like if you could just have those things taken off your plate, handed to a rock star, someone that you know could just crush those tasks? What would that do for your business? Well, what if I could show you exactly how to do that? What if I could give you the exact answer on how to solve what I feel like is the biggest problem for most investors, which is you could have a complete process. You could have access to untapped personnel. What would it feel like for you if you just had unlimited resources to be able to find the perfect person to be able to just crush that task and get it done without having to go through the pain and agony of finding, identifying, training, hiring the right people? What if you could just have all of those things done? Well, I'm gonna show you exactly how you can do that. But before we talk about that, there's one thing above all else. We've worked with hundreds and thousands of real estate investors, and And a lot of the top investors across the country are using our services. And what do they all have in common? That's documented, repeatable processes. So in real estate, I'm sure you guys, as you're learning and we go through all these different resources and all this education and you hear about all these different things, you hear this word system over and over and over and over again. Well, what are systems? What is that? It's just a repeatable process that's documented. And if you have documented, repeatable processes, then hopefully you're not going to be like most businesses that come to us, which are business owners that are frustrated. They have lack of structure, there's lack of processes, there's too many moving parts. And so what that really leaves them feeling is overwhelmed. And if you're right now feeling overwhelmed, then that's okay, because I'm going to show you how to get out of that overwhelmed feeling, get out of stuck. But this was one of our clients called us and they said, you know, it's Friday afternoon. I've got endless number of tasks still on my plate. Instead of being able to leave my home office, which used to be, you know, the regular office, but now I'm working from home, it's supposed to be doing family time. We've got plans for the weekend, and I've only completed, he said 80%, but when we really got down to it, much less than 80% of those tasks. Trying to do direct mail, trying to answer the phone, trying to return calls, trying to do your research in pen. Want to delegate those responsibilities, but there's no structure, there's no documented process, there's nothing for people to actually hand off. Or you just spend a whole bunch of money on a resource like your direct mail campaign or your RVM campaigns, or you're looking at pen and there's just so much going on in there and you haven't quite been able to go in there and dive in there and actually do it. And you know, you might even have a team, an acquisition team that's supposed to be handling the calls and closing deals, but they haven't been able to quite do it. And you're stuck now. With this client that we talked to last week, he said, man, I'm missing soccer games. I'm missing family stuff. I'm missing the obligations, the things that I really care about. And if that's you, it's okay. We've got the solution. It is just a 4-step streamlined process to be able to get this done. So most people feel some pain. Most of our clients that come in, they felt some pain. They just jumped right to step 3, tried to hire some staff, fall on their face, and then talk about how terrible the idea of hiring people and getting help and getting resources into your business to actually help you out. Well, it's because we're just doing it wrong. And for us, the 4-step process, instead of starting with staff, instead of starting by going and hiring somebody, the first step that you should be taking is this discovery process. You need to be clear on what we're trying to accomplish. What are the outcomes that we're trying to get to? What does success actually look like? If you're not specific, systems will break. I see it on Facebook all the time, all these hustlers and the rise and grind people and the 4 a.m. gym shots, and you know, I'm in the gym at 4 a.m. trying to get that done before work, and there's all these things that have to happen every single day. And for one example of a property nation with the title company and building my buyers list and actually showing properties the buyer, what are the tasks that are actually happening in the day-to-day in your business? You got to work in pen. You got to go in there and pull. If you're not really clear on what's happening all day, chances are you're putting out fires throughout the day. Every day is chaos. And we believe that chaos is just an opportunity. Chaos is opportunity for you to put processes in place to eliminate that hustle that you have to do all the time. If you're gonna hustle, we want to be planting seeds that reap rewards for tomorrow, right? So the efforts that you put in today are going to be able to have exponential opportunity in the future. That's what makes all the effort worth it. So the first thing that we really want to do is just take an overview. Let's take a step back and look at what's happening every single day in your business. What are you actually doing? What's going on? Most people do not want a time block. And this might be you. If I've said to you, hey, what do you do all day? And you said, what do I mean? dude, I'm busy. I've got so many things happening all day. What are you talking about? I don't have time to time block. I don't have time to stop and identify all the tasks that are happening, everything that I'm doing all day, and time block my entire day. Well, the difference between spending the time to really understand what's happening in your business and just blowing through your day and hustling and grinding and just making it happen, the difference is when you get it right, you'll be able to pass it off confidently to someone on your team. You'll be able to have an efficient, profitable business. If you're not willing to go through that process, then you're going to be wasting time, energy, money, effort, all of your emotional bandwidth that you wake up throughout the day. A lot of that's wasted because you haven't taken the time to create the structure. And the structure starts with just identifying what's going on every single day. It's just being aware of what all tasks it takes to run a real estate business. And as a real estate investor, it's one of the most beautiful businesses because it's a transaction business. And why is that important that it's a transaction business? Because the steps are linear. The same things have to happen every single time. You have to market. You've got to jump in pen and you've got to identify opportunities. Then you have to negotiate for that contract. And once you get a contract, right, you usually are running comps before that, right? Identifying properties, running comps to find the value. Getting a contract, now it's time to either close if you're gonna rehab the property yourself, or you're gonna flip that and wholesale that to someone else. Well, now you've got to go through the process of building a buyer's list, getting that property out, working with the title companies, get that closed, marketing that, right? There's so many things that have to happen, but it's a linear process and it's transactional. But what happens when that transaction is over? You got to do it all over again. So that's what creates this grind within the real estate investing process. Is the transactional nature of the business means you've got to do the same steps over and over and over and over again. So by starting with identifying what's happening, identifying the task, once we do that, now we can actually go into a documentation phase. We can write down everything that's happening in that task. So what step-by-step process is actually happening? So when we go into PIN, and we'll show some examples here in a little bit, there's an actual process to go in and find great properties and then how to reach out to them. If you're doing direct mail, it's super common today for investors to do direct mail and market. Well, you have to get your list. Usually that list gets skipped to some degree, and then you have to actually send the mailers out. And then there's so many things that have to happen. If I asked you how to perform some of these tasks, you could probably just spit out, right? Just tell me exactly what's happening to get those tasks done. But how do you delegate those tasks to someone else? You're either going to have to just dictate to them and go through the pain of delivering that, what we call osmosis training, which is someone just sitting down next to you or through Zoom these days and just telling them all day, every day. I can't tell you how sick I used to feel 2008, 9, 10, driving into the office, thinking about how I was going to delegate tasks. It was just me telling people what to do all day. And that was a terrible, terrible way to do it. It made me feel sick going into the office every day and sick leaving the office because I spent the entire day just telling my team how to do their job. I felt like it took less time for me to just do it than to try to teach somebody else how to do it. The pain of that was because I didn't have any documented system process. I hadn't started with a discovery phase of identifying every single thing that's happening and then actually documenting step by step. So when you look at the lead management process, this is just the high level overview of the steps that have to happen. And as you can see, there's a bunch of steps. Now, the beautiful thing about these steps and being a transaction business is once we document this process and go through it, we're done, right? We don't have to go through this over and over and over again. We go through the same process every time the phone rings from direct mail or we're going into PIN. We go through the same process every single time. So by documenting this and accounting for all the possible variations, being as detailed and specific as possible, including all the relevant information that we need to do there, and some examples, so some screen recordings or some really detailed process maps, then we can start to potentially think about identifying those tasks. So we've identified the task, that we want to delegate. We document how to actually get them done. The big key here is that it's not just documented, but they're accurate. They're specific. Because if they're not accurate, if they're not great processes, then we'll fail every single time. Because by the time we try to bring a staff in and bring team in, we've got to hand that off. We've got to take those systems process. We have to have those documented scope of work and actually be able to give that to somebody for them to be able to do. So now it's time for step 3 to bring in staff. So initial training, most of that's done as far as the legwork because you've documented systems and processes. And all of a sudden, it's not as painful as it was previously. Now we have what we like to think of as like the bumpers in the bowling alley lane. You can throw the ball and you may not hit all 10 pins. It may not be perfect, but you're going to get most of them. You can't screw it up. Once you have documented systems and processes, now your team's got a clear roadmap to how they can actually accomplish these tasks and know what success looks like. So will team members still need some guidance? Of course. Will you still have a certain way that you like things to happen within your business? Of course. But are we now able to be able to hire the right people? Will they be able to communicate with you, and will they be able to track their progress and have KPIs and all the numbers and all the things that you know you're supposed to have? Yeah, absolutely. And you've got everything in place. Now you just inspect what you're expecting from your team. And what that means is you're just providing support now to make sure your team is performing the way that they're supposed to be performing. So most of us start with step 3. We hire staff. We don't have any documented systems and processes. There's no clear-cut path to what success is supposed to look like. There's no clear-cut path to what having a just rock star process and what the outcomes are supposed to be. So then we feel all the pain, and then it sucks. The idea of hiring people and staffing and going through that process is just so painful, but not when we do it the right way. And the right way is starting with your discovery phase, really identifying what's happening, building your systems and processes, putting support or putting the right people in place because you've identified the task. Someone who's answering the phone, or that's doing inside sales, or that's building your buyers list and communicating with your buyers and communicating with title companies, that's a different person. That's a different type person than somebody who's going to be doing your comps and going in pen and crushing your research and then building your list and skip tracing and getting your data. Those types of people are, accounting and bookkeeping, totally different personality than someone who's going to be on the front end piece, marketing, working with your list. So hiring somebody becomes so much easier, and then supporting them is now a breeze because we've got a clear path to what success looks like. And you've created the process, you've delegated to your team member. Now you're just checking for accuracy, compliance. You can coach, mentor, support your team. You can lead them in the way that they're supposed to be led. And then we put the processes to the test, right? So no matter how much time we spend trying to document and make everything perfect, we've got to go implement. We've got to go put them into action. So Mike Tyson is the one that said, everyone's got a great plan until you get punched in the mouth, right? Well, that's how you adjust a little bit. You put a plan into place, you put a plan into action, and now all of a sudden we can follow the steps exactly as they're written. We can identify specific areas that may cause confusion. We clean that up a little bit. We refine those and we test again. But that process is basically done where we just have small little incremental changes that help us get where we're supposed to go. But it's not this overwhelming thing where every single day you're walking into your office dreading trying to figure out what the heck you're going to do with your team because they're not in a position to be as successful as they should be. So no matter what the process is, it doesn't matter whether it's your first one or it's the 100th process you've built, it's exactly the same every single time. You need to go through those same steps every single time by starting with discovery, identifying the task, mapping that task out, then identifying the right team member and providing the right support for them. And the steps are always the same. We work with publicly traded companies doing tens of thousands of transactions a year, all the way down to single member LLCs and sole proprietors and entrepreneurs that are just out there crushing it themselves, and everybody in between. And it doesn't matter if you're a publicly traded company or you're a one-man band crushing your days by yourself. The process for creating an efficient real estate business that's profitable, that's efficient, that you're excited about walking into every day, that you're proud to be a business owner that now works for you instead of you working for the business. And E-Myth and Michael Gerber, most people have read that book. If you haven't, it's one of the most influential books for me that I've ever read. He really explains that concept of working on your business rather than in your business. And for most of us, and this may be the case for you, you're stuck in your day. You're working the whole day in the business, meaning you're actually doing all the tasks. And then when you try to hire someone and they're doing the thing, you end up getting stuck inside the business, working in the business all the time. And you rarely have time to think about strategy and where you're going next and all the things that you're trying to actually accomplish in the day-to-day. You're working so hard at just putting out fires and crushing it and just doing the things that you have to do that you never take a step back to go through this discovery phase and document the process. But we're all the same, whether you're a huge company or you're just getting going. The steps are exactly the same. And if you're willing to go through these 4 steps, if you're willing to go through this process, then you can absolutely have success and efficiency and have the business that works for you rather than you working for the business all the time. So let's actually look at some real world examples. So most of you guys have seen Penn. Most of you are doing some kind of direct mail or marketing. Only this time, the difference is instead of it being all from you doing every bit of the work and you having to do every single thing without any documented systems and processes, now you've got a team member in place who's operating from a tested, refined, and defined system for exactly how to handle that process. So let's look at Penn, right? So how many of you have spent time in here in Penn searching and looking for properties, looking for opportunities? Probably most of you. Well, you come in here and Penn is this amazing resource. It's an amazing tool. But what is the issue with Penn? It's overwhelming, the amount of opportunity here. Penn is such a great tool with so many amazing features, and it's got so much going on. Like, look at Dallas right here. I mean, good night. There is so much going on. So how do we take this amazing, amazing tool and make it an asset for you that you can absolutely crush it with, right? So Ross and the Connected Investor team, they're geniuses with the IT side. They're geniuses with creating this incredible product. You now have a tool in front of you that you can identify properties. You have everything that you need to be successful. You have everything that you need to find motivated sellers and find properties at a discount, actually be able to flip houses the way that you're looking to do it. What is the difference between those that are successful using Penn and the ones who are not? And it just comes down to being able to get it done, to be able to complete those tasks. So if you're by yourself, if you're a one-man band and you go in here and you spend all your time in Penn and you try to pull the properties, you try to talk to sellers yourself, you try to run comps by yourself, you try to send all the offers by yourself, try to do the follow-up, work with your title companies, get the contracts, get them to your buyers list to wholesale. If you are doing every single thing yourself, how much traction, how much momentum can you ever get? The answer is probably not very much. You probably can't get very far. It's the draft horse concept, right? If you have one Clydesdale pulling, how much weight can they pull? If you have multiple Clydesdale pulling in the same direction, it's an exponential growth. They can pull exponentially more amount of weight than any Clydesdale can by themselves. And that's what I want for you. That's what I want the power of Penn to provide you, is a resource where it's exponential opportunity, because we've started with identifying the process, and we can help you build any process here in Penn for you specifically, a customized process for you to come in, whether it's Penn or anything else that you're doing. But most people that come to us and talk about Penn it has nothing to do with the amount of opportunity it's been. In fact, there's too much going on. The problem is getting down and being able to actually use the tool efficiently and effectively. And that's why this 4-step process can set you free and get you all the profitability that you're looking for, because we start by discovery, identifying what we're trying to do. We build a system and process, put it in place, and then we can identify the right team members to go crush it. Instead of you being the one to actually do every single thing, you can have a team that can help you do it. And that is the difference between those that are really successful and those that are not, is just having a team, having efficiency, having exponential momentum in your business. And it comes from documenting systems and processes and then putting the right team members in place. So the difference between those that are really, really successful using tools like Penn and those that are not are the ones that go through the same 4-step process over and over and over again. So Penn's an amazing tool. There's unlimited, literally unlimited amounts of opportunity placed right before your eyes. Now it's time to just go get it done. And we do that through that 4-step process. So what is the difference between those that are super successful and crushing it with Penn and those that are just kind of barely scraping by? It's these 4 steps we're talking about here today. Let's look at another example that a lot of people are going through, call campaigns, right? So when we started, before we've gone through this 4-step process, man, sometimes it's almost like you almost don't want the phone to ring, because you've got to answer it. And now you've got to talk to somebody at the other end of the line. And now you've got to do those work, and you're overwhelmed with the amount of work that you're going to have to do. But after we go through this 4-step process of discovery, documentation, putting the right people in place, and then having a plan for support, now we can put some mailers out, or do a ringless voicemail campaign, or do a text message campaign. Whatever your marketing strategy is, your phone's ringing off the hook, and you have a team in place. There's a process to answer all the calls in real time. What if you never had to send somebody to voicemail ever again? What would that feel like for you? What would that do for your business if you could live answer every single call in real time, respond to text within 5 minutes? Because all the statistics and data show that you need to respond to somebody within 5 to 10 minutes to engage them and have a conversation for the opportunity. So what if you had somebody in real time responding to your leads, qualifying them, and creating that opportunity for you? For me, the word that comes to mind is just wonderful serenity. Man, does that feel good to know that all the money that we're spending on marketing, all the money that we're spending on Penn and all the amazing tools are being absolutely crushed by a competent, amazing team following the exact process that you've put together, that is the right way to work those leads. That to me is amazing. Now you've got an acquisition team that can go out there and just crush a calendar full of appointments instead of spending most of their time filling that schedule. And I can't tell you the amount of times we see real estate investors, they come to us, and this may be you, but if you're a real estate investor and you've ever hired an acquisition person, you've hired somebody to help you actually go close deals, how many times and how many of us have then taken those team members and given them a million tasks and a million things to do besides meeting with sellers? So the fastest way to get more contracts is for you or your salesperson to actually be in front of sellers meeting the kitchen table. Well, today, may not be able to meet as many kitchen tables as you were previously, but talking to as many sellers as possible. Your sales team, they need to be in front of sellers, which is their best and highest use of their time. They need to be closing deals. But I cannot tell you, and this may be you, but I cannot tell you how many people hire sales teams and then have them answering the phones, qualifying, following up. Do you know how many calls on average it takes to set one appointment to do the deals? That actually, it's statistically across nationwide averages, it's 7 to 9 conversations to get one contract with the seller. So if you or your acquisitions team is spending all your time answering the phone, responding to text messages, trying to follow up, now you've got a big bank of leads that are in follow-up status that you need to call back. How many of you do you actually follow up with those leads? Are you actually calling those people back? Or are they just sitting in the follow-up pile ready for you to call them back? Well, if you've gone through this 4-step process and you're in this wonderful serenity mode, what does that mean? It means highest and best use of your time or your team's time. So if your time was freed up to actually be meeting with sellers, now all of a sudden you've got more contracts in place. Now we're doing more deals, which in my mind is what it's all about. If you're running a real estate business, you should just be closing more and more transactions. So that streamlined process will ensure that no leads left behind. That streamlined process will ensure that you're on your way to watch your son or daughter's soccer game, to go watch them score that winning goal, or to be a part of the wedding or birthdays that you previously missed. And I say that because I've missed many, many birthday parties in my day, and I was tired of it. I wasn't going to miss any more birthday parties, and I wasn't going to miss any more special events or occasions that I actually really, really cared about with my family. And how do you get there? How do you get to that wonderful serenity? How can you take a deep breath and be excited about the business that you've created and excited about what you're putting in place for your future? Well, you go through this 4-step process, and now you've freed yourself from having to do it all by yourself. What would that feel like? What would that feel like for you? What would that do for your business and your family if you free yourself from having to do every single thing yourself? I want you to really think about that. What would that do for you? And if you freed yourself of having to micromanage every single step along the way, what would that feel like? And what would that do for your business? And what would that do for your family if you were able to take yourself out of having to do every single thing? And I know some of you might be thinking this yourself. You might be thinking, this sounds great, but I'm already so busy. I already have so much going on. I just am totally overwhelmed in the day-to-day. How am I going to take the time to go through this discovery process and then document every single thing, and then to hire the right people? And the checklist of hiring people is forever long. So if you've tried to hire somebody yourself, have you actually done a resume screen? How many references have you personally called when you were going to hire somebody? The process of just screening applications, make one job post on any of the job forums, you're going to get hundreds, if not thousands, of applications. How do you screen all of them? How do you verify the right people? If you're like most people, you probably just kind of narrow it down to a few applications and then just almost with a blind guess, just pick what seems like or would be like the best option, and you hope for the best. We call that the hope and pray method. And if that's you, that's okay. But there's a much, much easier solution, and that's where we come in. We can truly do all of that for you. So we are a company that is designed to help you build and create systems and processes that you can then outsource, because it's now repeatable, it's actionable. We have defined success. We know what you're looking for. We've done this thousands and thousands and thousands of times. So we can actually create those processes. We can do all of these steps for you. We can help you with a discovery call. We can outline exactly what's happening in your business. We can identify with you all the tasks that are happening in your business. Everybody's a little bit different. You're going to run your business slightly different than every other, even though it's a transactional business, even though it's linear, even though the steps are essentially the same within every single real estate business, you're going to want to run your business a little bit differently than everybody else. And that's why that first step of that discovery phase is so, so, so important. So whether you're doing that yourself or you're leveraging a team like us, we can help you in that discovery phase actually identify all the tasks and the things that are happening in your business that you can easily delegate to someone else and build your team. And then we actually get to work. We document those processes. We create the templates. We identify potential problems and pain points. We can compile all the relevant information so that we can support you. So you may have been sitting there going, man, there's just so much happening in the day-to-day. There's no way for us to get through all of that. Well, when you've done it thousands of times the way we have, we can become super, super efficient. So when we finish, you have a complete scope of work. So what would it feel like if you just woke up tomorrow and had every step, every process of your business, not only discovery where we've outlined in general what's happened, but we've built a step-by-step map that shows any team member exactly how to perform those tasks within your business. What would that look like for you if you had an entire, that word system, if you could walk into any meeting, you may be a member of masterminds or other groups or a Bigger Pockets hero where you're spending all your time online researching and gathering information. Well, what if you could have for your business a step-by-step documented process for every single thing that's done? And then not only that, but then find and identify the perfect team members to fill that role. And that's what we do. The documentation process, to take pen or any of the resources that you're using, the first thing that we do is we document and we systemize, we structure every single thing that's happening in your business so that you can then have a rock star go crush it. So if we start with those steps, then we can help you identify the right candidates. We will give you 3, 4, 5 candidates that'd be a perfect fit. If you need somebody to crush pen, we can provide a team member to crush pen. If you need somebody on the front end answering the phone, we can provide a dedicated team member to absolutely crush the phone. So you have an unlimited, untapped resource to be able to not only create processes like this lead manager process flow. So this is a higher level process metro. This is step 1 for my team. We create this. So we go through in the discovery call and then the process building phase with you. We identify all the tasks and then we start mapping them out from a macro level. It can be lead management. It can be pen. It can be transaction coordination, which is carrying it from contract to close. It can be building your buyers list. It can be running comps. It can be anything that's happening in your business. 80 to 90% of your business is done on a phone or computer. Everything is done online today. So how do we do that? We start with a high level macro flow here. And it doesn't matter what task it is. We just go step by step. Here's exactly what's happening. And then we go even further and create the detailed scopes of work. So the screen recordings, beautiful PDFs, but of step by step, exactly what's happening in your business, because these charts right here are great for us and to have conversations with you about what's happening from a macro standpoint, meaning at a high level, what's happening along the way and how do we want that to be done. But this right here is not detailed enough. This process map is not detailed enough for a team member to actually go accomplish. You can tell somebody, hey, when the phone rings, answer it. But what do they say? You could tell somebody, hey, I want you to go into pen and identify the motivated sellers. I want you to pull a buyer's list out of pen. But what does that actually look like? How do we actually do that task? That's what the scope of work is for. And that's what we call these system documents. It's a combination of PDF documents like this, one that you're seeing on the screen that is a step-by-step workflow of exactly what's happening. screen recordings, screen grabs, and everything else that you need to actually hand those tasks off to someone else. So that is the done for you process that we provide. So if you want to save time, energy, and money within your business, then we can help you get on the right path. We can actually help you do this. So whether you hire us or not, it doesn't matter. I told you there's nothing for sale here. And that's the truth. We do not have anything for sale, but we can spend some time with you for that discovery call. And we can give you the opportunity to ask as many questions that you have about outsourcing, about virtual team members, about delegating these tasks, about going through these 4 steps process. Because on the discovery call, we want to know, where are you? Where are you right now in your business? What are you trying to accomplish? Are there any tasks in your business, in your day-to-day, that you absolutely dread doing? And I want you to think about that for a couple seconds. I know there's a few things that you love doing in the day-to-day. For me, that was meeting with sellers. I needed to just be spending all of my time face-to-face meeting with potential sellers. That was the highest and best use of my time. There was nothing else in the day that was actually worth my time. There's this phrase, revenue generating activities. What are the things that you're going to do that are actually going to help you create money and opportunity? How are you going to close deals and transactions? Because that's what tasks are truly, truly, truly worth your time. We call those revenue generating activities. And for me, that was meeting with sellers and then potentially showing buyers properties for wholesaling, because we were wholesaling quite a few houses. And I loved working with buyers directly to try to get better prices for houses and get buyers to compete against each other. So for me, those were the tasks I loved doing. What were the tasks that I dreaded doing? Well, pretty much everything else. Every time the phone rang, it almost made my stomach sick because I knew that I should be answering the phone. But dadgummit, I just did not want to take one more call. I had talked to thousands and thousands and thousands of potential sellers, and I was tired of it. I was just exhausted. I knew it was the lifeblood of my business. I knew that without the phone ringing, I didn't have a business. It's one of the most important things that happens in the day-to-day is to make that phone ring or to go into PIN and create opportunity. But man, did I wake up almost sick to my stomach just thinking about having to complete those tasks myself. So that was the first thing that I personally ever delegated, I personally ever outsourced, was having somebody answer the phones. And then I woke up and I'm like, okay, this person, and for me, this is long before I perfected, but somebody just doing it marginally good, just being able to just answer the phone, even though they weren't near as good as I was at answering the phone, all of a sudden I was closing more deals because I was able to meet with more sellers. And so then I just found somebody competent and great to actually do it and created a process around that. And the next thing I woke up and I was like, man, I really hate running comps. Comps are super important. Putting together an ARV, finding the value of a house, it is so, so important. It's a critical part of any investor strategy, but it's so time consuming. Every time I tried to put a property packet together before I met with the seller, sometimes it would take me over an hour for one house to just do the research to figure out, what is this house worth? And when I looked at it, it was mostly the same steps every single time. There's just a little bit of an art to it. It's 90% science. We just go through the checklist every single time. But then there's just that little bit of art that I needed to step in and I needed to work on just a little bit to kind of make sure I knew the numbers, but most of it just came off a checklist. So the first couple things that I just absolutely dreaded myself were answering the phone and then running comps. I mean, those things just ate up my time. And then it was the admin work and it just kind of rolled from there. So my question to you right now is, what tasks do you dread doing in your day-to-day? And when you think about it, are those tasks really highest and best use of your time? If you had to identify where you should be spending your time, what task could you potentially delegate and get off your plate? And when you look at the entire business, there's from marketing to working the leads, to follow up, to setting your calendar, to putting comps together, to getting a contract, to actually marketing those out to your buyers list and sending the emails out and doing the marketing to get those properties closed. How much is that done on the phone or computer? Today, basically everything. So which ones of those tasks do you dread? Which tasks do you hate? Which tasks take up most of your time in the day-to-day? On a discovery call, we can identify those and then show you how to simply and easily create a process around that. So whether you want to do that yourself or where you want to hire us, you don't have to hire us. Just go to connectedinvestor.com/VA, and that's our calendar there. And anybody who's honest and sincere about this idea of getting more done, efficiency, leverage, whether it's systems and processes or hiring a great team, we're happy to spend a little bit of time with you. This is the most valuable gift that I can offer any of you, is just this time. So if you go to connectedinvestor.com/VA, there's a calendar there. You can book any time that works for you. Again, it's not a sales call. It's just a discovery process to help you identify opportunity for you to give up certain tasks and delegate in an efficient, responsible way so that you can have the business that is stronger, it's more profitable, and we can absolutely help you get there. So if you're interested in this process, go to connectedinvestor.com/VA, jump on our calendar, and we're happy to answer any and all questions that you have, no obligation whatsoever. So I want to say thanks again to Ross and the Connected Investor team for allowing us to be a part of the SOFA Summit, allowing us to participate and spend some time with you. Again, nothing for sale. Jump on the call, ask us whatever questions you have, and if it's a good fit, we'll help you be able to do all of that and have a done for you process. So if you're interested in virtual teams, you're interested in this 4-step process, jump on the calendar right now. And we're looking forward to spending some time with you. Ross, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys, and we just are so grateful to be here, and we're looking forward to the other presentations and watching everybody else in the summit.
Your parents didn't have the pre-MLS to search discounted properties on the internet. But if they did, it would have looked like this.
Everybody, let's give a nice warm welcome to Tia. Tia is a recent college graduate who has worked hard and followed traditional advice. Now she's having trouble finding a job in the economy that will support her dreams for the future. So, have you ever used a computer or the internet to research discounted properties?
No, this would be my first time, but I'm really excited to try.
Fantastic. Well, let's bring out the Macintosh.
Meet the state-of-the-art Macintosh computer, powered by a 6.2 MB processor coupled with an immersive 5.2-inch screen connecting to the World Wide Web via phone line.
She forgot the mouse.
All right, here we are. We have a very exciting segment coming up. But before we move into it, I want to remind you that the SOFA Summit is brought to you by PrivateLenders.com. If you're looking for a private lender to help you fund your flips or rentals, visit PrivateLenders.com and have multiple lenders pitch you on being your partner. Visit PrivateLenders.com/go. Again, I have to remind you that this SOFA Summit, there will not be a replay due to the relationships that we have with our speakers and the nature of the content. So make sure to be here and be present. Our next speaker, I'm really excited about because it's all about asset protection, how you protect your assets, having the right insurance. The individuals we're bringing on have become phenomenal partners with us here at Connected Investors, helping you protect your most important assets, your rental properties.
Hey, Ross, thanks for having us on the SOFA Summit. My name is Sean Wodel. I'm the president of National Real Estate Insurance Group. In our EIG, we're an independent insurance agency. It started back in 2008. And we are now licensed and active in all 50 states. What we did is we figured out that the 1 to 4 family residential real estate investing insurance market is very underserved. So we developed a program that meets the needs for the residential real estate investor. And as you can see here on the screen, we've branched out a little more than when we first started in 2008. We now do up to 20 units at any one given location. We do vacant, occupied, and renovation properties. collectively all on one schedule. So it eliminates the need for you to have to buy individual policies for each and every one of your properties. And what that does is leverages your buying power to drive your rates down with your insurance carrier over time. The advantage also being is you don't have to switch from one policy to a next every time your property goes vacant or undergoing renovation and back to occupied. Our forms accommodate for all three collectively on one single schedule for you as the investor client. And we're monthly reporting, so it's pay as you go. So specifically, if you guys have worked through renovation properties, builder's risk type deals, those are considered higher risk by the insurance industry. And those carriers typically want a longer term commitment from you. They want you to pay for 6 months or a year up front, which sounds fantastic until your job gets done early and you go to cancel your policy, which you can do, but most of the time those policies are fully earned at inception. You're unable to get any of your money back. So we wanted to eliminate that. Any kind of hardship that our investor clients were feeling from the insurance side of things, we wanted to eliminate those altogether. And I think what we've done is been able to do that by offering monthly reporting. So very seamlessly allows you to add and delete locations as you go. And in addition to that, if you have a risk that fits outside of our world, we have a full lines commercial agency as well. So really any line of commercial real estate, we can help you. The goal behind National Real Estate Insurance Group is to be the one-stop shop for everything you need so that you never have to reach out for another coverage somewhere else. We offer everything. And what's great about another feature is the fact that it's as simple as going into a client portal. So if you want to go on and self-serve online, we also have 70 licensed agents to answer the phone and talk to you. So it's as simple as just going into your client portal, calling your client service rep and just notifying us, letting us know that the location changed from occupied to vacant or vice versa. And all we do is just flip the switch in our system and coverage continues as normal. So it eliminates having to need to cancel policies, start new ones, wait for return premiums, it could create cash flow issues. We just wanted to eliminate that. I think we've done a pretty good job of doing that so far. But what I really want to do is focus on what makes NREG different, because insurance is insurance, right? There are little unique differences between policies and coverages and who accommodates for what specific, portion of our market. But what makes us different is how we handle the client when you call in and you approach us. So instead of us just sending you a quote like you're accustomed to getting from your agent and saying, hey, here it is, take it or leave it. It may be $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 a year, whatever it is. Let me know if you want to buy this or not. Where we're different is you're actually going to be able to get assigned with a sales advisor, which is actually going to take some time on a call with you, figure out what your appetite for risk is, which should be a huge factor for you when you're determining insurance coverage. Appetite for risk, what your exit strategy is. Certainly if you have a lender on the deal, we're going to need to make sure we meet or exceed all lending requirements. So we kind of get a good idea of what your business model is, so we can tailor your insurance package that's right for you. That's the biggest thing I want everybody to get out of today, is the fact that we as investors all have choices when it comes to insurance. It's not one size fits all. There's all kinds of different options for you to choose from. And now's a great time for everyone to kind of reevaluate and look at their insurance coverages, their costs, certainly some of the terms you guys have within your policy, and figure out if there's ways that you guys can shave costs to become, maybe more efficient, but make sure you're not overpaying for coverage without jeopardizing the property insurance. So I'll give you some ideas. Keep in mind, if you've got a lender on here, we always have to meet or exceed their guidelines. We can't get too crazy without them saying okay. But if you're accessing like hard money or private money, usually there's a little bit more flexibility in terms of insurance coverages with those types of lenders than maybe a traditional lender. So all kinds of stuff you can kind of keep in mind and work through with your agent and your lender. So I'll give you some ideas today, largely driven towards the property portion of your coverage, because that's where you can really get creative, and challenge your agent. Go back and talk to your agent and figure out what they can do, and we'll talk about different coverage forms and things of that nature, and you can go back and kind of find out what your savings would be and if it fits your needs. And then we're always happy to help you and give you kind of a comprehensive evaluation of what you've currently got and maybe what you should entertain. So with that being said, let's kind of jump into it. I want to go through a couple of property forms that you as an investor have to choose from. Basic and special form property coverage are the two most common that you see as an option for you. And this is where you really want to consider what your appetite for risk is. If you're more of a risk taker and maybe you look at that as a way of saving money and you kind of roll the dice on some of these perils that we'll talk about here in just a second, you might want to look at basic form as an option. But if you're an investor that goes, whoa, whatever happens, I want coverage for it because I don't want to deal with it other than my deductible, then by all means, we need to look at special form as an option for you moving forward. So we'll start with the easy one. Special form, which used to be considered all risk coverage. It's changed a little bit since then. Special form is the most comprehensive property coverage form you can buy as an investor. Why I say that is because unless there are specific exclusions that are put into your policy form, coverage is afforded to you following the property loss that happens. Okay, so they have to be specifically excluded. And I'll go through some of the standard exclusions in just a second. But the good part about the special form policy is that the burden of proof falls on the insurance company that's insuring your property to actually prove to you that the loss that happened did so from an excluded peril. So that becomes a little bit more challenging for them to do at times, and it's a more comprehensive form and allows them more flexibility in terms of, claims being paid out that maybe wouldn't. The standard exclusions you're going to find off of most or every one of these property policies available to you are going to be mold and fungus, wear and tear, sewer and drain backup, earthquake, flood, and then intentional tenant damage. Some of those you can actually buy back by endorsement or rider, if you've heard that word before. Some of those are just uninsurable. Wear and tear is something you cannot ever get coverage for. And then everyone's favorite is intentional tenant damage. Unfortunately, if you have a tenant that goes in and on the way out bashes up your walls, I mean, there's no coverage for that with any property policy. That's the insurance industry looks at that as something that's unable to be at a risk that's unable to be underwritten. And security deposits, cash for keys programs are out there to kind of hopefully offset some of that risk. So other than that, I mean, you can typically buy back mold and fungus. I know our property policies all have limited mold coverage because, again, that's an exposure that we as investors didn't want. So we wanted to eliminate that, that exposure for you guys as well. Earthquake and flood, you can obviously purchase those back on standalone. Sewer and drain backup as well. So those are ones you can actually buy back by endorsement. It's going to cost you some additional money, so you'd certainly want to weigh in those costs compared to what your exposure might be, and if you've got lenders in there that require some of those coverages. So just something to think about. Let's kind of go to basic form coverage and just let you know kind of the cost difference and maybe some of the coverage differences so you can make an educated decision on what's best for your portfolio. Typically there's about a 25% cost difference between special and basic. So you can save between, you literally 25% annually on your insurance costs by going with basic form. But basic form is kind of it's what's called a named peril policy form. So it's kind of stripped down coverage. It covers all the major exposures, but it does have some additional exclusions that I definitely want to point out to you and make sure that you're comfortable with that. And if you are, and your lender says basic form's okay, so let's look at basic form as an option. Those additional exclusions are falling objects, which I'm sure everybody's seen the farmers commercials, right? Where they're talking about all kinds of outrageous claims, space junk falling from the sky, that type of stuff that doesn't happen. But falling objects would be an exclusion on basic form. Weight of ice, sleet, or snow. This is where you probably need to think of where you're at, where your investment portfolio sits, and is that really an exposure? Probably not in Texas, right? But up in where we are in Kansas City, certainly something to consider. Collapse. So if you buy a location that's not structurally sound and it collapses, there's no coverage for that exposure on basic form. And then the two that I really want to point out that are the driving factors between the difference typically for an investor on basic form and special form coverage is theft coverage. So on basic form, there is no coverage for theft. So somebody rips the copper out of the wall, steals the AC unit, something like that, there's no coverage. Now you also want to think about the deductible you carry and how much would have to be stolen out of your investment, your investment home to actually have any coverage for it to be afforded to go above the deductible. So if you're okay self-insuring that theft exposure and know that you're having, you've got an occupied location that sits in a good neighborhood, and maybe that's minimal exposure for you. So maybe a way for you to save some money. And then that last one is water damage, that last exclusion. So water damage, think of, it's not flood, it's not backup of sewer and drains. Water damage is internal water damage. It's maybe accidental in nature, frozen pipes that freeze and they burst in the wintertime that cause a mess. Could be an accidental overflowing of a sink or a tub, something like that. So if you're okay really with the theft exposure and water damage and quote unquote self-insuring those two perils, basic form might be a great option for you to actually save some money on your insurance costs, up to 25%. So definitely something to consider and think about as you're certainly now and as your portfolio grows. But here's another really creative way to save some money on your property insurance costs, and that's insuring your property either at actual cash value or replacement cost. Again, keeping in mind you've got that lender over there telling you you've got to be insured to replacement costs. This is maybe null and void for you, but if you own the property outright or the loans dwindle down to where you don't owe much, there might be a way for you to save some money here. Let's talk about actual cash value for a second. So actual cash value, or ACV, in return by the insurance company allowing you to insure your property to a lower insured value per square foot. They'll do that and that'll save you some money, but they limit you to one settlement payment following a claim, a property claim. So no recoverable depreciation. And we'll talk, it'll make more sense in a minute here when I just go through an example for you. Replacement cost, by definition, simply provides you with the ability to go back and recover any depreciation that was initially taken from you in the claims process. But in order to garner replacement cost, you have to insure your property to a higher value per square foot. Within our program, you can see the note there at the bottom. Replacement cost is available at $70 per square foot, which is substantially less than a lot of insurance companies offer. Usually you've got to go to $85 to $120 per square foot to get replacement cost. We're a very Midwest driven company. You know, a lot of our insured properties sit in the Midwest, and 70 per square foot seems to be a pretty good average for us, and our carriers agree. So the way we set our program up is just to be simple for you guys. Beginning at $50 a square foot, we provide actual cash value coverage with no co-insurance. And then beginning at $70 a square foot, we offer replacement cost coverage and no co-insurance. If you go to some of the more traditional kind of household names that you guys have all heard of, the Allstate and State Farms of the world, which are all phenomenal companies and do what they specialize in very, very well. Investment properties aren't necessarily one of those. Look, investment properties are higher risk. Even if they're occupied, your tenant's more likely to burn your house down than you are. So the underwriting is very different when it comes to those, and they want to make sure they're collecting enough premium to offset the additional risk they feel they're taking on by insuring an investment property. So there's times, guys, I've seen, you know, in Kansas City where a carrier is going to come in and say, we'll insure your property, but you need to be insured to $190 or $200 a square foot. And you're thinking, wow, I just bought this thing for $15,000, $20,000. Don't encourage me to burn it down, right? So there's, you know, we're a little bit more realistic in terms of what you would expect to recover and what the true replacement cost of that property is. But it's really all over the board. It starts really 85, 90 and goes all the way up to 130 on average. So yeah, so let's go into a claims example, because I threw some stuff out at actual cash value versus replacement cost. I want to kind of give you a very simple real world kind of example to maybe put two and two together on this, because it's insurance lingo. It's not fun, and sometimes can be a little bit difficult to get. So let's assume you guys suffer a kitchen fire, right? $30,000 worth of damage. By the way, the average loss in our program, and it's true across the 1 to 4 family industry specifically, it's about a $27,000 loss, and 60 to 70% of those are tenant-caused negligent losses, like I'm talking about a kitchen fire. So they leave the candle burning in the living room and fall asleep. You guys maybe have seen it up to now. Hopefully you never experience it, but if you do, here's a real-world kind of example. So let's say you have a $30,000 kitchen fire. The first thing that happens is your adjuster is going to come out, and they're going to figure out how much useful life was left in everything that was damaged. They can determine what a depreciation percentage is they can take from that loss. And for this example, let's say it's a house you haven't updated, haven't had a chance to yet, and they depreciated at 40%, which should go to $12,000, right? So right there's your depreciation. So keep that number in the back of your mind for a minute. The last thing they look at is they look at the declarations pages of your policy, and they figure out what your deductible is. That's the one thing that you're never going to have the ability to recover. Think of that as how much you're willing to self-insure. So deductibles are tricky, right? You don't want to overextend yourself, but you certainly don't want to purchase coverage with a deductible that is too small, because you're overpaying for the coverage that you're never going to use, right? Rule of thumb, think about the minimum claim you'd ever turn in. Some investors do as much as double that number, and that's the property deductible. It should be pretty comfortable for you to carry without harming your business. God forbid you were to suffer a loss. So in this example, we're looking at a $15,000 actual cash value settlement to cover that $30,000 kitchen fire. Okay, so on actual cash value, that money is yours to do with what you want. You're under no obligation to rebuild the property as it was. I mean, that's why you have insurance. Sell the property with the existing damage, take the $15,000, go on vacation. It's yours to do with what you want. The only difference with replacement cost is going to give you the ability to go back and recover that $12,000 of depreciation that was initially taken from you in the claims process. But insurance companies don't like to just give money away, right? So you just can't just call them up and say, okay, I want my other $12,000. You've got to prove to them that you need that $12,000 to make the repairs. So the first thing you do is you exhaust the $15,000 that was paid to you initially on the repairs. You make the remaining repairs out of pocket. You submit those receipts to your insurance company, and they're going to reimburse you for up to the $12,000 they initially took from you if you need that. So that's the big difference between actual cash value and replacement cost. I can tell you that probably 65 to 70% of our investors that are insured on replacement cost and suffer a partial loss like the one we just talked about never come back and recover any of the depreciation. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because the actual cash value settlement was more than enough to make them whole again, because insurance claims are settled on what are determined to be retail costs. Nobody's paying retail for labor or materials. So if Lloyd's of London or State Farm or somebody thinks that that kitchen fire is going to cost me $30,000 to rebuild it, I'm pretty confident I can get it done in half that, right? So that's something for you to consider. Another provision within many property insurance policies that I just want to make everybody aware of and know that a lot of them contain it and can be detrimental to you, and that's why we put avoided at all costs, and why with our policies as long as you're insured at $50 a square foot, we waive co-insurance. It says no co-insurance, and the reason being is these are typically listed on your declarations page of your policy as 80%, 90%, or 100%. The higher that percentage it is, the worse it is for you. Because what that means is it's a creative way for an insurance company to tell you that post-loss, you were underinsured at the time of loss to diminish the amount of money you recover following that property loss. So let's go back to that kitchen fire we just talked about. It's $30,000 for the damage, partial loss. Another thing that the adjuster is going to do is they're going to say, wow, had this burned to the ground, how much would it cost to rebuild? And for a nice round number, let's say they determine it to be $100,000 rebuild had it burned to the ground, right? They're going to refer to the declarations pages to your policy. And let's say for this example, your policy contains an 80% co-insurance clause. So by you signing into coverage with that carrier, you're agreeing to be insured to 80% of the replacement cost at the property at the time of loss, as said by the adjuster assigned. Okay, so that's tricky because the true replacement cost of the property is never known until the loss happens, right? So in this example, they would look at your declarations page and they'd say, hey, as long as you're insured to $80,000 or higher, because I just said it was $100,000 to rebuild it had it burned to the ground, you've met your co-insurance clause. And then all you've got to worry about is the depreciation and the deductible and settling out your loss. But if you're insured to under $80,000, the insurance company is actually going to assess a co-insurance penalty. And they do that based on the percentage that you're underinsured. The kicker is they do that prior to figuring in the depreciation and your deductibles. So they can take it off that higher value. So I've seen a lot of investors harmed by this prior to them coming to us and saying, you know, Sean, what the heck happened? I'm looking at this claim. Can you explain this to me? And then I show them the co-insurance provision and how our product is different. And it's night and day. So challenge your agent. If it's on your policy now, go back to them and tell them to remove it. Typically you can do so by paying a little bit of additional premium. If you're with a carrier that simply won't remove it, you're with a carrier that doesn't have the appetite for what we're doing. And you probably need to start shopping that somewhere else. You should be able to remove that and just pay to be able to do it. It's maybe a couple, few $100s a year, depending on the carrier. Could be more than that. They're all over the place on this thing. But if it's on there, get rid of it. Here's some additional kind of add-on coverages that you have the option to have. Obviously, you can buy flood coverage through us. You can buy it through the NFIP, which would be an annual flood policy. If you've got a buy and hold long-term or you've got a lender on your deal, they want the NFIP product. We also offer a private flood product through Lloyd's of London, which is also a monthly reporter. So you can pay as you go on your flood coverage along with your property and liability. Usually those are reserved for properties that maybe you have an interest in for a short amount of time or maybe undergoing renovation, or if you own them outright. So it's an option for us to give you as well. Earth movement. This is open in 45 states with the exclusion Florida, Illinois, California, Hawaii, and Alaska. We've got a separate option coming for those states here in the coming months. Earth movement is earthquake shock, which is just the initial earthquake that happens, as well as sinkhole coverage. So all those property policies are now starting to endorse and say, yeah, we don't want that sinkhole exclusion, or we don't want that sinkhole exposure, so we're going to exclude it. Earthquake's already excluded, so we came up with an earth movement option that would extend to both of those perils if you'd like to purchase that in addition to. And that's pretty inexpensive. I mean, that's not an expensive coverage to add depending on where you're investing. So maybe something that you want to look into if you don't have an appetite for that. Windstorm, that's included. So when we say windstorm, we mean named windstorm, which is anything named by the National Weather Service. That's included automatically on every proposal that we provide for you. However, there are some investors that will take that chance and say, you know what, I'm more than a few miles inland. I don't have a loan on the property. I'm not that concerned with it. Can we exclude named windstorm and save some money? The answer is yes. So we have the option to go just straight line wind hail with no named windstorm, or we can do full wind coverage with windstorm in those tier 1 counties where there's exposure to hurricanes. So know that that's an option too. and terrorism coverage. So there's a need for that. I mean, with what we're investing in the 1 to 4 family space, which is very, very minimal. However, what we're trying to respond to are lenders that are actually requiring that coverage to be included by their borrower, regardless of where that property sits. A lot of them, when you're going through commercial refis or going through commercial loans, they're treating the 1 to 4 family space the same way as they would treat an investor that's buying a 1,000-unit apartment complex in New York City. And they're saying, hey, here are our lending requirements. You've got to meet or exceed them. So we had a need for that. So we actually partnered with Lloyd's of London. We have a terrorism product as well. Again, very inexpensive. That coverage is about $1 per location per month. So very, very inexpensive to add, and it's actually true terrorism coverage as opposed to TRIA. So a little bit easier to navigate. God forbid you were to have a loss happen, it's a little bit easier to get that claim settled and paid. When we talked about some of the ways to creatively save on your property insurance, which could be messing with deductibles, changing your property form, things of that nature. Liability is not that simple. That's typically a set contract per the carrier. Asking to increase your deductible will not affect your rate most times, so just kind of go with what they provide for you. All of our liability policies are actually first dollar coverage, meaning there's no deductible to you as the investor when those losses happen. And it makes it a little bit easier of a transition, especially for the insurance carrier, so they're not trying to invoice you, the investor, for the deductible you're responsible for. So we've got the first dollar coverage in there. The biggest thing I want to point out here is that you should never go without liability coverage. We do have investors that say, you know what, I picked up the property for 5 or 10 grand. If it burns to the ground, it's not a big loss to me. That's great. If you want to self-insure the property portion of your insurance, and you're in a position financially to do that, fantastic. Let's look at that. But never go without liability, because liability is the unknown. You could think everything's going very well at your property and find out that somebody slipped and fell at the premises 2 years ago, and now they want to sue you for $1 million. So even if you're a wholesaler and you have liability exposure or you have ownership exposure in the property for a day, you can buy liability coverage through our program, which is typically between $8 and $15 per month. And that gives you $1 million per occurrence and a $2 million annual aggregate limit. And again, because it's monthly reporting, you can stop and go as you need to. So you can really throw 10 or 15 bucks depending on where you're at and have liability coverage for that month. And then if you flip the property, nothing else is owed. It's a premises form, which is typically what you're going to have available to you as an investor. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a liability. It's liability coverage for the premises itself, for personal injuries, slip and falls, things that may happen on site. But what it doesn't cover are professional coverages. So if you're a general contractor, real estate, and a real estate agent, if you're a property manager, there's all kinds of different kind of liability coverage you have that you may have a need for. We can help you with all those. It's just not included on your premises form for your investment property. If you've got employees, there's obviously workers' comp, there's employment practices liability that you need to think about, hired, non-owned, and I mean, the list goes on and on. So we can help you with all those, but it's important just to where your liability coverage starts and where it ends. You definitely want to look, like I said, at first dollar coverage. You want to look at defense costs being outside of your limit. And what I mean by that is if you've got $1 million per occurrence limit and you have a wrongful death that really just eats away and just takes a lot of money to defend you, it eats away from that $1 million per occurrence limit you have to make that injured party or parties whole again. So you want to go with a liability policy that defense costs are outside of that $1 million limit, so you don't have to worry about that eroding. And then as your portfolio grows, be very, very careful. There are programs out there that will say, hey, whether you've got 2 properties or you've got 2,000 properties, we'll give you $1 million per occurrence and a $2 million aggregate limit for your portfolio. And what that means is they assign one single limit for all of your locations, which is very, very, it's very detrimental to you as an investor, because it's a lot easier for you to eat through that aggregate limit when you're insuring multiple locations. And it actually almost eliminates the ability for you to purchase excess or an umbrella policy for your liability coverage as well. So always want to look at per location limits that's assigned to your liability. So whatever happens at one location does not affect your other locations. Very important. The one thing I want to really drive home is you've got an obligation here on your liability coverage to make your insurance carrier aware of anything potential that could happen if you get wind of something that maybe occurred. Whether an official notice has been sent to you by an attorney, or if your tenant tells you that you need to file a claim, if they call you and just say, hey, I slipped and fell, I'm injured, I think I'm okay, notify your liability carrier right away. because part of what you're paying for in your insurance premium is access to their defense teams. So hand it over and let them handle it. If you're turning in liability losses, and I have many investors that ask this, that turn out to be zero payout and nothing comes out of it, it does not diminish your ability to get cost affordable liability insurance. It absolutely does not. Don't let an agent tell you otherwise. So make sure you hand it over at the onset of something potentially happening, so you don't put yourself at risk. Umbrellas is the most overused and common term in the insurance world. What umbrellas are not, they're not magic bullets. They don't cover everything. They don't eliminate the need for you to buy primary liability coverage, and they do not affect your property coverage at all. Umbrellas are a cost-effective way for you to garner additional liability coverage above and beyond whatever your premises or primary liability coverage would provide. So if you say, hey, $1 million per occurrence is great, but I really like to have $5 million, then you can buy a $4 million umbrella to go above that $1 million limit, essentially giving you $5 million per occurrence. I would tell you that it depends on your portfolio size. It depends on certainly your history, what your appetite for risk is, and what helps you sleep at night. I have some groups that buy portfolios in like Tampa area, for example, that buy them 5 or 6 at a time, and they'll buy the premises, their underlying liability, and they'll throw a $10 million umbrella on each and every one of these portfolios. And I've got other investors that have tens of thousands of locations insured with us with that single $1 million per occurrence limit per location. So there's no right or wrong answer. It's more about what helps you sleep at night and how much you think you need. And maybe if you've had a personal experience, it could be negative or positive. I'd tell you on average, because I looked at this about a year ago or maybe 9 months ago, usually when investors start looking at excess liability policies or umbrellas, one of the two is usually when they start to get above 8 to 10 locations in their rental portfolio. That doesn't mean it's right though. So if you've got 1 or you've got 1,000 and you want to talk about it, call us and we'll talk about it and we'll make sure we make the right decision for you. If you're interested in talking with us further, that link is how you can get in contact with us. We are excited to have teamed up with Connected Investors. Thanks again for having us, and we look forward to a successful 2021.
All right, we've saved the best for last of day 1 of Sofa Summit number 2, brought to you by privatelenders.com. You can visit privatelenders.com/go, put your deal up there, and private lenders pitch you to be your capital partner. And you can find the best private lender for any flip or rental at privatelenders.com/go. I also want to remind you before we play the next segment that if you haven't yet sent a text to 2021 below, the phone number below, you need to do so right now, because tomorrow, Dave Steck himself is going to walk you through how to fill this out and get your action plan. Who better than to help you put an action plan together than the person that Harvard calls to help them put their action plan together? So make sure to send the text 2021 to the number below and be here tomorrow, because due to the relationships we have with the lenders and the individuals that are on the call here, there's no replay of this event. So if you miss it, you miss it. That's why you have to be here, okay? So go ahead and send that text right now. And what we're doing right here is something special. Now, over the past 3 or 4 months, we've had over 30,000 real estate investors attend a presentation that many of them said changed their lives. Cherie was one of them. You might have seen this presentation already. However, this presentation ties together a lot of the stuff that Dave Steck was talking about with a lot of the things that all of our other guests were talking about, and helps you figure out exactly how to execute in this market right now. So stay tuned, because we're going to let you watch and participate in that presentation right now, and you're even able to search your city for deals. So here we go. Welcome to a training like none other during a time like none other. This is the moment we've really all been waiting for, because during this presentation, market report, and pin demo, I'm going to show you how to 10x your income by helping America recover. Here's just a reality of what's happening. Millions of people will spend the next few years struggling, while others will use that same time to make millions and help those that are struggling. We're talking about helping America. We're talking about building a nest egg for yourself, helping yourself. We're talking about taking care of those family members that are going to need your financial support today, tomorrow, and in the future. So again, pay attention. Now, speaking of family, let me just ask this question before we get started. What would your life be like if your parents started investing in real estate during the recession of their lifetime? Think about that. Imagine if your parents bought a bunch of real estate during the recession of their lifetime, your entire life would be different. So think about your kids, think about your family and what you need to be doing right here, right now. So to me, it's not the Great Recession, the Great Depression, it's the Great Progression. I look at these times as the Great Progression. It's really the great reinvention, right, of real estate investing and of you. We're talking about the whole economy is taking quantum leaps forward in many aspects. There's transformation happening. Yes, it's a little bit messy right now, but as we move forward, automation is taking place and new opportunities are arriving. And I look at this on a personal level. I look at it as a transformation, kind of going from this to this, right? This is the before and after of your life, the before and after of your financial situation. You get to reinvent everything right here, right now in this economy. So here's a fact. There are no bad markets, just bad strategies for the markets you're in. In this market, there'll be billionaires, millionaires, and witnesses. And you can't afford to be a witness. There are too many people that need your help, too many opportunities that are out there for you just to sit on the sidelines. High level, what you're going to learn is the perfect property flipping system for this market to build wealth and generate spendable cash on autopilot, regardless of your current employment, cash position, experience, credit, location, race, age, or gender. Real estate investing is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter where you've come from, what you're dealing with. Real estate just wants you to actually do it. So I'm under the assumption if you're here right now, you've already made up your mind that you love real estate investing and you just want to do it faster and better and start implementing. And we're going to allow you to start implementing during this call. So let me go ahead and just break this down step by step so you can understand exactly how we're going to get you to that point right there. We're going to show you what to do in this market and why with real data, stuff that you don't have access to. You'll see all the cross currents of what's happening and where to be in the path of profits, the path of progress. Because there's a lot of businesses that are dying, a lot of real estate strategies that are dying. I'm going to make sure that you see what's coming around the corner. How to make money quickly in real estate. For those of you who need money in your pocket now, we're going to cover that. Everything you need step by step. How to find properties at steep discounts. This is what we're best at right here, and we're going to show you all new ways to find properties and inventory sources that you've never heard of. I don't care how long you've been in the business. We're going to show you how to save thousands of dollars a month. To be a real estate investor, you have to make some investments in your business, right? People say, hey, Ross, you said I can make money investing in real estate without using any of my own money. And then you say, I need to buy these few programs. Well, yeah, you have to make an investment in your business, but you don't need necessarily to go out and raise hundreds of thousands of dollars like you would for any type of business. But what I'm going to show you is how to save thousands of dollars a month so you can get in for pennies, make your first deal, and keep scaling up. We're also going to show you how to automate the hardest aspects, the things that scare you guys, the things that you constantly study and never take action on, because automation is key. All right. Make sure things are happening for you every second of every day. It gives you a huge competitive advantage. We're going to show you how to have predictability during times of uncertainty. Is anyone feeling a little uncertain right now? All right. We're going to make sure that with everything else that's going on, at least your real estate investing business and your profits are much more predictable. So you can plan your life, right? And we're going to show you how to save. Ultimately, at the end of the day, all of this adds up to you making money and saving thousands of hours of work. And that's not an exaggeration. All right. So if you guys are liking that, leave a comment. Let us know what you think, because this is my side of the deal. This is what I have to bring to you. Now, this is your side of the deal. You have to decide if you want an automated real estate investing business in this climate. If you look at what I'm going to share with you here and you decide it's not for you, no worries. I'm going to make sure that I'm teaching you from the beginning all the way to the end so you can come up with your own decision if you want to build or grow your real estate investing business in this economy. And ultimately, you're going to decide if you want to get help from me and my team. I'm going to give you an offer, an opportunity to save a whole lot of time and money. And if you're not into it, that's fine. Right? But I'm going to make sure that our time together is well spent, and I'm going to teach as much as I possibly can. So make sure to get your notebook out. All right, so let's go over this. Who's going to benefit most from being here? First and foremost, the active flippers and landlords. Anyone who's actively making big checks flipping real estate or has passive income coming in, right? That just wants to push further. It's really a no-brainer. We're going to give you access to inventory that you don't have, presented in a way that's never been presented, and allow you to move faster and cut your cost, right? So if you're already in the business, at the end of the day, at the very least, you're going to learn how to cut your operational cost on this call. And really, guys, the theme of this is you have to adapt or die. It's all about reinvention. Your old business models are not going to work over time. And we're also going to talk about someone who I call the overthinker or the newbie. These are the people who they're just trying to learn everything. They're listening to podcasts, watching videos, reading books, and they feel like they're making progress, but they're really not, because they're not doing anything, because they're in their own way from taking those critical steps to start making money. So we're going to get you out of your own way, show you breakthroughs that make it very easy and get you in the game now, because you have to be present to win. You got to show up to win in this game. And also, real estate agents, attorneys, contractors, and lenders that are sick of watching their clients get rich. Now, this is not a subset that we usually advertise this to, but there's so many individuals that are just coming to us because of all of the data and advancements we have. So we've tailored a few slides to you guys so you can start making all the big money as well. And people are looking for a side hustle, right? Or a new career. There are many people that want to kind of tiptoe into real estate, get a few deals under their belt, and then transition out of their job and start doing it full time. You know, let me just say this. The ability to get into real estate part-time didn't really exist a short time ago, because it was so much hard work and so much time. Remember that question I asked you? What would your life be like if your parents were real estate investors? It was so much harder for them. Not to mention interest rates were probably 26% back then, right? So it's so easy now. It's almost irresponsible not to do it. You'll see that as this whole thing unfolds. So guys, if you're looking for anything that I'm going to show you right here, just know that the search is over. Right? You can have that calm inside. It's a breath of fresh air. So if you're looking for high profit off-market deals in your time, the search is over. That's what we're best at. If you're looking for motivated private money partners, we have this problem solved. And if you're looking for real buyers to compete for your deals, this is something brand new that we're debuting on this call right here. All of this is solved. So the search is over for deals, right? Take a look at this survey. Look how many people went through this survey. Right? We're the largest network of real estate investors out there. So when we put out a survey, people jump right in. So what's your biggest challenge right now? Finding deals at deep discounts is the #1 challenge. Remember, that's what we're best at, and that's what we're going to solve on this call. Pin 5 is nicknamed the pre-MLS, because you get deals before everyone else, before the masses. Other people, they say, man, Ross, I don't understand the process. What do I actually do? We're going to guide you through that whole thing. This one right here was getting over the fear of talking to people. Well, the strategy that we're showing, you actually don't have to talk to anyone if you don't want to, which is really great. Some people are just scared to talk to someone. And then lining up the money, you know, we're going to solve that for you. And here's something that's just the biggest excuse I hear from people, right? The search is over for money. People say, I can't invest in real estate because I have no money. We disrupted this entire industry and facilitate $5 billion a month in private loans for real estate investors. This is non-bank capital for fix and flips and rentals. But if you didn't know that, if you don't know how to get access to this good old boys network, which is what it used to be until we kind of came in and brought it into the light, then this was you right here. You're on the outside just trying to get in, and no one was letting you in. Right? You were spinning your wheels online, talking to people on forums that are trying to scam you or something, right? Like, it's been very difficult until now. So the search is over for money. So here's a awesome question right here. I want you guys to answer this. Every single person, take a look, come back to the screen here. Let's go ahead and answer this right here. You must have money to make money. Choose one of the 4. I'm going to take a sip of my water here. I want you to go ahead and choose one of the 4. All right, strongly agree, agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. Well, here are the survey results. Wow, so many people are kind of stuck agreeing that they have to have money to make money. They're giving themselves permission to have an excuse. Are you giving yourself permission to have an excuse? I hope not. We're going to go ahead and alleviate that on the call here. But take a look at this. So what we did with this survey is everyone who strongly disagreed, I looked at their other questions. And we took a look at their income and how successful they were. And the highest earners strongly disagreed that you had to have money to make money. They've seen it firsthand. They understand leverage. That's why the rich get richer. Leverage. They understand OPM, other people's money, OPT, other people's time, automation. They're all about automation, the power of real estate. They've seen this firsthand. So really interesting data we got from the survey there. All right, and just remember, guys, write this down, take a picture of this, get this tattoo. If this is your excuse, self-made does not mean self-financed. That was one of those things that some people hear that, if they can really accept that, then they can get to that next level, right? They can finally get to the next step. And here's Dawn. She came through Connected Investors, went through our funding portal and found a funding partner that provided them the money and the down payment, got 100% funding. She didn't have an excuse. Oh, lenders don't want to lend to me because I need 20 or 30% down. Guys, we have techniques and ways where you can get 100% funded all day long. She thought that she couldn't invest in real estate because she didn't have the money. She was held back due to funding. Not anymore. Not anymore. All right. So, the search is over for deals, the search is over for funding, but the search is also over for buyers. This is our world premiere here. And this is the culmination of nearly 2 decades of work. You're now going to have verified property buyers with specific buying criteria, and you simply fill their orders. I'm going to go over this in detail shortly, but if you're an experienced investor, you could actually be one of these verified property buyers. This is CI Buyers. It's our certified buyer network. And this is something exclusive we're going to be breaking down and giving you access to on this training. Like I said, this is like nothing you've ever seen before. Probably already, if you've been on a few calls, you've probably never seen some of the stuff that we've touched on. So we have some beta users in there. And this is Tim. He's like, it was that easy. After uploading a wholesale property, I received a message from an interested cash buyer. They wanted to buy the property. We just closed and it was that easy. I just found my second buyer on the site. Got to tell you guys, this site is really great. Tim was on the sidelines for a long time because he was worried he'd get stuck with a property. But after following our process, the PIN method, and tapping into our network, those concerns vanished and money appeared. The same thing's going to happen for you. And let's just talk about what's happening in the world right now, okay? Because we can't manufacture these economic conditions ever again. You stay on the sidelines now, you might as well stay out of real estate forever. Here's some facts. 90% of millionaires come from real estate. You guys agree with that? A lot of people become accidental millionaires in real estate, which is why it's so high. Fortunes are made during uncertainty. You guys agree with that? Yes or yes? Right? Things are moving. Things are uncertain. Wealth is transferring from one hand to another. That's when millions is made. The market favors real estate. Once we bring on our Harvard expert here and you see what's happening, you're going to agree with that really strongly. And 2 juggernaut industries have collided. Real estate and technology have collided to finally make real estate investing easy. Real estate investing, I don't know what happened in the tech world. It's like every industry became amazing except for real estate. The real estate websites that are out there are so dusty and they look like they're from the 80s practically. And people don't want to give you information. The reason that real estate has not seen a revolution tech-wise is because people profit from the inefficiencies. I'm going to say that again. People profit from the real estate inefficiencies. What we do at Connected Investors is we remove those inefficiencies surgically, one at a time for over 15 years. And this is the culmination of everything we've been working toward. The Board of Realtors is the second largest lobbyist in Washington, trying to keep their stronghold, their monopoly over the 6% on every transaction. Now, we're not going to go after them for retail real estate, but on the investment real estate side, we're taking a large portion of that away from them with the stuff that you're going to learn right here, right now. All right. So I got to just do kind of a little side note here. One of the biggest challenges here, I'm kind of jumping off the normal presentation here. When I'm writing these presentations, I have to write to 2 different types of people. I have to write to someone who's brand new, and I have to write to someone who is very experienced. And typically I would write 2 very different presentations, but this presentation actually pulls both of them in. But what I need you to do for me is there's going to be a few slides where I go over experience things that might be a little bit over your head. And don't worry, we'll all come together at the end. And for the experienced investors, I'm going to go over some basics here, and it's a good refresher for you as well, because the basics have changed. The basics of real estate investing have changed, which is why right now it's really excited to be brand new, because you don't have to learn old tactics that don't work. So this is one of those slides, right? This is the experienced investor slide. So we have new lead flow called pre-REO. There are so many properties out there right now that the banks are holding back from pre-foreclosure, but we've found access to those, and we're going to give you access to those. There's new data layering inside our software. Does anyone know what data layering is? If you do, put it in the webinar box and let me know why. I want to hear your words. Why is data layering so important? Why does data layering give you a competitive advantage? Why does data layering save you cost and make you more money? For the people that are using data and know what this is, I want to see it in the box so some of the newbies can kind of get up to speed on why this is so important. All right, so here's an example on what you're going to be able to do after this call, and actually during this call. If you want a 3-bedroom house with a carport that's over 2,000 square feet, built after 1978 in a certain neighborhood that's vacant with an out-of-town owner, this owner put 20% down, the property has 50% equity with a 4% interest rate, owned by a vet, has an HOA lien, recently had an expired listing, plus you want the owner's contact info and a text message to be sent, you can do it. You got it. Now, I know this is a mouthful here, but this right here is what it means to pinpoint and find the best, most motivated people. As the foreclosure tsunami comes, it's not about motivated sellers, it's about finding the right motivated sellers. We're expecting 10 times more data to hit our database of pre-foreclosures over the next several months, 10 times more. So we have to make sure that you can find the best deals. All right, you got it. So hang tight, guys. And for the newbies, we have an easy mode for all of this stuff. Easy mode. That sounds fun, right? All right. And we're talking about direct deal flow, right? Direct deal flow. This has nothing to do with you going out and manufacturing your own leads and own opportunities. I'm going to show you something here. All right. World premiere number 2, right? Experienced investors. Shh, quiet. All right. You excited? Here we go. So what we're doing at Connected Investors is we're going out and doing the lead generation for you, where motivated sellers can come and get cash offers from verified CI buyers. So that's where we're getting to. And if you are an experienced investor, you're going to get access to be on the other side of this. This is leads just delivered to you on a silver platter that meet your exact buying criteria. Next level, no one else is doing it. This is why it's important to be part of the Connected Investors ecosystem and be part of the Connected Investors movement on how we're changing the flow of real estate. And again, for those that are new, we have easy mode, right? You can see it on the screen here. I got to find my drawing pen, and advanced mode. It took nearly 2 decades to get here, but we didn't want to make things so crazy that newbies couldn't get in there. This is like a game of connect the dots or paint by numbers. So easy mode allows you to find deals that no one else can find very easily. More on that in a second. Now, for those of you who don't know my story, I've been investing in real estate since 2005, but I'm not a guru. You know, I don't speak from stage and wear a nice suit with a crisp tie or anything like that. I don't travel around and do presentations all around the country. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of my best friends do that type of thing. It's just not who I am and what we're about at Connected Investors. We're a venture-backed, data-driven technology company, and our mission has been the same since 2005. Make real estate investing easier. I've been investing in real estate since I was 18. I've published several books. You'll see them on the screen there. One's about finding deals. Another is about funding. And my first book right there, I wrote when I was in my 20s. Here's my big secret though, right? My big secret to my success as a real estate investor is when I started. I started during an interesting time, right? During one of the last recessions, a little bit before one of the last recessions, where I was able to scale up, boom, and then I made so much money. Now, because of a seemingly bad situation and the market timing, I made a fortune in a short period of time and used the money I earned from flipping real estate to start Connected Investors. I'd do a flip, give it to a web developer, do a flip, give it to a web developer. So this whole platform was built off the profits of real estate investing. It's really cool. And has since grown into the largest social network of real estate investors on the planet and helps facilitate $5 billion a month in transactions for real estate investors. So you might be asking yourself, okay, Ross, I understand you're not a guru, then why are you doing a webinar? Well, maybe you saw this on Fox, but let me go ahead and pull this up because there's a lot of news out there right now. I'm sure you're not paying attention to the good things. Connected Investors CEO, that's me, pushes toward $100 billion. We want to deploy this over the next 12 months. And I'm not going to use a pandemic as an excuse. This is a 3x increase on what we're currently doing. So we need to think outside the box. And when I sat down with my team, we were like, what if we gave the average real estate investor access to deal flow they've never had before? We'd be creating supply for our own funding. You know, they'd be so happy that when they needed funding, they'd come to us and our platform for deals. So that's what we're here. That's what we're doing for you. And when I say we need to move billions, I just want to be very clear. This is not our funding. Just like Travelocity or Priceline Negotiator, we've pulled together all of the funding sources and allow you to connect with the right private lender, and they compete for your business. Okay? So we're going to go ahead and jump right in. Number one, I want you to go ahead and write this down. This is very, very important, and it's a big mind shift here. So pay attention because no one else is teaching you this. You ready? Look for data, not deals. Data always comes before the deal. There's a very predictable pattern every single time. And once I started to see this pattern, I got obsessed with figuring it out. Because once you figure out that pattern, you can see what others can't. You can beat people to the best deals, and you can make a lot of money. And does anyone know who this is? This is a common quote that people pull up all the time, but it applies very well right here. A good hockey player plays where the puck is. A great hockey player plays where the puck is going, right? This means you're not competing with every Tom, Dick, and Harry that watched a few YouTube videos. So data makes profiting easier, period, end of discussion. Data makes profiting easier in any industry, right? But in real estate, for sure. Having inside information is a huge competitive advantage. Does anyone know who this is right here? You know who that is? It's been a while now since this happened. That's Martha Stewart. She was able to easily profit because she had data not available to the general public. She was able to print money. And in the stock market, using data, inside information to profit makes you a criminal because they call it an unfair advantage. You're a step ahead. In the financial world, that's a no-no. In real estate, that's your job. So in real estate, using data, inside information to profit makes you smart and rich. Okay? Smart and rich. So it's completely legal to gather information not available to the general public and profit off this. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's what everyone's referring to as the fourth industrial revolution. Now, prior to the pandemic, the big fear in job loss was automation. Well, automation is going to have so many people losing their jobs. Yeah, it is. And that's still happening. But data is what fuels automation. Many entry-level jobs will just be wiped out. And you guys are in the middle of it. You're talking to Alexa and Siri. Data is the new currency. And automation is making people rich. Automation is making people rich. With what I'm going to show you, you can now grow a huge business without having to hire people, saving you so much money and brain damage because the automation takes over the small tasks that slow you down or you have to hire people to do. So just to kind of touch base on what makes this kind of the best market right now, these economic conditions that we couldn't manufacture if we wanted to, listing prices up, sales prices up, mortgages are up, affordability is up, interest rates are down. This is really exciting. And even if these fall flat or drop a little bit in the wrong direction, with what we show you, being able to purchase at such steep discounts, it doesn't matter. Don't use that as any sort of an excuse. It doesn't matter if property prices drop 30% overnight. You're still going to crush it with the strategy that we're going to go over here. So now that you understand that this is the best market, let's go ahead and talk about the best strategy, right? We know that it's residential real estate because you need to be able to profit in these deals 2 to 4 weeks, social distancing, done from home, all upside potential, works in any location and works in all market cycles. We're not talking about wholesaling here. Wholesaling is a kind of a portion of what we're talking about here, but that's the old way of doing it. That's slow and expensive. We're talking about micro flipping, okay? I'm going to break down each step of micro flipping in logical order, but it is the most straightforward and profitable strategy right now. If you're brand new, this is what you're going to be doing. If you're in the business for a while, this is going to be a bolt-on for your business to accelerate anything you're doing. But first, it's important to understand micro flipping. What does micro mean, right? Micro flipping is fast, it's easy, it's a low risk, it's straightforward and relatively dummy proof. The micro does not mean low dollar deals. It doesn't mean you're buying $20,000 properties. You can micro flip a $10 million property. And just yesterday, I talked to my mentor. He's a multi-billionaire and he micro flipped the property and made $10 million on a micro flip, right? It's just insane. Doesn't mean small profits. Exactly. So once you see this strategy, you can start doing the small deals and get the small checks, but then there's no limit to the money that you can make. I mean, it's real estate. It's real estate investing on steroids, super fast, super automated, super streamlined. The word micro refers to the amount of time it takes to profit. And it's all about speed. It's all about speed in this market right now. So you want to be fast. You want to be fast. And no cash or credit is needed for micro flipping. It's 100% virtual. And like I said, it's relatively straightforward and very, very easy. So this is a fun little GIF right here, a little image. Micro flipping to me is like getting some points on the scoreboard, kicking that field goal, right? The tech that we're going to give you gets you to like the 5-yard line. So this is just a nice field goal, put some points on the board. Now, micro flipping, you might be saying, Ross, I don't need a strategy. I just want to automate my current strategy. That's fine. Because micro flipping just makes you the best at finding discounted properties not available to the general public. And this is really cool here, because let me just go ahead and just point out this. If you become really good at finding deeply discounted properties in this automated fashion that we're showing, I mean, your whole life changes. Because think about this, if you work for Domino's or Pizza Hut, right, if they're even still in business, right, because even companies like that are filing for bankruptcy, then you get pizza cheap, right? But if you're micro flipping, if you're in real estate, you get real estate cheap. The house that I live in was a probate property that sat vacant, and I got it for 50 cents on the dollar. So it's great to know how to get these properties cheap. So I just want to kind of bring that up. So let's talk about wholesaling versus micro flipping, because I know some of you guys who've been wholesaling for a while, you're scratching your head saying, Ross, that kind of sounds like wholesaling. And it is kind of like wholesaling. But listen to this. Wholesaling is fragmented, right? All of your information is all over the place. It's people driven. People are mistake machines and slow. It's start and stop. There's a lot of manual labor. You're constantly grinding, finding, searching, and begging. There are many unknowns. You're like, hey, I need another deal. You got a deal? Anyone got a deal? It's a good gateway into real estate investing, but it's not what you want. And it's really for those that don't know any better, right? And there's just dozens of tools that you need. Now with micro flipping, it's aggregated. Everything's in one spot. You saw a little glimpse of that. I'm going to show you more in a second. It's data driven. So you know exactly where to go and why. 24/7, 365, it's automated. Anytime you can automate something, you get a little of your life back. You get a little more freedom. It's predictable and stable, and it's for the educated, modern investor. And there's just one login. So for those of you who like visual representations of what I'm talking about, this over here is the old stock market, okay? And then this is how stocks are traded now in an automated fashion, right? So it goes from black and white to full color is really what we're talking about here. Now, micro flipping, the number one strategy based off all the data, based on the market, based on the opportunity. It is wholesaling using an end-to-end data platform that allows you to charge an assignment fee by connecting buyers and sellers of investment real estate. And you'll see right here, I'm going to show you this end-to-end platform that allows you to streamline the entire process faster than anything else. You don't need a huge marketing budget. It's fairly dummy proof. And again, it's very, very straightforward. There's easy mode and advanced mode. All right, so let me go ahead and take you through the steps. Right now, this is one of those things. I talked to the advanced investors a little while ago, and we're going to get more advanced with you in a second here, especially once I peel back the curtain on this. Now I'm going to bring up something for the newbies, so make sure to pay attention here. So in micro flipping, step number one is you select the property. What do you mean select the property, Ross? Don't I have to search? Don't I have to send out direct mail? Don't I have to hammer signs to, telephone poles? No, you are going to select the property. You don't search, you select. And you control the property in a modern way using contracts, which I'll give you. Then you just fill the order. Oh, what's filling the order mean? It means you already have a buyer in place, right? You already have the buyer there. You already know what the buyer wants, and you're just filling the order. And this buyer's waiting for you to reach out to them. You're not bothering them. They're waiting for you. And then you cash the check. You can automate that however you want. We get to the point where actually going and cashing the checks is the most annoying part of the process, but it's still fun at the same time. Now, this is modern, this is fast, this is fluid, this is data-driven, but I don't want you to think you have to be a techie to do this. No pocket protector is needed. I can't even code. I'm not a coder at all, right? Actually, at my house, my wife does all of the technology and electronics. People are like, you own a technology company. You can't hook up an Apple TV? It's not really my forte. So even people that didn't grow up with computers, like Ray Ritchie, he's part of the 50 Flips Club. Let's see what he had to say about micro flipping.
It ain't a whole lot to put the contract together on a property and flip it to an investor, that's fairly simple. Without this, it would take 2 or 3 times as much time to do it. Just one day a week, do this research, and then just do the calling and all that kind of stuff. If I did 10 a year, that's $50,000.
Great job, Ray. Ray loves this stuff. He's never going to stop. He's in the groove, he makes money, and he has a lot of fun doing it. So now let's go ahead and talk about what I like to call weekend flips, because you heard Dave mention that doing fix and flips are okay as long as it's not a big teardown. So I like to call it the weekend flipper, right? This is flipping properties that are not in need of major repair to retail buyers. You know that supply is low, right? So if you're finding the properties, you're able to sell it very quickly. Now, we're not talking about getting a sledgehammer like they show you on HGTV. Guys, most of you have no business dealing with contractors any more than a carpet and paint type level, right? What we're talking about here with the weekend flips, primarily you're cleaning out the property, making it smell good, fresh coat of paint, maybe some new floors. That's about it. It's actually the funnest part of the whole thing. Now you might be saying, Ross, that's great, but how the heck am I going to find these high profit deals that are not in need of major repair? We got you covered. Right inside the new pin, you can search for all these different motivation types. There's a lot more as well. I'm going to show you. And then you can search by the repair level needed. So you don't have to look for properties that are in major repair. You can look for the ones that just need carpet and paint. It's all there, all delivered to you. And earlier I used the analogy of micro flipping being kicking the field goal. So the weekend flips is really like our technology puts you on the 5-yard line. You just got to pick up the ball and run, right? You still got to make the play. You still got to do the work, but you're not starting from the other end of the field, right? You're one play away from putting some serious money on the board, right? You know where the property is. You can find the person. You can get the deal done. So, show me the money, right? Gotcha. Fortune magazine, the average gross profit, $58,000. For those of you who've been in real estate for a while, I'm sure you can remember how it felt to get that first check. Maybe it wasn't 58,000, right? Maybe it was less, maybe it was more, but your whole perspective and life changes once you get that first check, because you get like oxygen, right? It's like a breath of fresh air. You can finally do the things you want. You can finally see the path to financial freedom. You can finally see the path to retirement. For the new guys, your day is coming. Your day is coming, and it's coming faster than you realize. Okay. So now listen, because I am both a real estate investor and the CEO of the world's largest network of real estate investors, I have a unique perspective on what's going on in the real estate market, unlike anyone else. Our platform is involved in hundreds of real estate transactions all around the US every month. And I can tell you this, there's a huge correlation between people who are successful in this business and get to cash those big life-changing checks and people that try and fail and run away with their tail between their legs. And you know what that is? The people that are successful are able to find deeply discounted properties. And this is what we're going to be covering over the next 30 minutes of this presentation. Understand this one fact. If you can't find properties at bargain prices, you don't need to worry about anything else. You don't need to worry about the economy or getting funding, because nothing else matters if you can't find good deals. When you find good deals, all of your other problems, they just melt away because money follows opportunity. So this is the most important skill that you need to hone right here, right now. And this is what we're best at, teaching people how to do. So I was actually just sitting down with the CEO of a huge publicly traded bank. Actually, he just took a banking software public last week and just crushed it, right? These are the people that are in my network. Just sitting down with this guy. And I was showing him what we were doing. And he said, Russ, why would somebody sell their property for 50 cents on the dollar? Right? He's a banker. He's not a real estate investor. And there's only one way to get a good deal. And this is true in every market cycle. Do you know what that is? Financial motivation. Do you think there's some motivation out there right now? Do I need to bring up some more of Dave's stats on how many people are financially motivated right now? I mean, motivated people, motivated banks, motivated companies. People always ask me, right? If the seller's not motivated in some way, you're not going to get a deal. So we're going to help you find those motivated sellers to solve a problem for them, help the country, and also make a lot of money along the way. And this is, guys, this is sad but true. And this is prior to COVID. Most Americans have less than $1,000 in savings, and 20% don't even have a savings account. People used to have savings. They can go to a family member or a neighbor. Now they don't. And things are getting more expensive every day. Have you noticed? Maybe you can relate, right? Job loss. Maybe you've had a health situation. A lot of those going on right now, huh? You have to take care of a loved one, a death in the family, divorce, been through a foreclosure. I mean, there's no shame in any of that. That's just what's happening in America right now. It's how you react that determines your future. And coronavirus will bankrupt more people than it kills. And that's the real global emergency right there. So that's why we're stepping in here. And I need you to really understand this. You get to help people and make a fortune. These people are literally praying for you, and you get to help them while growing your own future. You know, I can always tell when things are heating up because I get, childhood friends reaching out to me, family members basically just cornering me, saying, Ross, I want to get into real estate. You own Connected Investors. What should I do? Where should I find deals? Should I go to the banks? Should I make offers on the MLS? I heard vacant properties are a good place to go. How do I find vacant properties? And how do I find the owners? I'm like, whoa, hold on. First thing I say is the lead source doesn't matter. Only the motivation does. Only the numbers do. So I pull out my phone and I show them PIN. And when I do, their jaw drops to the floor because they've just seen the biggest shortcut to financial freedom of their life. And the software is so easy to use. When I show them PIN, I'll just look at their face. And it's just so crazy to watch people see this and use this for the first time. And could you see yourself clicking some of these buttons, doing some searches? You're going to be doing that soon, right? This is how a newbie or the average person can compete with the big guys and win. This is how the big guys get crushed, or people who haven't updated their business model. So I want you to go ahead and chat us your answer to this. How much extra money would you make over the next 12 months if you can find properties for 50 cents on the dollar? How much extra money, right? We surveyed hundreds of thousands of real estate investors. Go ahead, how much, if you just had deals up to your eyeballs, 50 cents on the dollar, how much extra money could you make this year? Think about it. I'm actually going to wait for you. All right. Just throw a number out there. Yep. All right. So here are the answers. It looks like most people believe that they would make around an extra $100,000 this year. But what we did with these survey results, again, we decided to kind of look into who was answering them. And the highest earners said they'd be able to make over $1 million a year. And that's the truth. If you got the deal finding problem solved, all your other problems in life kind of go away. Now, it's not, the end all be all, right? You still have to work it. This is a business, but that is the most important part. Okay. So whether you thought you'd make an extra 20, 50, 100,000, 500,000 a year, let's go ahead and show you exactly how to find these deals so you can put this extra money in your pocket. So pay close attention here. Forget Alexa, forget Siri. Imagine if there's a new device called Ross, right? And you can say, hey, Ross, find me an off-market property that's vacant in my neighborhood, that's in pre-foreclosure, has 50% equity, the owner lives out of town, the property is in good condition, oh, and include the owner's email address and find me a buyer and lender. Whoa, that would be like magic, right? Imagine for you, I know a lot of you guys on the call here have been in the business for like 10 plus years. In that survey, I looked, so many of you have been in business for years. Years ago, you couldn't imagine this. I used to go to the courthouse. I used to get in my car, go to the courthouse, gas it up, and sift through files. Man, it was tough, right? This is like the light at the end of the tunnel. But let me just translate this for someone who's brand new. Say, Ross, what the heck are you talking about? Remember, we have easy mode that basically just does all this stuff for you. But I want you to kind of understand. So when you talk to your friends and family about what you're doing, you have some insights here. So off market means it's just not on the MLS. That means low competition, which means higher profits. Vacant or out of town owner means the owner has no attachment. They don't care about the property, they're gone. Pre-foreclosure means the owner is financially motivated. 50% equity means there's an opportunity for a big check. Good condition means it's less expense to flip for you or the person that you're flipping to. Email address means it's easy to contact the person, right? I remember I showed this presentation to a CTO of a company. And he said, Ross, you're telling me that real estate investors send direct mail to vacant houses? That's a strategy that experts teach? I'm like, yeah. It's like, why would you send mail to a house that no one lives at? I'm like, listen, I get it. Because it's the only thing that's available until we connected the people data with the property data. So email address, text message, easy contact. private lenders lined up means it's money for the deal if you want to do the weekend flip without all of the begging or searching. And they're verified, they're real. And then the buyer lined up, that's basically like money in the bank if you want to micro flip, right? So let me go ahead and translate this one more time on how a newbie might ask the question. Hey Ross, find me a great deal on a property in my neighborhood that no one else knows about. Find an owner willing to sell at a big discount and put the whole deal together through email. Oh, and find me someone to pay me a lot of money for the deal. This is how you find those needle in the haystack deals. This is data layering. We talked about that earlier. This is how you find those deals that we call here slam dunk deals. Easy in, easy out. You got lenders begging to give you the money. You got buyers lined up competing for your properties. You're not riding to the courthouse, spending all this money on direct mail. You're just able to start making money. Are you starting to see how this is all coming together? Okay. And this, it's funny, Michael Jordan right here. And we both went to the same high school. My gym teacher was the guy that wouldn't let him join the basketball team. Remember that story? Now, could you imagine if Michael Jordan gave up? Thank God he didn't. But we're going to show you how to find those slam dunk deals for this to become a reality for you. And like I mentioned in the beginning, it almost seems like magic to the old school guys who are doing this the hard way. And maybe you tried real estate and you missed your first slam dunk, right? Come on, now's the time. Let's do this. Okay. Now you might be asking, Ross, how is this even possible? Well, here's how it's possible. Each day we run advanced searches and an algorithm on over 1 billion data points of properties and people. So you know what that does? It creates a funnel of all of these potential opportunities and delivers you the best deal. We do all the hard work. We get you on the 5-yard line. That's what I was talking about earlier with my football analogy. This allows you to find properties for a fraction of the retail price. And you'll start getting messages just like this. You can go in there and do a search and set it up where you never have to log in again. They all just get, these deals get delivered to you in your email every single day. Deals that nobody else knows about. And again, this is how ordinary people can compete with the biggest, most well-capitalized investors in their town. It's like a deal finding GPS. Let me go ahead and show you what we do with all that data after we crunch it. We put it into something that we like to refer to here as the cash board, right? And take a look at this. It's exactly what you're looking for. And a lot of people have been referring to this as the real estate investors MLS or the pre-MLS. I'm going to give you a demo of this in a second, but you can do a search and just save that search. So let's say you have a buyer lined up. You can save your search as a buyer's name. And right when that property hits, bam, you get a notification. It goes right to your phone. Look at that. You can hit message the seller and you can hit the get funding button right there. It's an end-to-end platform, people. This is the type of information that people have been trying to keep out of your hands. The Board of Realtors does not want this in the world. They've spent hundreds of millions of dollars, without exaggeration, trying to keep their monopoly in place, and they don't want you to have access to this type of data. But technology keeps poking holes in their armor, and we finally have all the data and the infrastructure we need to make this happen for you. And I'm going to show it to you and let you use it here in just a second. Now, just remember this. Data allows for the automation. It allows you to send a text, send a postcard, add deals to calendars, add it to a CRM, send an email, send the deals to your agent. If you're really advanced, you can even add these property owners into Facebook ads, right? So it doesn't matter what you're using. We can get the data out of our system into any other CRM that you're currently using. If you want it in Google Docs, we can do that. If you want it in a calendar, we can do that. Now, this is for the advanced members out there, people that are actively up and running. But I want the newbies to see what's possible out there. Could you imagine competing with someone that has this type of automation set up? You can't. Once it's set up, you're top in your town, right? Data allows for fast profits. You just can't be an active real estate investor in this world without data. You're dead in the water. If you're still doing deals in your market, you're one person away using this software from basically having your profits slashed. You'll blame it on the economy, right? You won't blame it on the fact that you didn't update your systems. You didn't have a reinvention, right? But that's what's happening. It's about adapting or dying. You can be a witness or a winner. There are predictable patterns and data gives you all that. So what we've learned about automation is you don't have to be smart if you're early. Automation beats manual labor every time, and automation is a good investment that saves you both time and money and allows you to earn more faster. So now it's time for me to show you Pin 5. But before I do, I just want to quickly explain our evolution as a company. We constantly update PIN. And what I want to make sure you understand is our evolution and the fact that we take you along with us, right? If you came in and bought PIN 1, guess what? We gave you PIN 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to give you 6 as well. So there's nothing else to buy here if you already have PIN. This is what we do. We keep making it better and better and better. We saw the opportunity for vacant properties, so we added that to PIN version 2. That was very important. Then we found more leads. We added that to 3. PIN 4, we wanted to have people data. So we added people data to PIN 4. And now we were up to 5 million records. Now what you're getting here today is PIN 5. This is the complete system. And as things change, we keep updating this. As new data sources become available, we add it directly into PIN and you get it. So you don't have to worry about upgrading or paying extra for this or that. When PIN 6 comes around, you're going to get it. So we are going to help you all the way through as things change, as the economy shifts, as new opportunities become available. We get it all in the platform as fast as humanly possible so you can always have that competitive advantage. And then PIN 6 is practically like artificial intelligence. All right. So this is our evolution, but let's talk about your evolution. Let's listen to how Thomas has been using this data over the past few revisions.
Hey, Connected Investors team, this is Thomas Hillgardner. It's been about 8 months and just wanted to give you all an update on how my progress has been and what's been going on with my team. I've now closed over 34 deals. I've got 20 under contract. We're net profiting around $18,000, $20,000 a deal. That's in 24 different states. Just super excited about it. I couldn't have done it without you guys, and wanted to give you a shout out and say thank you again for all that you did, and looking forward to more. Thanks.
Thomas grabbed this and ran with it, which is why his results aren't typical, because he actually followed the PIN method. He actually did what he said he was going to do, and his whole life has changed as a result. But I challenge you to do more than Thomas. There's no reason why you can't be more successful faster than Thomas based on when you're starting this real estate game. So let me go over some house rules. I got to say this, first and foremost, this is not get rich quick. I know you just said, Russ, you just showed me Thomas. He got rich quick. Yeah, I get that, right? That's the benefit of being in real estate, the millionaire maker, right? But really what I'm saying is this is not effortless earnings. You actually have to do things. My results and Thomas' results are not typical, but I challenge you to do better than us. There's no reason you can't. And there's no sneaky or misleading methods. We're going to give you access to some data that when my wife first saw this, she literally asked me if it was legal because of how much data we have on people. It's insane. So we have to make sure that you're working out win-wins, right? And not everyone is going to want to sell at a huge discount. So when I show you this, don't think that every single person is just going to give you that property. No. But what we're here to do is to tip the scales in your favor so some will sell at deep discounts. And that's all you need. You just need one. You're a few clicks away from your first deal. Now, I'm going to go ahead and jump in to the demo. If you haven't yet sent this text right here to get the free books, the market report, and some other things we have coming up, go ahead and do so right now. We're going to give you a demo of the software. And while I'm showing you this, I want you to picture yourself in there using it. I want you to ask yourself, can I do that? So let's go ahead and kick it off. All right, so here's your dashboard, and it helps you find exactly what you're looking for. You can explore areas, find buyers, manage your prospects, and complete deals with Next Step Tech right here. You also have all your training, your contracts, and all of your scripts. So anytime I say, give them a call, send them a message, just know that we have all of those scripts for you and all of the training. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start with easy mode by tapping right here. And you'll see the software knows exactly where I'm standing. And I mean, I'm just looking through some of these deals right here. Boom, here's a deal right here. They owe 60, it's worth 136,000. There's over $70,000 in potential profit in this one deal. Right next to it, this person paid 6,000, it's worth 88,000. That is $80,000 in potential profit. And this one right here, they owe about 114. It's worth $323,000. Let's go ahead and click on this one. You'll see, boom, there's a phone. Look at this. There's a phone number right there for this vacant property. And there's $323,000 in potential profit in this, which means they have it paid off. So what I'm going to do right here is I'm going to go ahead and hit the heart button. I'm going to add this to my workroom, which I'll show you in a second, so I can come back to this and work it. But the first thing I want you to do when you get inside PIN is do a search and just save the search. Because when you save a search, you'll get email notifications when there are new deals that are available. And just know this, if you need funding, you just hit the get funding button and private lenders will start to compete for your business. So let me go ahead and actually do a search, and I'll search Wilmington, North Carolina. And you'll see, I mean, there are hundreds of potential deals right here. That's why I love easy mode. Let's go and hit the filter button. And I'm going to say, you know what? I just want to see the vacant properties in Wilmington, North Carolina. I can select all sorts of parameters here, right? I can say, I want to see if it's owned by a landlord or a flipper, residential, multifamily, all right? All of these different lead types here, which is everything you need. I can see the property grade, right? So grade A's are properties that have 50% equity, the big slam dunk deals. I can have the property show medium to high to low as far as potential profits, listing status, if it's listed or not, and the repair level. We talked about those weekend flips. We have it right here. This way you can find ones that are in need of just minor repair, and then the out of town, the ownership status, if it's in town or out of town. So I just did a simple search here. Let me hit show the deals. And I'm just showing you this. So after I do this search, if I just hit save search, just like I did, that quick, that easy. Now what happens, anytime a new vacant property in Wilmington becomes available, bam, I'll get an email, right? And check this out. I'm going to hit list view. I know some of you guys love list view. And here are all the deals right here, right? You can see all of the deals in list view. You can just go right through and skip trace. It's actually really fun. It's amazing just to see all the contact. Boom, got contact info for that. You can see all the information on the property and you're off to the races. There are 1,500 potential deals here. I would sort by grade and then I would add them into the workroom and set up an automation so they'd all get a text message or a follow-up email or something like that. Pretty cool, huh? Let me go and actually jump into your workroom, because you can see as you start moving deals into your workroom, here are your integrations. This way you can add the text follow-up. You can go ahead and add the auto emails. You can add anything right here. You can have these deals flow out of Connected Investors directly into a Google Doc, directly into a CRM. It's all done right here with the integrations tab. And then this is your next step tech, how you manage your whole business, how you move a deal from a lead to an inspection, to an offer, to a closing, and then you relist it to sell it. And in each of these, I don't have time to get into it, but you can see exactly what to do, what the next step is for each of these steps. It guides you through the entire process. So jumping back over into the main dashboard, that's easy mode. And it's really that easy. Remember, you get in, you do some searches, you save them into your workrooms, and you set up the save searches. This way, you never ever miss a deal. Now I'm going to go ahead and jump into advanced mode. Now, when I move to advanced mode, you're going to see we can do some crazy slicing and dicing of this data. Okay, so let's go ahead and search for Phoenix, Arizona. Right? I can search by a zip code, a county, or a neighborhood. I can get that granular if I want to. Now I can see the types of properties. I can say I want single family, or I can say, hey, listen, I just want townhouses, or I just want mobile homes, or I don't want mobile homes, right? So you can decide what you want right here. If you want multifamily, vacant land, right? Apartment complexes or mobile home parks. Now you have to choose if it's who it's owned by. Is it owned by a investor? This is more or less a private lender. If it's owned by a person, just an average everyday person, I'm going to select that. If it's owned by a company, a bank. Now the motivation, I can go ahead and select all these different motivation types. So I can say, I want something to be vacant and it's vacant and in pre-foreclosure. This way it has to be both vacant and in pre-foreclosure to show up. Make sense? Which is a great motivation stack. This is layer by layer to find the best deals. But let's say you want vacant or pre-foreclosures. You would click the or button right there. I just want to make sure that that's very clear for you so you understand exactly how to use that. So you can see how you can have fun here. Again, you can save these searches. So you can make it so you get notifications which means integrations happen. And now you can do ownership type. So you can say, hey, I want an out-of-town, out-of-state owner. I want someone that's free and clear. I'm looking for someone that's known as a landlord or a flipper. I want to only find people that purchase properties with cash or use private money. I want to look for people that have contact data present. Someone who had an expired listing, something along those lines. Then you can also jump into property attributes. So you can say the retail value, I want it to be, a minimum of 50,000, a maximum of 500,000, right? So you can get this all set up: bed, bath, square footage, years. If it has a carport, a garage, a pool, if it's on a sewer, how many years it's been owned. Okay, actually I missed some things. The land size, the equity percentage, how much equity they put down from a dollar amount. So did they put $50,000 down toward their property? Down payment, interest rate. You can see their interest rate. If it's new construction, and you can also search by repairs needed, which is really important when you're micro flipping or wanting to do those quick flips that don't take a lot of repairs. All right. So you can see how you can really slice and dice this data, and we're constantly adding things to this. Let's go ahead and do a search, and let's see what we come up with. Wow. There's a lot of probate properties out here that you can reach out to, and you can skip trace them right here. And you can scroll down and see we have pages and pages of potential probates, 2,266 probates. Now, what I would do is I'd select this button, which selects essentially all of the probates. I would save them to my prospects, and I'd have the automation take over. Now, let's go ahead and let's go and do another search. Are you guys liking what you're seeing here? Could you see yourself using something like this? Are you starting to understand how a newbie, someone who's brand new, can jump into real estate with this software and absolutely dominate because they don't have to do any of the hard work, right? It took so much to get to this point, over 15 years of development to be able to bring you something that's this fast and this easy. Let's go ahead and do another advanced search. I'm going to remove these filters. See how fun and easy that is? That's good stuff. The UI of this is just killer. Now let's go over to Tampa. Let's go to Tampa, Florida. And let's go ahead and look for vacant properties, ownership type, out of town, out of state, and let's see if we can find any listed properties or not. All right, do a search. Boom. Now these are all listed properties. And the reason this is important is because now you can just make offers on these properties. You can just make lowball offers on these properties at scale because they're all listed. I would go right in here and sort by the grade of the property. So we're looking for the A+ deals first. These are ones that have no mortgages on it. Look at this. This property has no mortgage on it, and it's just sitting there vacant with an out-of-state owner. This is a huge opportunity. As you add each of these, it's layer by layer to find you the best of the best, the deals that can change your life, that can make you hundreds of thousands of dollars in one swoop. And again, you have your workroom to keep you organized, all the contracts and everything you need to succeed as a real estate investor right in this platform. Now, let me show you one more thing that is really cool that I wasn't planning on showing you, but you got to see it. All right, I'm going to jump over to Atlanta, Georgia. And in Atlanta, what I'm going to do, gosh, there are so many deals in Atlanta. I mean, just look toward the A in Atlanta, 547 deals. That's why it's so important to be able to slice and dice the data so you can find just the best motivated deals. I mean, this property right here, my gosh, they owe about $13,000 on it. It's worth $235,000. I got to click on it. I got to see what we have here. 4-bed, 1-bath. Let's go ahead and skip trace it. There's the contact info right there. There is hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity in this one vacant house that's just sitting there, dying for you to reach out to and buy. So let's take it a step further here. Let's go ahead and hit the filters. And let's just look for all of the flippers. Show me the deals. These are the flips that are taking place in Atlanta. So it's really cool to be able to see, to get intel on what other people are doing. Do you guys like that? And when you click on these little icons, you can see exactly how much they made on each flip. You'll see this investor right here. made $118,000 in gross profit on that one deal. So how nice is it? You have one platform where you can see all of the potential investment opportunities, and you can see all the flips and landlords as well. So you can find the deal, you can find the buyer, you can match it up, and you can make some money. Pin 5 is the pre-MLS. Trying to make money as a real estate investor without the pre-MLS is like trying to be a real estate agent without access to the MLS. You either have it or you're not in business. We have a lot to cover. Let's keep moving. All right, you've just seen the future of real estate investing. You understand how to micro flip, find deals, private lending, and buyers all in one end-to-end platform. But this guy right here is going to stay on the webinar until someone beats him. He has the record of doing the fastest micro flip. Basically, after getting involved in this program, he made money so fast. Take a look at this.
It was like the second day that I had PENN. When I went through it, I went ahead and did a vacant home search. And sure enough, I had about 10 or 12 pages. I was really amazed because you had contact information. That's always the hardest thing, finding the contact. Quite a few of those, so I went ahead and filtered those. And then when I exported them, I got just a list. It was about 10 pages long. So I printed it, an associate friend of mine, and I started calling. And midway down, I meet this gentleman answers. And that same day, he signed the contract. Well, actually, no, I take it back. He took the contract home, and he signed it the next day. And then after that, I sold 4 or 5 more properties. It was pretty incredible.
All right.
That on my closing. Oh, I don't even see that. Deals that I sold on Connected Investors through PENN.
So I challenge you to beat Adam and be the new face of the fastest flip on the Connected Investors webinar. You are literally just a few clicks away from having access to this data. And coming up, we're going to allow you to search your market. So I just have to admit here, right? I think you can agree that what I just showed you is world-class in a league all of its own. But we are learning together, and we're always making improvements. You've seen how we went from pin 1 all the way to pin 5, and we're working on pin 6. So we're learning and growing together here. And I want to help you, and I love the help that many of our members give us. They want cool new things. We had them. That's what it's all about here at Connected Investors. Now, before I open the doors for you to start using and searching inside PENN, I just want to show you the buyers, right? Because this is the money part. This is how you can quickly make money very quickly. So let's go ahead and just talk about this. Buy orders. This is your shopping list. These are verified people that are telling you exactly what they want, where, and giving you the opportunity to feed them deals. You don't have to build a buyer's list. We have the buyer's list for you. These are verified buyers with money. We underwrite these people, okay? We make sure they have experience and they have the funds to get deals closed. You get to see their buy box, so you know exactly what to shop for, and your deals flow right into their hands, and money flows right into your hands. Let's go ahead and listen to one of our CI buyers.
So we bought 40-some thousand houses in 18 months. For us, we'll just ride it out, right? We'll buy a good deal. As long as rents don't compress, which I don't feel like they will. They haven't historically in recession. We're going to be just fine. Probably put 15 under contract today.
That guy has unlimited capital and is waiting for you to send him deals. All right, so let's go over exactly how to send deals into our buyers network. You just key in the address, or you take a picture of the property. Step 1. Step 2, add the price. Step 3, make money. Watch the offers roll in. Now, this is the hard part, okay? You have to choose which offer to take. And I suggest you take the highest offer, okay? You take the highest offer, whoever can close fastest, right? These are real estate investors with a track record of success. This is wholesaling, modernized. It's micro flipping, right? So here's our buddy Aaron. Aaron thought that he couldn't do this in his area. But after uploading his property, a cash buyer came out to see it, made an offer that same night. He accepted, they closed. I made close to a $5,000 assignment fee on the deal. Closed in a week. That fast, that easy. Now, here's Sean. He found and sold the property, both using the Connected Investors and PIN platform. Let's listen to what he has to say.
So what I did was I literally went back into PIN, and within a very short period of time, got like 12 or 13 deals all out of PIN. I put them back into Connected Investors to market those properties, which I usually don't always do that. And I just really forgot. Like I said, Connected Investors is your one-stop shop, guys. And I'm not just saying this. I mean, this is real. Sold that deal last week. The other 11 deals have all been sold as a bundle package.
Great job, Sean. You know, what was interesting about him is he actually bought PIN 3 and forgot about it for a while until he saw one of our commercials. Then he jumped right in and he did like 11 deals in no time. But what you just witnessed is wholesaling using an end-to-end data platform that allows you to charge an assignment fee by connecting buyers and sellers of investment real estate. That's what Sean did. That can only happen with PIN. This is automating many of the hardest aspects for you, saving you so much time, I think you'd agree, and so much money, and giving you predictability because you know who's going to buy your property. You know around how much they're going to pay for it. You got easy mode and advanced mode, and everything is all with one login. So let's talk about what you've accomplished, because we've come a long way here. You now know what to do in this market and why. Before this call, you had no idea. You didn't have Dave Steck, right, giving you all the insights. You have a plan to make money quickly, laid out for you. Very simple and straightforward. You can find bargain deals that others cannot. You can actually buy them to live in if you want. If you got enrolled in this and just did nothing but use this software to find a property to live in, bam, you're stepping into 50% equity. You can now save thousands of hours of work with the automation. You can save thousands of dollars a month in different costs, in data costs, in skip tracing costs, in operational costs, in employees, and all that other stuff. You know how to automate the hardest parts, and you can now create predictable income. That was my part of this whole thing, was to bring this to you, right? The search is over. You know how to find high profit, off-market deals in your town, motivated private money partners, and verified real estate buyers. So let me just ask this question one more time, right? How would your life have been different for you if your family went all into real estate, your parents did during the recession of their lifetime? Again, it would have been, your whole life would be different. Everything would be different. Your kids' lives would be different. Brothers and sisters, everything would be different if someone in your family just stepped in. But again, it was so much harder back then. They had to manually do everything. I don't blame them for not doing it. But with what's happening in the market right now, and with the security that you need to make sure you're laying out for your future generations, for your friends and your family, again, it's irresponsible not to take advantage of this opportunity right here, right now. So what I needed to do was lay everything out. What you need to do is decide if you want an automated real estate investing business in this climate. And if you're still on the line right now, I know the answer is yes. Now you need to decide if you want me and my team to help you. Could you imagine trying to compete with someone who had access to that? Does this put you further ahead? Does this finally get you off the sidelines and into actually doing deals? That's how our team can help you. I can help you in a lot more ways as well, which I'm going to lay out. So in just a few slides, you're going to be able to search your town. I just want to explain what you're going to see here. You can go right to the website I'm going to show you. You can type in your city. And you can also click that little filters button there, and you can see some of the filters and play with the UI. So you're going to be able to search your town and enroll. Now, there's several different accounts to choose from that will meet your needs kind of financially and functionally, but every account includes nationwide access, the full country, private lenders, advanced and easy mode, real-time updates. This is all updated real-time. Property alerts. Remember that, where those deals are just coming to your inbox? Property valuations, and then a mobile app. And you get all of the motivated seller data right here. Everything you see here is included no matter what account you choose, and also access to buyers. You're going to get the flippers, the landlords, the wholesalers, the cash buyers, and the CI buyers. So as you're making your decision on what account you want, just know that everything comes with it. So let me explain how you can get started and how I made this so easy and so straightforward for anyone that wants to start making money or scale up their real estate investing business right here, right now. First and foremost, I want to make sure you understand the micro flipping model. So included with all accounts, you're going to get a full training on how to find, evaluate, and micro flip properties for fast profits. This is online training, second to none, step by step. Do this, do that, get paid, repeat. Do this, do that, get paid, repeat. So since this is the launch of PIN 5, I'm really bringing it here, and I'm going to give you some very valuable bonuses as well. So bonus number 1 is 4-tier legendary support. Let me just get clear here. You get live chat and phone support. So however you want to talk with us, we're here. You also get data dork support. All right. For you guys who love the data and you have a crazy question about why is this data showing up? We have our actual data scientists on the phone with you, making sure if you have a complex question, we get your questions answered. No one else does this. And you're also going to get weekly group coaching that takes you through everything step by step. This is a $1,200 bonus or more, especially with that weekly group coaching. Now listen to this. Because you're here, because you're on the webinar, directly after you get PIN, we are going to call you. This is proactive support. We have a huge financial interest in getting you up and running very quickly because we want to potentially fund your deals. So what's going to happen is you're going to get a call from either Megan or Kaylee or Steven or Austin or Olivia or Doug or Junior or Morgan or Devin or anyone who's on our customer support team, and they are going to get you up and running fast so you know exactly what to do. It's funny, right before I did this presentation, I got this message from Megan. She said, I just got off the phone with a customer, and she said, you're Megan. Ross mentioned you in one of his videos, and he said you'd call to get us up and running. Guys, listen, we have an amazing customer support team here that is dedicated to your success. So no one's left behind. We push as hard as we can to help you get to that first deal, that first contract. All right. So this is a $3,000 bonus, and this is the CI Buyer Certified Network. So if you haven't yet done 10 deals, this is great because you can sell to our CI buyers. If you have done more than 10 deals, then you get to become a CI buyer and deals get delivered directly to you. So think about this. If you're brand new, this is where you want to get to. If you're up and running already, this is a fantastic way to get deal flow from other real estate investors, from asset managers of banks, and from the pre-REO inventory that we talked about earlier. We're out there building relationships with banks to help them liquidate their COVID foreclosures directly into our network. But you have to be a verified CI buyer to deal with these banks because they don't want to deal with tire kickers, right? But this is your progression. You start off new, you do a few deals, you become a CI buyer, the whole world gets good. Let me talk to you about another huge competitive advantage here. Remember the old way of doing real estate? Well, forget that. Bonus number 3 is worth over $4,800, and it's free skip tracing for all of your records. We're talking about phone numbers and email addresses at no additional charge. Now, if you go anywhere and see how much does a skip trace cost, you can pay up $10 a search, 25 cents a search. Either way, you got to pay like $500 or $1,000 a month if you want to get it down to 2 cents a search. If what we're offering here was nothing other than skip tracing, then it would be worth every single penny of what it costs to enroll. But this is free because you're on the webinar. Now, disclosure, not all properties have contact info, and some of the contact info is incorrect. Okay, that's just how it goes across the board. But enough of them are correct for you to make a lot of money with this and connect with people in a modern way so you can flip properties just using your cell phone with no marketing cost. Get excited about this. You don't want to miss this bonus. All right, and here's bonus number 4, worth $597 a year. This is the Contract Genie app. If you're saying, Ross, what contracts do I use? We have you covered with the Contract Genie. This is like having an attorney over your shoulder helping you fill out contracts step by step. It gives you little notes. There's a different contract for every single state. So just know that every contract in here is good for your state. Never use sample contracts. Use the Contract Genie. Not only does it have all of your purchase and sale and assignment style contracts, you can also create your LLC. You can get your will set up, and there's all the partnership contracts you need there. Just to name a few, one of our members actually used it to set a prenup up. So we have everything you need for all of these different property types inside the Contract Genie. So contracts are no longer an issue. Now, this is bonus number 5. This is a $1,200 value. This is the Next Step Tech. This is what guides you through each and every step of the real estate process. Step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. You can see it right there on the screen. This allows you to move faster, stay on track, and stay organized, make less mistakes, and have guidance through all of the steps so you can run and scale your real estate investing business. We're going to make sure you get this because I know you need it. So let's go ahead and talk about what it takes to get involved in PIN 5. Now you have 2 accounts to choose from. You have the business account. The investment for the business account is $29.97. You get 60,000 records of deals. You get 3 accounts. So you get 3 different people can log in. You get all the automations you saw. And yes, we are going to include the bonuses. So for someone who's up and running with a team, you're going to want to go with the business account. Now, the personal account, you get 10,000 records. You get 1 account, so you only get 1 login. We will give you all of the automations, and you will get all of the bonuses. Now, let me just tell you something. The automations will only automate the number of accounts records you get. So you can have 10,000 records go through the automations. So this right here is $1,997. When one deal more than covers the investment you're going to make in this account, you know it's an absolute no-brainer to get up and running. If you're an advanced investor, this is just the best money you're going to spend because you're going to save more than that money on the skip tracing, save more than that money on the data, save more than that money on having to build a buyer's list and do all of that stuff. So it's instant savings if you're already up and running, and you get to use the software. If it's not for you, we have a money back guarantee. Okay, so if you're actively investing, there is literally no reason in the world not to go ahead and jump in there. Now, let me go ahead and talk about something that we're doing special because you're here and because we're launching PIN 5. So as you know, we're pushing toward $100 billion. So the real money for us and what makes our company valuable is facilitating funding for real estate investors. So we're opening up a special for those who are on the call. I do have to say this. Once this webinar comes down, if you want what I'm going to show you here, you can't get it, right? You'll only have access to this account. You have to pay $2,000. But because you're here and because of the facts on the screen, for the personal account, we are going to give you 2 accounts. So we've just doubled the amount of logins that you get to your account. And the reason I wanted to do this is because real estate investing is so much more fun with a friend, right? Imagine you and a buddy, instead of getting together watching, I don't know, whatever you guys watch or doing whatever you do, you jump in and do some real estate together. You and your spouse, you and your son, you and your daughter, you and your friend, however it is. So now you can gift them, the gift of financial freedom right here with 2 accounts. That's a $1,997 value. We're going to give you 40,000 records. Now remember, that's also 40,000 skip traces a month. So we 4x'd the number of monthly records that you get. So this is more than enough to make a lot of money. And we're going to give you $500 off the $1,997, making your investment only $1,497. Go ahead and visit the website address on the screen right now. See across the top of the screen? Visit that website address right this second. Now, when you go to that site, you can search your town and you can enroll, right? You can see how many deals there are. You can start playing with some of the filters and you can get up and running really quick. Plus, it lays out absolutely everything you're getting from the top to the bottom. If you're on mobile, if you're looking at this on your mobile phone, if you swipe left to right, you'll see more features. Right? There's so many things, it's such a long list. So there's left to right swipes, but go there on your desktop computer, right? Go to the website address on the screen right now, search your city, check out the filters and enroll right here, right now. And Jerry sure was happy he enrolled. He does a flip a week. He said, being able to contact motivated sellers directly allows me to flip a property every week. Not having to pay for data saves me over $3,000 each month. Remember, I talked about you saving money and making money. He was already up and running. He saw this and he's like, no brainer, I'm in, and he hasn't looked back. So visit the website address on the screen and make the investments. Now, Jerry, prior to this, he kept getting beat to the best deals, right? He noticed his real estate business was declining. He couldn't move fast enough to deploy the capital that he had. But that's why he enrolled in PIN. Now he gets to travel around the world and live the lifestyle that you see on TV, really. So really what I love about this is the only thing you need. You get to thrive during these uncertain times. Once you have this, if the market goes up, great. If it goes down, who cares? You do even better. Again, if you ever sat there and just looked in the mirror and thought, things should be better by now. You have to do something different. Do something you've never done before to get the results that you've always wanted. And stop making the excuses. These little shifts can make huge financial impacts over the course of your life. And all you need is $1,497. That's it. Visit the site, connectedinvestors.com/5. Right now is the best it's ever going to be. So let me just explain this. And I have some more cool things to show you while you guys are on that site, but I want to go ahead and point this out. This is what your competition is doing, all right? Your competition is spending big bucks sending direct mail. They're overpaying for their deals. They're paying money to do skip traces. If they're smart enough to try to text or email, they have to pay every time. They're frustrated with lists that they buy because lists die the second you buy them. They're outdated. They're hard to work with. They're hanging bandit signs. They're begging for money. They're slowly building a buyer's list. They're relying on manual labor, and they're going to miss this opportunity while they're out there swinging hammers, right? They're probably doing the big rehabs. They didn't see the updates that you saw, and they're going to get stuck. Now you, people that have PIN, you're sending text messages. You're finding bargains. You got free skip tracing. You're using software that updates. I want to just make sure you understand this. Like, if you buy a list, once you buy that list, if something changes with that record, you don't know it. If you buy a vacant property list, the property's not vacant anymore, you don't know it. With our software, you know it. You know, they're hanging bandit signs, you're hanging sold signs. You're begging for money, you're having lenders beg you. You have instant buyers, you're relying on automation, you're capitalizing big, and most importantly, you're cashing checks. Again, would you ever want to do things the hard way? If you've been on the sidelines for a while, right? You haven't gotten into real estate or you haven't scaled up because you're like, man, I don't really know. I feel like I'm missing something. You were missing something. You were missing something big time. You were missing this. You were missing the automation. You were missing the cost savings. But now you can visit the site on the screen and get up and running very, very quickly. Without PIN, you got a heck of a maze right now. Most people don't make it through that. With PIN, you got a straight line, start to finish, baby. There you go. So PIN 5, I'm telling you. And this is for those that have the old models. And for people that are just getting in, again, it's so awesome that you're starting right here in this economy. Because remember, all of my success at 18, 19, 20 years old, sure, you know, I was hustling. You know, I'm a C student, right? You've probably seen spelling mistakes on the presentation here, right? I'm not super analytical, but I was able to get in at the right time and ride that wave. And now you get to do the same thing. And for those of you that are using the old models, you're working on your swordsmanship, right? This is a funny PDF. You guys ever seen this before? Indiana Jones. There you go. Here's the old investor working on their swordsmanship, and the new investor just has new tools. They're going straight to the deal, making it happen, right? Now let me do something here. I'm going to break this down for you. And after you listen to this, you're going to be like, oh my gosh, this makes so much sense. When you break down your investment, it breaks down to a little over $4 a day, right? Between $4 or $5 a day. So let me ask you this question. Do you have $4? Did you have $4 yesterday? Did you have $4 a year ago? Do you believe you'll have $4 5 months from now? Yes, of course you will. You don't want to miss this opportunity over $4, right? You don't want your kids being like, dad or mom could have made it, but they let $4, they didn't buy a login to PIN, and now we're stuck on the tough side of things. We don't have steady cash flow. We don't live the lifestyle that we deserve. And I mean, it's just, that's what's happening out there right now. There are lines being drawn. You're on one side or the other. And the $4 gets you PIN. When you get PIN, you log in, and you can find deal after deal after deal after deal. Now, the next person I'm going to show you was the son of a real estate investor, right? When I talked to him, I didn't realize how he'd been so successful so quickly. This young kid, I don't even remember how old he is. He said, I completed 40 transactions and profited over $440,000. I truly enjoy being an investor and I look forward to more growth. His parents were real estate investors. Do you think that kid's going to go to school, right? Or do anything? Is he going to get a huge student loan? I know a lot of you on the line here, you have a bachelor's degree. You have a master's degree, right? So you're smart, but do you have common sense? Because you do need a little bit of common sense to make this happen. And when you see an investment, don't think about how much it's going to cost you, the $1,497. Think about how much money it's going to make you, how much money it's going to save you. That's the difference between being book smart and having common sense. Now, Robert here, he was actively doing deals. And he said, man, I already have systems. Why do I need PIN? And then he saw it and he's like, oh, that's why I need PIN. So there's a good chance that you can cancel a bunch of subscriptions you have after getting up with PIN. We're seeing people do that time and time again. We're seeing a lot of people that have a lot of crappy software getting very desperate right now, practically giving their crap away because PIN is just dominating them. So I want you to visit the website address on the screen because these are the webinar only bonuses here. This is a $10,000 bonus package where you get the extra account. You get 4 times the records. You get free skip tracing. You get CI buyers. You get Contract Genie. You get Next Step Tech, and you get that legendary support. Remember, you're going to get a phone call within 24 to 48 hours after you buy from Megan or Steven, from people right here at Connected Investors, making sure you know what to do. right? You can chat us, you can call us, but we're going to proactively reach out to you as well. So again, once this webinar is over, this bonus package goes away. And what that means is you're getting way less accounts and you don't get CI buyers. So you don't have that buyer network built in. You got to go build that out. You don't have Contract Genie. You don't have anything to organize you. And we can't dedicate time with you, right? Because our customer support can only work with so many people. Our weekly coaching, which we do 3 times a week, we like to keep those, small so we can give each person the attention they need. So that's why you need to visit the website address on this screen right now. All right. I know a lot of you guys are jumping in and just congratulations. I'm so excited for you because life is going to change as long as you implement here. This is the answer. Now you have to do the straightforward, very simple work to make it happen. Let me ask you this question. What's more important to you? Time or money? Time or money? You might say, well, Ross, depends how much time and how much money. Well, it's almost a trick question here because an investment in automation is the only investment that saves you both time and money and can make you money. And you're making an investment in automation. You're making an investment in your future. You're giving yourself a competitive advantage. You have that data, that inside information, which if you were in the stock world, you'd be thrown in jail like Martha Stewart. But in the real estate world, you get to become a multimillionaire like Dave Steck. So go ahead and visit the website address on the screen right now. Again, it doesn't matter what you answered because automation is going to get you set up with both. So actually, let me just say this. As you start making money with this automation, right, and you have all this extra time, you can go ahead and reinvest all that money back into real estate. Reinvest it all back and build as fast as you can. Or you can take a portion of that, go have fun with it, and reinvest the other portion. You can pay down high interest rate bills you have. Do a deal, pay off a credit card. There you go. But you need to just change your thinking on what you're spending money on. This is an investment. And as an investor, you need to be making investments that save you time and money. That's how you have that calm life. That's how you have those easy mornings where you wake up and you're fine. The automation is happening. Money's coming in. You have all the buyers you need. You don't have to do all that hard work. And you can just go print as much money really as you like. So maybe you want a Rolex, right? Let me go ahead. I'm going to log back into PIN. And I'm going to show you how to get money for a Rolex or a stack of cash like that, or how to generate more money. Let's go ahead and take a look. I just wanted to jump back into PIN, into the pre-MLS one more time and do a search for Austin, Texas. All right, let's see what we got. Austin, Texas. Gosh, zoom in, look into the screen, lean in. You can't even see the word Austin because there are so many potential opportunities there. There's 3,470 deals just in the center of Austin of highly motivated sellers that would potentially sell at deep discounts. And all it takes is one. All it takes is one to make your investment in PIN an absolute no-brainer. Let's go ahead and click the list view here. This way you can go ahead and see all of the opportunity lined up straight down the page here. You'll see this one has almost $1 million in equity. This one right here, $171,000 in equity. All right, so here are the 6,153 properties that are available right in and around Austin, Texas. You can select them all. You can export them. You can start working them. You can have automation take over. But let's just take a look at this, right? The equity in these properties, nearly $1 million in equity. That's potential profit for you. $284,000 in profit. These people have plenty of meat in the bones, so they can sell the property with plenty of margin for you to get in there and make some good money. And if you want to contact this person, you just hit the skip trace button. Let's do this together. And let's see if we can find Jack Freeman's contact info. There it is, right there. Phone number and email address. It's that easy. It's that fast. And these are all of the different motivated seller leads in and around Austin, the probates, the vacants, the motivated for sale by owners, the online auctions, the courthouse auctions, the pre-foreclosures. And you'll see there is hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity just sitting here. So do you need to save up for your retirement? Just do this deal right here. There's $400,000 in potential profits. That gets you pretty close to where you want to be. You have a family member you have to take care of? Well, here's a deal with $160,000 in potential profit, $144,000 in potential profit. You want to go on a vacation? You want to pay off your house? You want to build a legacy? Here's a deal with $1.5 million in potential profit and someone who is motivated to sell in one way, shape, or form. And you can skip trace the individual, find them right here, and start doing these deals. And I'm just so excited for you to see this right here. So I don't know what a better use of your time would be than to get in here and start working these deals, because it only takes one. Just remember that. Out of all of these deals that we're scrolling through here, it only takes one. And again, this column is all of the potential profit that could be made on these deals just in one town, just in one town. So let's go and jump back into the presentation. All right, guys, it doesn't get any easier than that. Again, both of the accounts right here come with everything you need. At the website address on the screen, you can see exactly what you're getting. I do have to say this one more time, so I don't want to get a bunch of emails, people yelling at me. This bonus package right here is for people that are on this webinar right here only, and it will come down very, very soon. Once this webinar is down, then it's over, okay? Our sales guys can't get you in. So no matter what, you need to go ahead and make the investments right now if you want the extra account, which I strongly suggest you get, because I want you to be investing with a friend. If you want 4 times the records, it's 4 times the money. If you want the free skip tracing, it's going to save you so much money. If you want CI buyers, that's how you liquidate. Contract Genie, to make sure you have the contracts for the right state. Next Step Tech, to make sure you always know what to do, and the legendary support that we offer here at Connected Investors. Visit the website address on the screen and get this $10,000 bonus package. If not, you can still get involved in the future, but you're going to have to pay $1,997 and you'll get a lot less, and no bonus package. All right. So what I love about this is you can do it. You don't need cash. You don't need credit to microflip. You don't need experience either. You don't need to be handy. Most of you have no business out there doing rehabs, right? You don't need a license or a degree. You don't even need a driver's license, because you can do this all virtual. You will need an internet connection, a little training, and 1 login. I know you have an internet connection. You've been on the training here with us for a while now, so I know you can consume information, and the login, you know how to get that login. So there you go. This is all you need. And speaking of not even needing a driver's license, let me go ahead and talk about our member right here. She lives in Canada. She's a mother. She researched everything back when it was pin 4, not even pin 5. And it's like, pin is the best. Take a look at how her life has changed.
I'm a mother. I have 4 kids. And other than that, outside of, running them to sports and all their kind of stuff that they do, I do investing. So that's pretty much my life. I think we cleared just over 40,000. And I think that same week, we actually got like 3 others under contract that are being rehabbed right now and should be on the market here shortly. I researched, every tool pretty much that was out there. And what we really liked with PIN is that it does multifamily, which is huge. And just all the data that you get with that tool, if you know how to siphon through that data and understand what you're reading, then it's so powerful. That's what we've been using and continue to find deals, all the time on it. That's how we've gotten our last couple deals that we have.
Good job. Keep it up. Keep it up. All right, guys, this data is everything. It's access. You're locked out without it. It's speed. It's how you find exactly what you need fast. It's a head start. It's automation. It's your unfair advantage, and it's insider information. Here you go. It's a head start. There you go. This guy's getting a big head start there. That's what the data does for you. No matter how experienced someone is, no matter how fast they are, if you have that head start, people can't catch you, right? So go ahead and visit the website address and make the investment. And now I'm going to get real with you for a second here, right? Because if you're still on the line, don't make light of this decision you're making right now, right? Because this is not just a normal decision. Do you want fries with that type decision? This is a fork in the road for you. You're either going to keep doing what you're doing, keep getting the results you're getting, or you're going to take it to the next level, help yourself, help your family, and help rebuild America. But really, if you're not investing in real estate right now, the millionaire maker, what's your plan? Your plan to work for someone else until you die? You can't really save your way to financial freedom. The value of the dollar keeps going down and down and down. So you're losing money saving. It's doing no good to have that $1,497 just sitting there, not doing anything, when you can invest it in a software that you can write off and start making some serious, serious money. So, right now you need around $1.2 million to retire. How close are you to that? right? Maybe some of you are already there, but you're trying to retire other people in your family. Basically, what you need to retire is 12 times your best annual income. And then you have to have your money somewhere that's working for you. So even if you have the 1.2 million, you need to go ahead and put it in real estate. And guys, this is with no health or family issues. Who here on the line doesn't have a health or a family issue? I have a health and family issue, right? This is just kind of the new reality that we're all living here. And who I have on the screen here, does anyone know who that is? It's Franklin Roosevelt. Right? And he was the president at the time that Social Security was enacted. And most people, they worked for a company forever, and they had their Social Security and their pension. That stuff does not exist anymore in the same way. You can't rely on that. There's no telling when they'll just be like, oh, no more pension, oh, no more Social Security, sorry. That could happen tomorrow. Who knows? Right? So you have to rely on yourself. This could really be the difference. This decision could be the difference between eating, ramen noodles or caviar in your golden years. Most people that are 45 years old, if they keep going on their current track, will not have the assets to retire. That's scary, right? That's really scary. But most baby boomers know more about real estate than any other type of investment. So that's why you can do this. So if you're not close to that 1.2 million, what are your choices? You gonna keep working, right? That's tough. You can't even pick up a job at Uber right now. Any other investment is very risky. Real estate is an essential business, so you don't have to worry about what happens in the economy. You can't jump back into the workforce. So this is a reality check that's kind of scary for a lot of people. But that's why you're smart for being here. So take advantage of what you can control. And listen, a lot of you are going to be taking care of your family one way or another. Maybe you have a parent that's just not going to be to retire, and you're going to have to help them along. And it's really hard to do that without getting big chunks of cash, without having steady cash flow. You're on this call for a reason. There's real estate investing has been in your heart for a long time. Growing it, scaling it has been in your heart for a long time. You don't know why. You keep getting pulled back. Something's telling you, I need to invest in real estate. I need to invest in real estate. You were just waiting for the right time. You were waiting for the right solution, the right plan. Ease of access, like with PIN. Now you have it. So now you can't rely on, my name's Ross. I can't rely on tomorrow Ross to do something. I have to rely on today Ross to make the decision. Don't wait until tomorrow. You're going to miss the bonus package. All right. Only today Ross exists. So, a year's salary, in a click. The strategy she learned made it possible for her to find a property that she quickly flipped and made more on one flip than 99% of people make in a year. That is very possible. That is very possible, but you have to be in the game to win. And when we talked to Penny, the reason that she loved micro flipping and PIN 5 is because she needed the freedom to work from anywhere. She needed big influxes of cash to help take care of her family that relies on her. And she needed to be able to drop everything at a moment's notice to be there if her family needed it. Now, when you're your own boss, you can do that. If not, you have to beg. Oh, please, Mr. or Mrs. Boss, can I please go take care of my family? Oh, thank you, thank you. Come on, we're beyond that, right? We're beyond that. At first, Penny thought real estate investing was too time consuming, but then she saw PIN and she was in, right? She goes around and hula hoops and goes to festivals. She's an awesome, awesome lady. This is kind of funny right here, okay? And if you know me, you know I'm not about Lamborghinis and all that stuff, but this quote really stuck with me. My boss arrived at work in a brand new Lamborghini. I said, wow, that's an amazing car. And he replied, if you work hard and put all your hours in and strive for excellence, then I'll get another one next year. You're working hard to make someone else's dream become a reality, right? You're holding on. Please don't fire me. Please don't fire me. But when times get tough, the first thing they do is they have to cut expenses. So even if you're in a stable company, right? You still want a side hustle. You don't have to go crazy with it, but there's no reason you shouldn't flip 2 or 3 houses a year in this market while you're working your current job that you love. Maybe you love your job. Maybe you love your coworkers, but you love your family more, right? So you need to make sure that you have access to the financial tools to help your family. And because you're getting extra accounts, you and your family can do this together. So again, this is what you're getting right here. You can go business account or personal account. You're getting a $10,000 bonus package, all the automations, everything you need right here, right now at the website address on the screen. And guys, again, webinar only $10,000 bonus package expires once we take this webinar down. That's it. You can only work with so many people. Visit the website address on the screen. Get the extra account. Get 4 times the records, the skip tracing, the CI buyers, the contract genie, the next step tech, and the legendary support. Get that phone call from Megan, right? Who's saying, great, we're so glad to have you on board. Now let's get you started. Now let's get you started. That's gonna feel real good when you get that phone call. I'm gonna point you in the right direction. All right. So guys, this is how you 10x your income in 24 months by helping America recover, by helping your bank account, by being in position to help your family. Don't have an income? Well, the choice is yours. Because now you do. So I want to thank everyone who's been here. You had 2 big decisions to make. One, if you wanted to invest in real estate in this market. And if you don't, you have another plan. Good luck, right? If you do, then you have to decide, do you want us to help you? Do you think these tools would help you? Could you see yourself using this? Do you understand how easy we've made it in comparison to how it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 2 years ago? And you understand the opportunity that's coming. If you're still with us, I think you know the answer. So I'm going to leave this up just for a little while longer, okay? Just a little while longer. I'm going to play a few videos here. Once this webinar comes down, you can't get the bonus package. So again, thank you so much for being part of Connected Investors. Thank you for opening our emails, for jumping on our calls. And I really hope that this information has had a big impact on your life and that you make the right decision for you right now. So I'll see you on the inside. Bye-bye. All right, that completes day 2 of the SOFA Summit. I hope you enjoyed that last presentation, and I'm right here with you right now. If you have any questions, any concerns, feel free to go ahead and give us a chat. We will be responding very quickly if you had any questions about the presentation. The most important thing to do right now, other than make sure you have access to PIN, is send the text 2021 to the phone number below so you can get your action plan for tomorrow. Dave Steck himself is going to help you put together your plan for 2021. And who better to help you put together your plan than the person that Harvard calls on to help them put together their plan? That's the type of access that we give you here at Connected Investors. We always go above and beyond to help advance those that are willing to put in the work to change their lives. So I hope you've enjoyed day 1. Unfortunately, due to our relationship with the speakers and the timeliness of this content, there's not going to be a replay. So I'm sorry if you missed any of the segments, but make sure to be here all day tomorrow so you don't miss anything, because one piece of information could change your 2021 forever. So again, thank you for being part of the Connected Investors SOFA Summit brought to you by privatelenders.com. I'm going to jump off the stage here, pull up my computer, answer any questions you guys might have in the chat, and I hope to get you inside PIN. I'll see you on the inside and on tomorrow's SOFA Summit. Bye.